I've been looking forward to this for a very long time. This is probably one of those interviews that I have been anticipating being an incredible opportunity. And Mike Vining, sir, it's a pleasure. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming on the show, man. This is
thanks.
This is an absolute honor to be able to sit down with a legend in the special operations community who I'm sure every one of you out there have probably seen this man's picture on the internet somewhere. Even the young kids know who you are. They see your picture and they're like, oh, that guy is like a freaking legend, man. I'm looking forward to this. I am a lot. It's so I appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule and your retirement and your time with your wife up here to sit down with me and talk about your experiences and your perspectives. I think they're going to be very valuable for a lot of people. So,
well, thank you, Kagan, for having me here and coming to our neck of the wilderness.
Yeah. Well, dude, honestly, it's worth it. This right here is going to be something that is going to be watched and listened to for decades and decades to come, I think, because you have a lot to share, and there's a lot of experiences and knowledge that you have that I think is extremely valuable to a lot of people, both young and old, that are going to really appreciate not only the history of the experiences that you've had, but also your personal perspective, because you're a very well-respected, hardworking, extremely successful, high, what would be the word? High-functioning individual.
Thanks.
So before we get into the interview, I want to kind of read off a little bio. For those of you that are out there that don't know who this man is, you're about to learn today. But we'll get into this. We'll read the bio real quick, and then we'll get into the interview. So, Sergeant Major Mike R. Vining, retired United States Army. Mike Roger Vining was born in Greenville, Michigan on 12 August 1950 to Roger and Arlene Vining. He graduated from Tri-County High School, Howard City, Michigan in 1968 and enlisted in the Army in July of 1968. After completing basic training at Fort Knox, Kentucky, he attended the ammunition renovation course at Redstone Arsenal, Alabama. Sergeant Major Vining completed the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Program, Indian Head, Maryland, in May of 1969 and reported to the Technical Escort Unit, Edgewood Arsenal, Maryland, during which time he completed the Nuclear Weapons Disposal course. In 1970, he deployed to the Republic of Vietnam, where he was assigned to the 99th Ordnance Detachment. I think it's Phuoc
Vinh.
Phu Vinh. Okay. Yeah, I was going to mispronounce that. Appreciate it. Thanks for the help. Yeah. Upon completion of the 12 months of combat duty, Sergeant Major Vining was honorably discharged from the United States Army in February of 1971. And then after 1971, you said you went to Michigan to work at that
factory.
The factory up there. What were you doing?
Stamping out body parts for Ford. I was operating a lead man on a 500-ton press.
Yeah.
Yeah, making automobile parts.
And then you realize you're like, this, I don't see myself doing this for long term. And you went back to the recruiter, and they said you needed to be EOD to come back in?
Yeah, because, this was, Vietnam was over, going to an all-volunteer army. They weren't taking any prior services. They weren't interested, but EOD was still open in a shortage.
Okay, so you re-entered the Army in 1973. Then you were assigned to the 63rd Ordnance Detachment in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. In 1978, you were accepted to the first Special Forces Operational Detachment, Delta. Delta Force, for those of you that aren't aware of that. First SFOD, Delta, where he served with distinction until 1985. He completed the first operator training course, subsequently participating in numerous combat operations, including Operation Eagle Claw, the Iranian hostage rescue mission, and Operation Urgent Fury, the invasion of Grenada. Jesus. From 1985 to 1986, you were assigned to the 176th Ordnance Detachment, Fort Richardson, Alaska. He then returned to 1st SFOD Delta from 1986 to 1992, where you served as Chief EOD Technician, Research and Development Sergeant Major, and Breaching Sergeant Major. Man, that just sounds freaking cool. Breaching Sergeant Major. During this tour, he deployed in support of Operation Pocket Planner, 1987, U.S. Federal Penitentiary Prison Riot, Atlanta, Georgia, and Operation Desert Storm, Saudi Arabia. He served as exercise planner at the Joint Special Operations Command from 1992 until 1996. During Operation Uphold Democracy, September to October of 1994, you served as the senior enlisted advisor for the Joint Special Operations Task Force aboard the aircraft carrier USS America, CV-66, off the coast of Haiti. You served as the explosives expert on the Downing Assessment Task Force, which investigated the 1996 Khobar Towers bombing, Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Sergeant Major Vining's last tour of duty was at the Joint Special Operations Command, J3 Special Plans. Sergeant Major involved with the defeat of hardened targets. Sergeant Major Vining retired from the Army 31 January 1999. Your awards and decorations include the Legion of Merit Medal, Bronze Star Medal, 2 Defense Meritorious Service Medals, the Army Meritorious Service Medal, the Joint Service Commendation Medal, the Army Commendation Medal, 2 Joint Service Achievement Medals, the Army Achievement Medal, 9 Good Conduct Medals, 2 National Defense Service Medals, which, by the way, if you see a guy walking around with two National Defense Service Medals, that's usually like a sign. You're like, that guy's been around for a while. You know what I mean? Let's see. 2 Armed Forces Expeditionary Medals, the Vietnam Service Medal, and 3 campaign stars, the Southwest Asia Service Medal, 2 Humanitarian Service Medals, the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal, the Liberation and Defense of Kuwait Medal, 2 Joint Meritorious Unit Awards, the Valorous Unit Award, the Meritorious Unit Commendations, and the Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross with Palm Unit Citation. He was authorized to wear the Combat Infantry Badge, the Master Explosive Ordnance Disposal Badge, the Parachutist Badge, the Military Free Fall Parachutist Badge, and the Austrian Police High Alpine Gendarmerie. Hochalpinist?
Yeah.
Hochalpinist?
Hackalpinist.
Hackalpinist?
Yeah, high alpine.
Oh, okay. That badge. Thank you for the help. Honors include recipient of the Order of the 1st SFOD D Delta Colors, serial number 123 on 19 October 1995 for singularly exemplary contributions to 1st SFOD Detachment Delta Airborne. You're the recipient of the 2013 Art Maxey Citizenship Award presented by the Vietnam EOD Veterans Association, and you were inducted into the U.S. Army Ordnance Corps Hall of Fame class of 2018. Sergeant Major Vining holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in Sociology from the University of the State of New York. He is married to Donna Eichenberry and has 2 children, Terry and Lori, 6 grandchildren, Mitchell, Dylan, Kyle, Victor, McKinley, and Rainier, and 1 great-grandchild, Spencer. He's a director and the assistant historian for the National EOD Association. He also conducted EOD historical research and is a member of the Honorary Advisor Board for the EOD Warrior Foundation and is a member of the EOD Heritage Museum Committee. My God. What an incredible career.
Yeah.
This is why I was telling you I've been looking forward to this, because you have had so many experiences. You've done so many things. And you are extremely well respected, and not only in the military community by everybody, but folks that are interested in history, and definitely in the special operations community and the EOD community specifically.
Right.
And fortunately, and I want to give a shout out to Happy Captain for helping set this up, because he's the one who put me in contact with you. And so I want to thank you for that, man, because it means a lot, not only for me, but for anybody that gets something of value from this interview. And I think that there's going to be a lot. So, and hopefully we'll get down there to meet up with you at some point as well. So, all right. So a lot to get into, obviously. A lot of things to talk about. I want to kind of get to know a little bit about your experience before the military, just to kind of get a little bit of an understanding of like who you are, where you came from, things like that. So where'd you grow up?
Well, I grew up in Michigan, in the Lower Peninsula, and the central western part of Michigan, in the Lower Peninsula, north of Grand Rapids, a small town called Howard City. Grew up in the country on a farm.
Okay. So why is it always the farm boys that grow up to be like the most legendary SF dudes? I swear to God, it's always you farm guys. I swear.
Well, it's, I would, different jobs that you would have as a kid. I would work for farmers that you needed to, when it's time to bale hay or straw, and do different things around, I get hired by different farmers that needed a young kid for labor.
Yeah.
I was involved in Boy Scouts and 4-H. I raised a Grand Champion steer.
Okay.
And we would pick potatoes, pick cherries. I trim Christmas trees. These are all jobs that I had as a kid growing up.
No kidding.
And it's you work outside. Did hunting.
Okay.
Deer hunting and small game hunting. I don't hunt anymore.
No.
No, my wife's a professional wildlife photographer, so we hunt with a camera now.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, so.
You still spend time out in nature, though.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yeah, I do.
good.
I spent a lot of time in nature.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of nature up here where we're at right now, for sure. How long were you in Michigan for when you were growing up? Did you go through high school, middle school,
Yeah,
everything?
I did. I went high school at Howard City, Michigan. I went through the grades there. So, a lot of my classmates I knew from kindergarten all the way up to graduating. We were, in the same class all the way through. The high school was Tri-County because we had kids then from high school from 3 counties.
Okay.
But my class, graduating class, senior class in high school was like 68 people.
Oh, wow. So it's pretty small?
Yeah, it was really small high school. We knew everybody. And we still communicate. We have a email group thing for my classmates and
No
stuff.
kidding.
But yeah, small town. And
And you graduated in 1967, is that right?
68.
68, okay.
Yeah.
And then when you graduated in 1968, when did you figure out you wanted to join the Army? Like when did that happen?
When I was very young, I was just fascinated by the military. I would get play sets like for Christmas. Like I got the Civil War play set,
The little plastic soldiers?
Yeah, the plastic soldiers and like the bridge, like at the Battle of Antietam.
Okay.
And I had the Alamo set too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I would have, play Army with these figures, and so I knew that I wanted to go into the military at some point.
Yeah.
I never knew that I wanted to make a career out of it, but I wanted to experience the military.
Did you know what job you wanted to do?
Well, my hobby was actually, here I grew up in Michigan, but my hobby was climbing.
Okay.
When I was 16, my parents went out west, and I went to a mountaineering school in Jackson, Wyoming, climbing in the Tetons, Exum Mountaineering. So I went through their beginner and intermediate course. The minimum age to go through this mountaineering course was 16, and I just turned 16.
Wow.
So I was always interested in climbing because I read books about climbing, like Annapurna from Maurice Herzog, who made the first ascent. His team made the first ascent of Annapurna, an 8,000 meter peak in the Himalayas.
Annapurna's in the Himalayas.
Yeah, so I read that book, and I was just fascinated by the people that did mountain climbing. So, and of course, I knew about the 10th Mountain Division during World War II, that here in Colorado at Camp Hale. And so I would have liked to have gone into something where you could climb in the military.
Yeah.
But back in 1968, there was no 10th Mountain Division. It didn't exist. It stood down.
Oh, they deactivated them.
It was deactivated. So they did have a cold region test center up in by Fort Greely in Alaska, Black Rapids, that they taught mountaineering. But we had in 68, there was no mountain troops.
Yeah.
My next passion was science and chemistry. Not only did I get these military sets, I got chemistry sets, and each year my chemistry sets were bigger and bigger.
Really?
Now, I don't know if they don't sell chemistry sets like that back then today.
Probably not.
Because all the chemicals are pretty hazardous and dangerous, you know.
Yeah.
And
You don't
so
want people making like chlorine gas anymore.
yeah, I
something.
would make all kinds of stuff. I could even make nitrogen oxide, you know, laughing gas, you know. And
Really? That you had what you needed in the kit to make that?
yeah. So,
Jesus.
and I also had contact with a pharmacist. So any chemicals I needed, I'd go to the pharmacist and he would get those chemicals for me.
Wow.
So in the back of Popular Science, now this is 1968, not today.
Yeah.
In back of Popular Science, they had an ad for $1. You could get 101 explosives and pyrotechnic formulas for $1.
100 pyrotechnic and
101
explosive.
pyrotechnic and explosive formulas for $1.
Yeah, you can't have that today. Not with everything that's going on.
So, you know, no internet, no computer. So I sent my $1 in, and I got all these pyrotechnic and I would make them and set them off in the backyard. We lived out in the country.
You made homemade explosives and set them off in the backyard.
I made homemade black powder.
That's so crazy.
I made black powder in my room, you know.
In your room?
Yeah, using potassium nitrate and sulfur and charcoal. That's all you need.
Did you like lay anything down to keep it from getting onto your floors and stuff, or?
I would mix it up in beakers and stuff like that. And
Okay.
I did have one accident that it did catch on fire, some black powder, and I had a fire extinguisher. I had to put it out, and then
My God, did your parents know you were doing this?
yeah, they all came running upstairs when it went off. And
Oh my God.
so, but yeah. So
This is the kind of story you don't hear a lot today because kids don't have access to the same stuff.
no, you don't have, you know, and I would make this explosive using iodine crystals and ammonia hydroxide. And you mix the two together, and this was in the formulas.
Yeah.
And you get a precipitate, and you filter the precipitate off, and you keep it wet because it's a high explosives. And
wow.
when it dries out, it can even detonate drying out. So you have to be really careful. It's real sensitive explosives.
Oh, Jesus.
But you would make that, you know.
That sounds like nitroglycerin.
Yeah, so it's you know, a primary explosive,
Okay.
but it's very unstable.
Yeah.
But I would make that, but as long as you keep it wet, it's safe.
That's so risky just having that in your house, man.
Yeah. Oh, I made different other things. I made a carbon arc furnace too. I made all kinds of stuff. You know, I got two big, huge carbon rods and put it in a porcelain pot. And then I hooked it up to, you know, I had built a saltwater rheostat and to control it, and then I plug it into the wall, because if I didn't have the saltwater rheostat, it would just blow all the fuses in the house.
Jesus.
So I would melt, had goggles on, I would melt metal and stuff like that in the carbon arc furnace that I had built. And I won the grand prize at at high school, senior, at the science fair.
Yeah.
I built a Wilson cloud chamber.
What is a Wilson cloud chamber?
Well, a Wilson cloud chamber is a chamber that is super cooled, and I use dry ice and alcohol to super cool down this chamber. Then I purchased, back then you can purchase things, I purchased different radioactive sources. I had some cobalt 60, I had some lead 210, and I had some radium.
You could just buy that.
Buy that. You could just...
This is so,
You didn't need a license.
This is like when they used to put actual white powder inside of Coke. Like, that's what it makes me think of. You know what I mean? Like Coca-Cola.
And then in a Wilson cloud chamber, you can actually see radioactive particles like the alpha and beta particles. You can track them in a Wilson cloud chamber. And, you know, the alpha particles leave a little vapor trail. And it's you know, maybe about 2 inches long, and they're kind of thick. Whereas that's the alpha particle, because it's positive, it's +2. And then you got your beta particles, which are -1 electron. And they also do the same thing, but they're small and wispy. So you can actually visually see the alpha and beta particles in the Wilson cloud chamber.
And you just had this inside of your high school or something?
Yeah, in the high school, built the Wilson cloud chamber. And also you can occasionally, you got these cosmic particles that come through the atmosphere all the time.
Yeah.
And, one can go through there and you can actually see the cosmic particle that would go in through the Wilson cloud chamber.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, I won grand prize. It was a team effort. My high school friend, Chuck Thomas, and I built it together.
That's funny. Is Chuck Thomas still around?
Yep, he's still around.
You stay in touch with him?
Yep,
Again?
still stay in touch with him.
You guys do any other science projects since then?
No, we don't do anything. But that's, so I was science. So when I went to see, there was no climbing in the military. There was no mountain division or anything like that. But I was interested, of course, now in chemistry, explosives, and stuff like that. So I talked to a recruiter about going into EOD.
EOD was around by that point already.
Yeah, EOD, the Navy and Army set up a bomb disposal school in 1942.
Oh, okay. So like World War II time frame.
Yeah. So because of in England, the Blitz, Germany was bombing England and stuff like that, and the Germans were bombing using delayed bombs that could go off anywhere from on impact to 72 hours later.
Oh, wow.
And so, what the Germans learned, the Germans were involved in the Spanish Civil War. They supported the nationalists in the Spanish Civil War.
When was the Spanish Civil War?
Just right before World War II.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't realize that was something that happened right prior to that.
So
in the 30s.
Russia was involved. You had the nationalists and you had the Republican Party.
Yeah.
So the Russians, the communists were supporting the Republican Party, and Hitler and Germany was supporting the Nationalist Party, which is a fascist right-wing party.
So you had Republicans in Germany, and then you had the National Socialists.
Yeah.
The National Socialist Party, which was the Nazis.
Right.
Which that's the party that Hitler was in charge of, right?
Yeah. So
the Russians supported the Republicans?
Yes, yes, the Republicans.
Interesting. I didn't realize it was kind of set up like the politics back then was very different over there.
Yeah. So Germany learned that bombs that didn't go off have more of a psychological effect than bombs that did go off. So if you drop a bunch of bombs in, say, a railroad marshalling yard, if all the bombs detonated, people could get out there and repair the railroad yard in no time.
Yeah.
But if they had bombs that could go off at any time, then it delayed the work of the repair.
Oh, yeah.
So the Germans learned that bombs that didn't go off had more of a psychological effect, that were delayed. And so they were dropping. So there was a game that the Brits developed to defeat these bombs before they went off, dig down and do that. They developed what they call a clock stopper, a electromagnet that would go on the bombs to stop the clock. Then they could defuse the clock.
Okay. And the Brits came up with that?
The Brits did that.
Interesting. Did they pass that technology to us then?
And we were not involved in the war yet at that time.
Okay.
So we were watching and observing. We knew that we would get involved in World War II. So we sent people over, both the Navy and Army sent people over from the Ordnance Corps to learn the art of bomb disposal prior to us getting there. So the first graduation classes of the Army and Navy classes were in 1942. Shortly thereafter, I think in July of 42, Marines started attending the Navy bomb disposal school.
In 1942?
In 1942. Okay. At first, the Navy school was at the American University in Washington, D.C. And then they opened up at the Washington Naval Yards, the bomb disposal school.
Okay.
And
how long was it there for in the Washington Naval Yard?
until about I'd say 47, when the Department of Defense was organized.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So the school moved to the Navy Ordnance Station at Indian Head, Maryland.
Okay.
And then the Navy became, and still is, the Navy is proponent for all explosive ordnance disposal training.
Yeah.
So even though each service has their own specific type of training on stuff that they would encounter most likely, everybody goes to Eglin today. Everybody goes to Eglin Air Force Base for the EOD school there, so that we all have the same common background knowledge.
Yeah. And if you're in the Navy, isn't the Navy EOD course a little bit longer?
Yeah, well, they do the dive school. They have the dive school that they have to attend. And all three services, we learn about underwater ordnance, but the Navy goes, because it's more Navy Pacific, the Navy goes into underwater ordnance in more detail than what we do.
Okay. But every branch goes to the Navy's EOD school, essentially.
Right, today.
Okay, makes sense. At Eglin Air Force.
Yeah, and that was, the school moved in 1999.
Okay.
So I went to see the recruiter, but about going into EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, but you could not enlist for EOD at that time.
Oh, you couldn't?
No, you had to have go to a school and get an MOS and be trained in some field, and then you could volunteer for EOD.
Okay.
So the recruiter suggested I go to ammunition renovation school, the maintenance of ammunition. That would be a good stepping stone for EOD.
Okay.
Today, we don't have ammunition renovation or maintenance. Civilians do that. If ammunition needs, if there's a bunch of ammunition that has a defect and it's economically repairable, then the munitions are recalled to a depot and are refurbished at the depot and sent back out. But back then, both Army and civilians did the renovation work.
Interesting.
So, and then Code H ammunition renovation people destroyed Code H ammunition. Code H is ammunition that is determined uneconomical, that's to repair, it's past its shelf life, something's wrong with it. And so we had to go out, the EOD taught us how to blow up Code H ammunition. And then that's where I volunteered for EOD. So
what year was that?
That was 68.
Okay.
That was like in the fall of 68.
So you had already been handling ammo for
2 months.
2 months by the time you volunteered to go to EOD.
Right. Learned all about ammunition and fuses and, that kind of stuff.
How long was the EOD school at that time?
EOD school, phase 1 was at Fort McClellan, Alabama, where you do chemical and biological, and that's 2 weeks. Phase 2 surface was at Indian Head, Maryland, and that was about 4 months long.
Okay.
12 weeks.
Yeah.
And then phase 3, I went back to, because you had to be E4 to go to phase 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and which is nuclear weapons disposal.
But they'd let you go to the other phases as an E3?
E3, yeah.
Okay. Did you promote before you went out to phase 3?
Yeah, I went to Tech Escort at Edgewood Arsenal and made E4 at Tech Escort, and then I could go back to go through nuclear weapons disposal at Indian Head. So
nuclear weapons disposal is
that's
probably interesting.
about 6 weeks long.
6 weeks? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Today, EOD, the whole schooling from, the different your component training to the EOD school and everything, today it's about a year-long process.
Oh, wow.
So EOD had a high washout rate, and that's why you needed a MOS, a skill, before you went to EOD. So if you failed EOD, you could be immediately re-signed.
Okay, back to another unit that you already had an MOS for.
You already had an MOS for.
That makes sense.
So, because we had EOD, in my opinion, EOD is one of the hardest academic schools in the military.
That's what I've been told too from other guys in the.
It is, you know, so it's not really physical. I mean, you got the, you know, today you have the bomb suit and all, you got to wear that and all that. I never wore a bomb suit, you know. I never.
They probably didn't have them back
They
then.
didn't have them. Never used a robot, so we didn't have them.
Yeah.
But it's academic. It's a hard school.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, that's a lot of technical stuff. You got to know science. You got to know math, right?
Yeah. You start out with physical principles. You learn all the formulas, Boyd's law. About electricity, and then you learn about explosives and explosive filler disposal, and you just go from there. You know, you learn dropped ammunition.
Yeah.
And like different other things. So yeah, and you got to know, and you know everything from Civil War cannonballs up to nuclear weapons. You know,
that's a lot. That's
and
a
you
lot
got
of
to know all the different foreign countries that manufactured the different stuff too.
Oh yeah, because it's like different size mortars and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've done range clearances where I've encountered ammunition from World War I. You know, when I was doing a range clearance at Fort McCoy, Wisconsin.
Wow.
We came across these 60 millimeter French 60 millimeter pneumatic mortars.
Pneumatic.
Yeah, back in the late 1800s, people were looking at the option of using air pressure to propel ordnance. There was a armored cruiser called the Vesuvius that had what you call a dynamite gun on it.
A dynamite gun.
A dynamite gun. Now, the dynamite gun wasn't fired by dynamite, but it was a pneumatic gun and this was during the Spanish-American War,
Really?
that was fired by air pressure. So in World War I, they had a lot of pneumatic ordnance that was fired. Because you fire a pneumatic mortar, you don't have the flash from the mortar tube for the enemy to detect, you know.
Yeah.
And it's fairly silent and stuff like that. So
how does one create air pressure with that?
they have a compressor.
Oh, okay. So there's a compressor hooked up to the mortar system.
The mortar tube.
And it just forces air into it to launch that mortar.
Right. So when you look at these 60 millimeter mortars, they have nowhere that increment bags could be attached to.
Yeah.
So when we saw these mortars, we had no idea what they were. I actually found the mortar in one of my own books on World War I ordnance.
Yeah.
So
for those of you just that are curious, what he just said is increments. A lot of people don't know what an increment is. So for mortars, the way that it's been explained to me, and I've seen them because I've like been around a lot of mortarmen, but the increments are like those little things that like clamp onto the sides of the bottom piece, like not the fin, but like the bottom part of the mortar. And those become ignited from the primer while it's in the tube. And that ignition is what launches it out of the tube.
Right. And how many bags you have attached makes how far it will go.
Yes. So like that determines, because obviously if you have 3 bags, there's going to be more, it's going to be a bigger explosion essentially launching this thing. So it's going to go a further distance. And usually when guys are done with a mortar range, they burn all the rest of the increments because it's still, that's just kind of burn. They burn pretty well. But that's how regular mortars today work. Back then in World War I had no idea that mortars were being fired with literal air compressor.
I did a paper on, and I'll give it to you. I did a paper on pneumatic munitions from the late 1800s, and we're still looking at doing that today.
Yeah,
using air pressure.
We're thinking about going back to that because it's just stealth tech. I guess more stealthy.
Yeah.
More lower visibility, harder to detect from ISR maybe.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's funny, like sometimes this old technology, people take a closer look at it and like kind of revisit it almost.
Yes.
And you can adapt it for current age because I'm sure they could find a way to make an air compressor that's, not as loud as the ones that they probably had back then.
Right. Well, the biggest problem you have today is with TBIs, and also like weapons like the 120 millimeter mortar, the 4-point deuce.
Yeah.
When that goes out, the concussion that you get from that mortar is tremendous.
Yeah.
And if you can develop weapon systems, whether it be anti-tank weapon systems that have less concussion when they're being fired, because it's a repetitive concussion thing, that's the big concern for TBIs.
Yeah.
So, if you can get the weapon out there and then on its own it ignites and takes off and goes where it needs to go.
Like the javelin.
Yeah.
Because the javelin, you can fire that as much as you want. And like the launch motor will launch it out of the tube, but it doesn't actually, the flight motor doesn't even kick in until it's gone a certain distance out of the tube.
That reduces the concussion for the operator.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing for I don't know if the Saber system, the tow missile's probably not the same as the javelin, but it's not as concussive as, like, say, the Carl Gustav, if you fire a bunch of Carl Gustavs, or the what's it called?
AT-4?
The AT-4, I guess, could be one, but there's another one that they used to use. I can't remember. The assaultmen in the Marine Corps used to use them all the time. I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, small?
Small. Yeah. What's small stand for? Shoulder weapon. I
forget.
Yeah, but either way, the small is like you fire a small, and my buddies that were like assaultmen used to tell me they would fire it, and you could feel it in your intestines.
Right.
Like, because the concussion is so strong.
And it was also used as a breaching weapon. The small.
Yeah, but the one good thing about the small was that you had a fair amount of different types of ordnance you could use with it. But the Carl G has just as many and more now. Yeah. I don't know how familiar you've got with the Carl Gustav or what, but
I'm AT-4 is the end of my time.
Was it? Okay, yeah. AT-4s were pretty popular during like the Global War. Well, Global War on Terror too. I mean, a lot of people had AT-4s. They were commonly used for a while, but the Carl Gustav is like the new shoulder-fired rocket system that people are really into, because you've got so many different types of ammunition for it that you can use. I mean, you've got bunker busters, you've got what's it called, the thermobaric charges.
Oh, yeah.
If you want, you've got all kinds of different types of ordnance that you can use with those things. But anyway, so I want to get back to you went through the EOD course. And then you graduated that course. How long was it between when you graduated EOD school to when you went to Vietnam?
So I went to technical escort and got there, in May. I left in January. So 7 months in tech escort. I volunteered. Okay. I had put in paperwork for Vietnam when I was in tech. My ultimate goal was to go to Vietnam.
Your goal was to get to Vietnam.
Yeah, that's the reason why I even entered the Army right out of high school, 2 weeks out of high school. I was 17. My parents signed for me to go.
They signed a waiver for you.
Yeah, but maybe they figured it so they wouldn't destroy the house or something.
We got to get this kid out of here. He's going to blow the house up.
Yeah. So anyway, I put in 3 times. I put in paperwork, and my commander, Colonel Dickey, denied me the first 2 times of transferring. He liked me. He wanted to keep me there.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
But then the 3rd time I put in paperwork for Vietnam, he says, "Okay, you want to go to Vietnam? Go." Colonel Dickey was a legend, and I wrote him up and got him inducted into the Chemical Corps Hall of Fame. He was also EOD. Back in that time, Chemical Corps officers went to EOD school. Okay. And Colonel Dickey got a Silver Star in Guadalcanal.
Oh, wow.
In Guadalcanal, he was an infantry soldier in what was known as the Marical Division. Later on, it was called the Marical Division in Guadalcanal. He got a toothache, and so he went to the beach. On the beach of Guadalcanal, they had the medical tent set up.
Yeah.
And he went there to get his tooth pulled. And the Japanese launched a kamikaze, banzai attack on the medical tents on the beach.
Oh, wow.
And were shooting and killing soldiers that were in cots and stuff and wounded and stuff. He took a rifle away from the Japanese and bayoneted and killed 6 Japanese. And
Personally?
that were attacking the medical tent. So
While he was there to get his tooth pulled.
Getting his tooth
He's like,
pulled.
I thought I was getting my tooth pulled today, but I guess I'm going to bayonet 6 people instead.
And also
Jesus.
out at and so that was that's how he got his Silver Star. Then he went to college and got a chemical degree and went into the chemical corps.
That's so
as an
crazy.
officer.
People like that experience that stuff, and he goes off and like lives a normal life. He's like, I'm going to go to college, like after experiencing like that, because that's like, I know it's easy for us to kind of breeze over some of these stories because it's like, everybody has a story, but man, like when you think about it, that's what a traumatizing event that would be for your average human being. It's just crazy to think of. And then this guy went on to be very successful in the chemical corps. He got a degree. What did you say his degree was in?
Chemical engineering, I think, or something like
Where
that.
Where was he at school?
He went to school, I think, in like Georgia, like in Atlanta or someplace like that. I'm not sure where he went to college.
Okay.
But then when he was working with nerve agent, GB agent, out at Dugway Proving Grounds, he had a leak in his mask, his protective mask.
Oh, no.
And he got a dose of GB nerve agent. And of course, the antidote for GB is 3 injections of anthropine. So he got his 3 injections of anthropine. Another thing you get is 2-pam chloride. But he was pronounced dead. And so
What year was that?
probably in the in the 50s? It might have been in the 50s, late 50s when he was exposed to GB. And
And they pronounced him dead.
he has his death certificate hanging in his office when you go in. But the doctor noticed that something was not right with his eyes or something, so they pumped him with more injections of anthropine. He got like 20 some injections of anthropine, and they were able to bring him back. And so,
How long was he considered dead for?
I don't know the details.
That's crazy.
But he's my commander. He has his death certificate in his office.
An absolute savage.
Yeah, but it really messed him up. He could only sleep a couple hours a night. He, with all that anthropine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But he read. He was the leading expert on military chemical agents. He would get calls when I would have staff duty there. There'd be calls coming in. We had a meeting there with the National Science Foundation at Edgewood when I was there. I pulled security for that. This woman came there to this meeting, and I was told that she was one of the co-inventors of the Agent VX.
What's Agent VX?
It's a persistent nerve agent. So the GB families are non-persistent nerve agents, and VX is a persistent nerve agent.
So it doesn't dissipate, essentially.
It hangs around for years and years. It does not chemically break down like GB does and all the other different. So you got GA, GB, you got GD. There's all kinds of the G agents, nerve agents. These agents were developed, the G series nerve agents were developed by Germany during World War II.
Oh, okay. Their chemists were developing that stuff.
And of course, after World War II, we had what was known as Operation Paperclip.
Yep. Everybody's heard of Operation Paperclip. Probably from Joe Rogan oftentimes because he's talked about it before in his podcast.
Yeah, and that was interesting. So we have all these scientists and stuff. Maybe it, should have been tried at Nuremberg, but
Potentially, yes.
we recruited them
For NASA, right?
Yeah, for everything. Warner von Braun, for example. I was inducted into the Ordnance Corps Hall of Fame, as you read, in 2018. Warner von Braun, the German scientist, was inducted into
Werner von Braun was inducted into
the Ordnance Corps Hall of Fame.
In America.
In America. He was a card-carrying SS officer.
He was a card-carrying SS officer
So
for Germany.
Yeah, for Germany. Warner von Braun was. And he hired, there were slave laborers that worked in the V1 and the V2 rocket program.
Yeah.
They
even had a rocket program that was like a precursor to what we consider cruise missiles today, I think.
Oh, the V1 is like a cruise missile.
Yeah.
And they had slave labor. The conditions weren't great and stuff.
Yeah.
But we overlooked all this stuff because the Cold War.
Yeah, we were in a competition with the Soviets at the time.
Right. So we went in there to capture all the German scientists. Of course, the German scientists didn't want to be captured by the Russians.
Yeah.
And then
it would have been a worse fate for them if they did that.
And all the equipment. And then we also had part of Operation Paperclip, a lot of people don't know, was Amos. Amos is a Greek word for grove, like grove of trees, and it stands for Brigadier General Leslie Groves. So the Germans had a nuclear program going on in Germany during World War II.
While we had ours ongoing.
We had ours ongoing. Unbeknownst to us, Japanese also had a nuclear program. We didn't know about the Japanese nuclear program. Japanese had a chemical warfare program going on too, and a biological warfare going on in World War II.
Jeez.
But we thought that the Germans were going to make it. I know I get off track, but we thought the Germans were going to make an A-bomb.
Yeah.
They were collecting the heavy water from deuterium and tritium from Norway, and they were bringing it back to Germany. Well, both Japanese and the Germans gave up the idea of making a nuclear weapon. It's just in a too hard category, the resources. Look at what it took for the Manhattan Project for us.
Yeah.
But what both Germany and Japan needed was energy. We destroying their dams, their hydroelectric dams during World War II. They operated the factories and stuff like that. So they were trying to develop a nuclear reactor. That's what Germany's goals were.
Yeah.
And but they were never successful, and they were using heavy water as part of their nuclear weapon reactor program.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that the Germans were not successful in getting an operational reactor was the carbon that they were using as a neutron modifier had impurities in it.
Okay.
And that's always been a question I always had. Why did their carbon have impurities in it? The Germans are great at chemistry and technique. I believe the carbon was intentionally made impure with impurities on purpose so that they would not, whether it was some German scientists or whoever was making the carbon, I didn't want them to develop a nuclear reactor.
So you think it was an inside job?
Mm-hmm. Why the carbon, the graphite, had impurities in it. Now, what the Japanese were doing were wanting to build a nuclear reactor for their submarines before us, because they were running out of fuel for their submarines towards the end of the war. And they have the whole Pacific Ocean to cross, and they were going to attack the Panama Canal, for example.
Oh.
So they were trying to. Their nuclear program was to develop nuclear reactors for submarines.
Interesting. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, there's a lot of history out there.
Yeah, that's because what were they using before? Diesel? Was it diesel engines?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know that. I mean, I think they used diesel engines for quite a long time, up until I want to say like Bill Clinton's time, maybe.
You're right.
Yeah, somewhere in there. But so anyway, we'll probably bounce back and forth between that. Totally fine.
But so then I went to Vietnam
in 70.
Yeah, and so I got over in February of 1970. I got to Vietnam. I sent my paperwork over to the EOD unit, the 533rd Control, so that they knew I was going there, because I heard stories about people going to Vietnam and they're EOD and they're trying to reassign them to some other unit.
Oh, okay.
So I sent it to, they knew. So when I went to the replacement station, I flew into Vietnam on a commercial carrier. It was a Boeing 707 Trans-Caribbean Airlines.
You flew in there with all your military gear?
Yeah,
on a civilian aircraft.
On a civilian 707. So as we're flying in, it's at night and looking down at Vietnam. I expected things like World War II, everything be blacked out at night and stuff.
Yeah.
There was just lights everywhere. Everything. It was just, we landed at Benoit.
Oh, you landed in Benoit?
Yeah, we landed, and then we bussed over to Long Binh to go to the 90th replacement station.
Okay.
So I was there for you to get all your stuff, get ready for, and then the unit came to pick me up. They drove down in a Jeep and picked me up at the replacement station.
In a Jeep?
In a Jeep.
Where'd they drive down from? Long
Binh. 533rd was stationed at the Long Binh.
Okay. Was that like a relatively fortified location?
Long Binh was, it was no different in Fort Bragg today or any of the Fort Hood or any of the big military. But Long Binh was a huge military base. That's where everything was. That was USRV, that's where the finance, it was stateside. I mean, it's like haircuts, grooming standards, dress.
Really?
Yeah, it was stateside. No jungle hats, no bush hats.
It was garrison environment.
It was totally garrison environment.
Oh wow. In 1970.
1970.
So that's a little bit later on in the war.
Right.
So that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I guess. Because like the war, when did we actually join the Vietnam War, like officially?
65.
65.
We had advisors go in the late 50s. We had military advisors.
Yeah, right after the French got attacked over there. Yeah.
So we had Special Forces military advisors going in there, but we did not land combat troops like the Marines in the north part of South Vietnam until 65.
Yeah.
That's when we went.
So 70 was already kind of a garrison environment where you were going in Long Binh.
Oh,
and
yeah.
once you arrived there, did you pick up any new gear, or like were you checking into your unit there, or like?
No, we just went through all the in-country processing thing.
Yeah, like an AOR brief or something like that.
Yeah, and then we went to then I went to the 533rd Control, and myself and an E8 Master Sergeant. Mike Land was there. It was his second tour, and we were both assigned to the 99th. So we flew from helicopter down to where the 99th was at Phuc Vinh. Phuc Vinh was also known as Camp Gorvad. And later on, after the Cambodian incursion, it was named Camp Casey after the 1st Cav general. He was deputy commander, 1st Cav. His helicopter flew into a mountain after the Cambodian incursion.
Flew into a mountain.
Yeah, so everybody died on his helicopter. So then it was, because this was 1st Cav's rear, so it was named Camp Casey. Today there's Camp Casey in Korea.
Yeah, yeah.
But
so is that what that Camp Casey's named after the same
right,
general?
the deputy commander of 1st Cav.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we flew in there. So Phuc Vinh was a 1st Cav's division rear.
Yeah.
And that's where we operated from. At the height of the Vietnam War, we had 15 Army EOD units in Vietnam. An EOD detachment is 10 people back then.
Okay.
So you have a 03 a captain, an E8, an E7, 2 E6s, 2 E5s, 2 E4s, and you have a clerk, which non-EOD clerk.
Okay.
So that makes up a EOD detachment back in that time. And so we operated by area. We weren't necessarily assigned to the 1st Cav, even though we were there at their division rear.
Yeah.
We had an area of operation, so we supported all 1st Cav's operation, the part of the 1st Infantry Division operation, the 199th Light Infantry Brigade, and the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment. These were all the units in our area that we supported up to the Cambodian border.
Oh, wow.
So, and
That's a lot. That's a lot to cover.
yeah, it's a big area to cover.
Just 10 of you guys.
10 of us. And we had an on-site team. We first had an on-site team at Quan Loy, which is the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment, was based out of Quan Loy. And then when Quan Loy closed down, we moved to Song Bay, and we had an on-site team. So an on-site team is 2 people and for 2 weeks. And you rotate off every 2 weeks.
Okay.
So you overlap 1 week. So that a person, if I went to the on-site team, the other person that's on there had already been there for a week. So you have that continuity of what's going on the on-site team to be closer to supporting. EOD was considered combat service support.
It was considered combat service support?
Yeah, and it's crazy to me because we are combat support. You know, we are there in the front lines. We're going in on the assaults and everything, you know, the first wave of an air assault. We are there out with the infantry and the armor regiments. We're not back like in a motor pool or, you know, a supply depot.
Yeah.
We are out there, but it was classed as combat service support. I could never figure that out. So then in May of June of 1970, President Nixon authorized us to go into Cambodia during the Cambodian incursion.
Oh, wow.
Now, what was going on here was we had the Vietnamization program. We were turning the war over to South Vietnam. The reason,
Like the ARVN troops?
yeah, ARVN troops,
Yeah.
the Army Republic of Vietnam. So we were authorized to go into the sanctuary zones of Cambodia and then later Laos to give the South Vietnamese a head start as we're turning the war over to them. So our mission was to go out, root out the enemy, their headquarters in Cambodia, which was called the name of Cas Vinh. That was what we never actually located the famous Cas Vinh North Vietnamese headquarters in Cambodia, but they had all their ammunition and stuff stored in Cambodia. So our job was to go in and blow up and all their weapons and ammunition caches. So I was involved in several of those. I was part of an 8-man team, EOD team, that went in and blew up Rock Island East. Rock Island East was named after Rock Island, Illinois, the arsenal in Illinois, but they called it Rock Island East. It was the largest weapons and ammunition cache in the Vietnam War. There was over 320 some tons of weapons and ammunition at Rock Island East. First Cav, 2nd of the 12th, captured the cache site. And once they captured and secured it, we were called in.
Okay.
So it was 8-man, and we were from several different EOD units, you know. And so it took us several days to set Rock Island East up. It was above ground cache site. It was down a trail, and there was different stacks of ammunition along the trail, about a quarter-mile long trail.
All of the ammo was along a quarter of a mile long trail.
Right.
Okay. And was it all kinds of ammunition from?
Yeah. Well, it was everything from small arms up to 122 millimeter rockets to a whole bunch of 85 millimeter fixed ammunition, artillery ammunition.
Artillery ammunition. Okay.
85 millimeter. Now, we had not seen any of that in South Vietnam, the 85 millimeter. There is only 2 things that fire the 85 millimeter fixed artillery ammunition. It's the Russian T-34 tank and the 85 millimeter Russian artillery thing.
So the T-35?
T-34.
T-34. The T-34 tank
They
fires that round.
Yeah, the 85 millimeter round.
I had no idea. So you hadn't seen that type of ammunition in the...
They had the ammunition for the field gun. We have not seen the field gun in South Vietnam, nor we have seen any tanks in South Vietnam.
At that time.
Yeah. But they were stacking the 85 millimeter ammunition up in Cambodia.
Did that basically lead you guys to believe that they were planning on bringing tanks in?
Oh, yeah.
So you're like, okay, this is stacked here for a reason.
Right.
Because they're planning on bringing tanks down into South Vietnam.
Right.
That's crazy.
We used 300 cases of C4.
300 cases? That's so much C4. Oh, my God.
Yeah, 300 cases of C4 to set the cache sites up. We used 12 cases of detonating cord. There's three spools in a case of detonating cord, 1,000 feet. So we had 12,000 feet of detonating cord.
Jesus.
So we had to link all that stuff up together, all the cache sites with the detonating cord, and we ran dual detonating cord lines to the cache site, and we buried the detonating cord. We did not want, as we would pull out, we did not want them to cut any of our detonating cord leads, and stuff. So we had a clearing that held two helicopters, two helicopter HLZ. And Echo Recon 2nd the 12th was our security, and it was just me and Master Sergeant Land on the ground. And we had a security element on the ground, and we had the last two helicopters.
How many people were out there with you guys as a security element?
There was like a whole first Cav company that was out
100
there.
People maybe? Maybe
Yeah, 100, maybe 140 people.
Okay.
We also had some ARVNs there. An ARVN force that was part of our security. Now, they stole some of our C4. The ARVNs were stealing some of our C4 off. We had our cache sites all linked up, with the C4. We have to lay the C4 out to cover everything.
Yeah.
We just don't put it in the case. And they were stealing our C4. The ARVNs were.
That you had put in there for the
detonation. And it could be a critical link that they pulled out, you know. And we had trouble with them. And
how did you reconcile that? Did you guys tell them to stop doing
that?
it?
Master Sergeant Land was threatening to hit a few over the head with his rifle for stealing our. See, they cook with C4.
Oh my God! They cook with C4 because you can burn it.
I always cooked with C4. In Vietnam, I had a little stove I made up, a C4 stove, and I take a little ball of C4 and heat up my C rations with C4. You use about 2 small balls of C4 because C4 burns so hot you don't want to burn the bottom of your ration. So yeah, I cooked everything in the field with C4.
The funny thing is like the only reason I know that this is a possibility is because of all my friends that deal with explosives. They said that C4 is one of the most stable compounds out there.
It's bullet safe.
It's safe, right? Stable, safe. Relatively.
Yeah, it's a 30 caliber bullet impacting C4 in the open, not confined. It won't detonate.
So that's relatively safe. All things considered.
C4 is bullet safe.
Yeah, that's still. But the fact that you were cooking with it, like that's.
I didn't use heat. I didn't use heat tabs. I just cooked with C4. I carried in Vietnam. I carried 1 or 2 haversacks of C4.
What is a haversack?
About 20 pounds each.
20 pounds.
16 blocks of C4 in each haversack.
That's so much.
And I carried blasting caps, time fuse, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I either carried 1 to 2 haversacks, had it with me all the time.
That's up to 40 pounds of C4 on you.
Right.
Or more.
And so that's my load was that. I also carried, let's see.
And that's in addition to your chow, your water, your gear,
right.
your ammunition, your rifle, and anything else.
I carried 16 magazines. 20 round magazines.
Yeah.
I had 16 round magazines.
So you had an M16, I'm assuming?
Yeah, M16. So I had because I had so I had the pouch of the magazines, the ammunition pouches carried, there were 7 compartments.
The bandolier?
Bandoliers.
Okay.
So I had 2 bandoliers, that's 14, and I carried a double magazine in my weapon that were taped together, so I could just flip it over and do that.
Yeah.
So I carried that amount of ammunition, and there was only 8, the 20 round magazines, but you only fill them with 18 rounds.
Why only fill them with 18?
The springs were weak, and so if you filled a 20 round magazine with 20 rounds, it could jam.
Okay.
So you only put 18 rounds each in the magazine. I carried 10 quarts of water. I carried a 1 quart, 2 quarts, and a 5 quart collapsible canteen.
Okay.
Carried rations for 3 days. Anything more than 3 days, the unit we're supporting is supposed to give us food.
Some resupply, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, anything more than the explosives we carried, the unit brought in. And then I carried bedding gear, to bed down for the night.
For bedding down, what did you say you had for bedding down when you were out there?
We had a poncho and a poncho liner.
Okay. So just basically like a tarp and then a...
Yeah, and if it's raining, you could just make a little shelter with the thing. And you out in the field and in the jungle, wherever you're going to set up for the night, you don't set up until after it gets dark.
Yeah.
And then you set up your tarp and and you keep it all low, and you just sleep out there on the ground.
On the ground.
On the ground.
I knew guys that like to set up hammocks for the bugs and stuff like that. Did you run into bugs?
We did not have any hammocks and stuff. This bugs, there was a lot of different insects there in Vietnam, and it was quite interesting. There was scorpions.
See, I didn't know that. I had no idea there were scorpions in Vietnam.
Big black scorpions, about 7 inches long.
Oh, the big black ones.
Yeah.
So those aren't as poisonous as the small ones, right?
No. One of the infantry guys there had captured one of them and had it on a little rope, a string, and it had it on a leash.
Of course, that's the most. Yeah, that's basically what like the guys in OIF did with camel spiders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there's scorpion. There was poisonous centipedes.
Oh Jesus!
The centipedes. Yeah, the centipedes did not have a venom bite like centipedes here in the U.S. They actually secrete a poison. The centipedes do. So if a centipede walked across your arm, it would form these little blisters on your arm.
Really?
So yeah, they secrete a poison. So in these tunnels, there would be that I'd go into. There would be the centipedes. The centipedes would hang upside down on the ceiling of the tunnels
and fall off onto you.
Well, I would actually, with a flashlight, I would clear my way in with a flashlight. So as I moved into the tunnel and shined a flashlight, they would move back into the darker part of the tunnel. So I could clear my way in.
Was this, you could stand up walking through it?
Crouching. These tunnels, the Viet Cong built these tunnels in South Vietnam out of the rock. The soil's called laterite, tropical soil. And it's between a consistency of clay and rock. So it's easy to hand carve. So these tunnels are relatively small because they are small, the individuals, and less work if they're small. And they have an arch type shape, and they also had a trench in them for water drainage.
Okay.
And so they were small. Also inside these tunnels would be cave crickets. The cave crickets would be all over the place. So as you're in the tunnels, these cave crickets are jumping on you. They
got like little horns or something?
They have big, long legs.
Yeah.
And they just live in these tunnels.
How big were they?
Yeah, they're big. They're grasshopper size.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
but they wouldn't. Those were pretty.
they're harmless.
Stuff.
They're harmless, except for you'd be crushing them and they'd be just all over you. And
so you got centipedes, you got scorpions, you got the potential of running into snakes.
yeah, I never did see a snake in a tunnel. There were spiders in the tunnels.
Of course.
And then one time I was going in a tunnel, all of a sudden I hear this noise deep in the tunnel, and I'm like, sit up and and all of a sudden all these bats just fly over the top. There was a group of bats that were in the tunnels and they just flew out of the tunnel.
Swarm.
Yeah. But that made my heart go though, because I wasn't expecting that. And that was the first and only time I encountered bats in a tunnel.
Yeah. What were these tunnels for that you were going into?
Now, the tunnels I went into were storage areas.
Like ammunition storage areas?
Yeah. So Rock Island East was the largest enemy weapons and ammunition cache destroyed in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Over 320. So they backhauled a lot of the weapons and ammunition was backhauled out of there. So we only blew up about 74 tons with 300 cases of C4.
And that was you and the 10-man team that was sent over there to do that.
There was 8 of us, but there was only 2 of us on the ground when we actually fired this thing off.
Really?
Yeah, so it was just Master Sergeant Land and myself and a small squad from Echo Recon, 2nd of the 12th, was our security, because we only had 2 helicopters we had to load.
So you had, and that was when you were saying you had around between 100 and 140 guys, like a company size element.
Right.
They'd
all been, everybody had been evacuated. Then we planted around the HLC, we planted charges around the HLC to scare charges to keep the enemy away, while we get ready to exfil out of here. I have nobody out, because they were anxious to recapture their cache.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I had everything dual detonating cord, and then we had 10 priming systems, 10 systems. Any one of them could set the whole thing off. So we had 10 priming systems of 15 minutes on them. And because once we leave this place, we're not going back. We don't want the shot not going off.
Yeah.
Because we'd had the combat assault back in there and recapture it,
Yeah.
So the 2 of us pull the priming systems. Master Sergeant Land and I approached the first helicopter, the lead helicopter, to get in. And this infantry captain on a radio yells at us, says, "Cut the fuse, cut the fuse." And we're like, okay. So I don't know what's going on. So we go over where our burning fuses and we just take our crimpers and we cut all the fuses, just cut the lines. Then we go back to the helicopter and then he yells at us, light it. And we're like,
well, what is it? Do you want me to cut it or do you want me to light it? What do you want me to do?
So we have no more fuse igniters. We used up all of our fuse igniters. So all we got is C-ration matches. So we go back over to the fuses that we just cut. Now we don't know, we have less than 15 minutes because we just cut the fuses in the middle.
Yeah.
So we split the time fuse and put a match head in the time fuse and then take another match and light it. And if you're real quick, you can, because once you light it, it spits back. You can light a second time fuse off the first one.
Yeah.
And so that's how we were lighting them. But while we're out there cutting fuses and splitting and lighting time fuses, now our perimeter charges around the HLZ is going off. All these different C4 blocks are detonating around to keep the enemy away a little bit.
Why were they going off?
Well, we were supposed to be gone.
Oh, you had set it to go off when you left.
Right.
No.
But the helicopter pilots didn't know anything about these charges. And I believe they thought we were being mortared.
Yeah.
And so you could see the helicopters are bouncing up and down like they're ready.
Anxious to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, they're wanting to get, and if they leave us on the ground, they're going to leave us on the ground. So we light the fuses, get into first helicopter, both of us, and we can't lift off. We're overweight. And so, because we got the helicopters just, these Huey helicopters also, lose, you know, if they don't get all the maintenance and stuff they do, they just lose power. Anyway, we could not get lift off. We were overloaded. So the door gunner taps me on the shoulder, says, "You're going to have to get off." And he taps a couple of our infantry guys and says, "We have to get off and get on the helicopter back." So we get off, and I'm going back to the rear helicopter. It can't lift off. It drops off a couple people. And finally, these two helicopters just take off, and there's like 4 or 5 of us on the ground.
By yourselves?
By ourselves, with the perimeter charges going off and with the time fuse burning down. Of course, I don't want to be there when
that thing goes off.
So my plan was I'm going to cut fuses again. But there was another helicopter in orbit that was empty up there. I don't know where he came from, came down, picked us up, got us out of there. And we took some small arms fire as we were leaving. And I had a camera with me, so I actually took a picture of Rock Island East blowing up. So I have
You took a picture of Rock Island East blowing up.
I think
as you're in the air.
In the air. I think I'm the only one that has a picture of Rock Island East blowing up. The only one that had a camera.
That's crazy.
Now,
there was no official Army photographers out there taking a picture.
No. Now, earlier when it was first captured, there were war correspondents that came into Rock Island East and took pictures of all that stuff, but they had long since gone.
Sure. Nobody took pictures of it as it was blowing up, though.
Right, and they could see our mushroom cloud 50 miles away. In Vietnam, there was a mountain called Nui Ba Ra at Song Bay. Those guys that were at Song Bay could see our mushroom cloud back in Cambodia.
It was that big of an explosion.
Yeah.
Were you far enough?
About 5 miles, I'd say.
If it had gone off while you were still there, would that have killed you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. So you needed to get out of there fast.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that. I didn't know how far away the LZ was to the actual cache.
Pretty close.
Okay, so it was life or death at that point.
Yeah,
they're like, we need you to get off. And that's why you were like, I'm going to go cut these
I
now.
wouldn't want to be there for 70, there was 12,000 pounds of C4, 74, so 6 tons of C4, 74 tons of ammunition.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a big concussion.
That's a big concussion. That's a big TBI. So
that was the largest. The second largest enemy ammunition cache in the Vietnam War was a place called the City. I did not go to the City. Some other EOD people went to the City. The City was it was an R&R center for the North Vietnamese. It had schoolhouses. They had a medical facility there. They had a motor pool there.
Was it just a base?
It was a base. It was the North Vietnamese base. It was not the legendary Cosvin, but it was a pretty significant base, and so that was the second largest, and that was above ground weapons and ammunition cache. Another EOD team blew that up.
Yeah.
The third largest, I was at the third largest. There was 4 of us at the third largest, which was a place we called Warehouse Hill. Warehouse Hill was underground. That was in tunnels there was a mountain ridge, and they had dug in both sides of the mountain and had ammunition stored in there. There was I think 14 underground tunnels full of ammunition. And myself and another guy, because we're small, we would carry the explosives in and set it up, and it was all underground. So that was Warehouse Hill.
Okay.
Now, there was journalists at Rock Island East, there was journalists at the City, and there was journalists at another ammunition cache site called Snuffy. But at Warehouse Hill, there were no journalists that went to Warehouse Hill. So if you Google Warehouse Hill, there was no record of Warehouse Hill, which was the third largest.
There's no record of it?
Okay, they're shaky. I have a Shaky Hill. So there was another cache site called Shaky Hill, named after a guy that was killed he captured in the site. His last name was Shaky.
Okay.
But we had no journalist at Warehouse Hill. So because there are no journalists, there is on the internet, there's no reference to where I have a complete report of Warehouse Hill that I wrote up, but there is no reference to Warehouse Hill, and that was the third largest.
There's no records of it at all.
Yeah, I don't find any military history of the destruction of Warehouse Hill.
And where was Warehouse Hill located?
In Cambodia.
Oh, it was in Cambodia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So while we were blowing this stuff in Cambodia, things were going on in the United States. Kent State happened, where you know about the guards at the riot. They shot
the students.
Shot the students and stuff. That was going on the same time we were in Cambodia.
Oh, so they were the news was probably very much focused on that Kent State massacre rather than what we were doing in Cambodia.
The problem was that it appeared to the American public the reason that we were escalating the war by going into Cambodia. In reality, we were de-escalating the war. But I tell you, the U.S. government and the news people did a poor job of informing the American public what was actually going on, you know.
They probably thought you were going on an offensive, but you were just trying to destroy their weapons.
Right.
So that they couldn't go on an offensive.
So for 6 months after Vietnam was over, after the Cambodian incursion, things were pretty silent in Vietnam.
Yeah.
But 6 months later, things were, we were getting mortared, rocketed, all that stuff. It took them about 6 months to recover.
That's
and so,
not that long. Where were they getting all their ammunition from?
Down the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Mm-hmm. It just all came down there.
Yep.
From where? China and Russia.
Yeah, a lot of ammunition was a lot of Russian and communist Chinese ammunition. Yeah. And Soviet bloc countries too. Yeah. Russian. There was Russian They used Russian TNT, Russian C4. A lot of it from communist China and Russia.
Yeah. So you were, let's see, when did you actually detonate, or were you there for the Warehouse Hill one you said?
Yeah.
And when did that one get destroyed?
I don't know if it was the end of May or 1st of June. I'd have to look at my notes.
So the biggest ammunition storage.
Around 12 May.
That was around 12 May.
Yeah, we'd just gone into Cambodia.
And that was right when you went in.
Right.
Okay. And then later on in the same month of May was when you destroyed Warehouse Hill?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you guys basically like based in Cambodia during that time? Or were you flying from Vietnam into Cambodia?
Flying from Vietnam into Cambodia.
And then flying back after you're done?
Once the infantry unit, whoever captured the site, then they would call us in. Now, sometimes we would get called in if they came across a bunker complex. They would call us in before they moved in on the bunker complex to look for booby traps and stuff like that.
Did you ever find any?
Yeah, there'd be artillery rounds, unexploded artillery rounds, like in a crotch of a tree above a bunker. So that if you would go in, they would set that they'd just detonate it from inside the bunker, the artillery round.
It'd be like a 155 shell or something?
Yeah, 155.
Inside the bunker?
No, on a tree.
On a tree.
Above, near where the bunker was.
Okay.
So they would detonate that.
So it just dropped down onto the bunker and blow up whoever was
They
in
would
there.
just detonate in the crotch of the tree. They would detonate it from the bunker as you approached the bunker.
Oh, before you
got to it. They
had
had these stud artillery rounds rigged up to blow up.
Wow.
They would repurpose all of our dud ammunition.
Okay, they would take your ammunition that we left behind, turn it into
explosive
booby traps. Yeah, Essentially what they were doing is making IEDs back then.
And we didn't call them IEDs back then.
Yeah,
they were booby traps.
Yeah,
and it's kind of interesting how the term booby came about because it's a Spanish word, booby trap.
Yeah,
booby is a clown.
Really?
Yeah.
So clown trap.
It's a clown trap.
Yeah.
And so that's how the term came. It probably early in the global war on terrorism, the term improvised explosive device came into fashion versus booby trap because they're basically booby. We had two types of traps in Vietnam. We had booby traps and we had man traps. A man trap is a punji pit with punji stakes, or a thing that's got punji stakes on it that's on a thing where it's back, you hit the trip wire and it swings forward and will impale you with all these punji sticks, different things that they would have. So we had booby traps and man traps.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of, like, there's different museums where you see like examples of what some of those traps look like the punji pits, and like there'd always be like descriptions on the engravings saying that like they were covered in excrement or whatever other type of toxic material to poison you if you didn't die immediately from falling on it.
If you walk down a trail, they usually mark their booby traps on a trail, and to let the other soldiers, their comrades, know that this trail is booby trapped, so there'd be marked. And then if you were approaching down the trail, then they of course remove the markers so that you wouldn't see them. But sometimes you go down a trail and you'll see that there's some booby traps up ahead.
Because they forgot to remove their marker, maybe.
Right, that they didn't have time to move them and stuff.
And was that in Cambodia?
All in Vietnam too.
Oh, just Vietnam too?
Yeah.
Oh, both.
Yeah, and they had their version of claymores, the DH mines.
Yeah.
And they were a DH. You got a DH5, which is 5 kilograms, or DH10. They're concave, again filled with steel, but they're directional. Versus our claymores, are concave out. Well, would it be convex actually?
The concave or the convex part is what faces towards the
right,
enemy,
and it spreads it out.
Yeah.
Theirs were more concave,
Like
were
this.
directional, so that they would be aimed down a trail.
Oh, okay. So there's less spread with
Right.
theirs. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because like if it's like convex like this, then it's going to be more like a shotgun blast.
Right.
But if it's concave, then it's going to be more focused in like a linear direction. But it's still like a shotgun blast. There's probably a bunch of like ball bearings and stuff.
Yeah,
in there.
steel pieces of steel, square steel type things.
Yeah, that would be pretty devastating to it. Like if you had a platoon that was in a ranger file going down a trail or something.
So, yeah. So I went on 380 EOD incidents in Vietnam.
380. What would you say the majority of those calls were for?
A lot of destruction of ammunition, both ours and theirs. If we have ammunition that's just become junk by the weather or stuff like that.
Did that happen a lot back there? Like with rain and everything?
Yeah. Well, I got lots of stories, but
I'm sure.
We had this minefield around Phuc Vinh, and of course mines are the responsibility of engineers. The engineers place mines, and engineers do the demining, unless there's two conditions. If they encounter an unknown mine that they're not familiar with, then we get called in.
Okay.
And if for some reason there's something unusual about this mine, unusually hazardous about the mines, then we get called in. Otherwise, the engineers take care. So they had this minefield that surrounded Phuc Vinh. It had M14, M16 mines in it.
And those were that we laid.
That we laid. The M14 is a small plastic, basically the only piece of metal in it is the firing pin.
Okay.
And it has a Belleville spring and then some Tetrol in it. And then the M16 is the bouncing type mines that shoot up into the air. We called them the tomato can because they look like a tomato can. And they would bounce up into the air and detonate. So
usually about what, like 3-4 feet off the ground or something?
6-8 feet, enough to get it up high so it can spread the frag out.
Yeah.
So the engineers, and now the minefield's nothing but tall grass. So the engineers set the minefield on fire. And
oh God!
Of course,
because the grass grew up and you couldn't see anything.
Right. So they set the grass on fire. Of course, some of the mines went off, in the fire.
Yeah.
But then they got an armor bulldozer, and we were watching all this. This is EOD entertainment. So they had an armor bulldozer, and this guy was operating his armor bulldozer, And he would function some of these mines, these M16 mines, but sometimes they would go up because there's 2 injection charges in the mine that propels it into the air, and then a delay sets it off. But they were in like regular cans, and they're not very, moisture water got into them. So
okay.
sometimes the mines would kick up into the air and land and not even detonate. But the fuses, the fuses, you couldn't repin the fuses because of the fire melted all the fuses. The fuses were melted, so you couldn't resafe them. And so this was watching his armored bulldozer, and this mine pops up, comes down, lands right next to his engine, and detonates on his engine, and catches the engine on fire. And I see the operator on the bulldozer. He gets off the bulldozer and just runs across the field.
Runs across a minefield.
Yes, he runs across.
Good decision.
But
did he get blown up?
No. But
what a miracle that must have been.
But then the engineers determined it was too dangerous for them, and we had to clear it.
So you watched this all unfold, though?
Yeah.
You watched that bouncing Betty pop up, blow up the engine? Was it a Caterpillar or something?
Yeah, a big Caterpillar. They had armor plated and stuff
Did
like
anybody have a conversation with that bulldozer driver after he ran across an open minefield?
No,
to
I
be like,
didn't.
what were you thinking when you did that?
We had to go out and get rid of all the mines.
I'm sure he was probably demoralizingly embarrassed after that.
You wouldn't believe some of the incidents that we get called in on. We got called in a 81 millimeter mortar stuck in a mortar tube.
So one of ours.
Yeah, one of ours. We get by this unit. So we fly out there and stuff, and we go out, and it's outside, the mortar tube's outside the perimeter of the fire support base and laying on the ground. And we look at it, and there's a plug of dirt in the nose, the barrel of the mortar tube. Nothing but dirt in there. Well, like, what, we're trying to figure out what happened to this. So they got the mortar got stuck in the tube. So they went out, took it out to a tree with a big limb, and they put through a rope over the tree, and they hoisted the tube up. They were going to try to shake it out. So they hoisted it up with a rope, and they let it drop from the tree to knock out the mortar. But it went into the dirt. Now it's got a big plug of dirt in it.
Great.
So it's an HE mortar with a 524 fuse in it. And we had problems with 524 fuses in Vietnam because sometimes when you pull the arming pin of a 524, it will arm right there before it's even fired. No setback. It would. So we had a serious problem with. So you couldn't repin. Once you pulled a pin on a 524 fuse, you couldn't repin it.
It's done.
Yeah, it's armed. So all it needs is impact.
Oh my God! They're lucky they didn't blow themselves up.
Yes.
They dropped that mortar tube on the ground.
We got it out of there. Got it out. But we told them the next time you call us on a mortar like this, it's got a plug of dirt in it. We're just going to blow the tube up. We're not going to mess.
We're just going to blow the tube. How did you get the mortar out of it?
We had to dig the dirt out, and we were able to reach in and be able to hook it, and we were able to pull it out.
Was that thing like super destabilized though?
What happens is the packaging on mortars in Vietnam had a wax coating on it, tropical packing.
Yeah.
And these would get on their hands. This wax would get on the mortar people's hands, and then they would be grabbing the mortars and stuff like that with this wax on their hands, and I guess over time you get a buildup of wax or something from that packing material, and they would get stuck in a barrel one time we got called in on an M79 on a bunker with an HE round stuck in the 40 millimeter HE round stuck in the M79. So we get there.
In an M79, what is an M79 for?
It's like a giant shotgun with the shoots.
The M79 grenade launcher.
Yeah, he had a 40 millimeter round.
Okay, so he had a 40 mic round HE stuck in the barrel of an M79.
Well, what this guy did is he took one of those flares, the hand flares where you take the cap off, you put the cap on the base, and you pop it, star cluster type thing. Well, he thought it would be neat and they have what you call mad minutes in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Every so often you have a mad minute where you just start shooting everything, all the guns, everything opens up just to see if there's anybody out there on the perimeter.
Yeah.
He thought, so he put in the 40 millimeter round. When he put in the cluster flare, hand flare in the tube. And his idea was when he would shoot the 40 millimeter round, it would then function the cluster flare. And
he stacked it up.
Yeah, he had put that in the tube, and he thought it would go out of the tube. But of course, the kick from the flare crushed the cone of the 40 millimeter round, and of course, the kick also kept it stuck in there. So
he is so lucky he didn't blow himself up. Like he stacked a flare round on top of a 40 millimeter HE round.
Yeah.
That is unreal.
You wouldn't believe all this stuff that we
crazy.
What the board people, infantry people, board people, like on the green line, and so we got it out with a broomstick. You
just
punched it out.
Punched it out.
Yeah, because it takes about 21 feet for it to arm.
Yeah, because it has to spin a certain amount of times and stuff. Yeah. That's so sketchy. What did you pull, real quick, what did you pull that 81 millimeter mortar out with?
I think we were able to take a hook, a wire, and hook it in where the safety was that had been removed from the fuse, and we were able to hook it.
Okay, because that mortar situation freaks me out more even so than the M79 one. Just because an 81 millimeter mortar goes off and there's anyone around it, like that would kill a whole squad of dudes.
Yeah, of course, we had the tanks. They had the Sheridan tanks in Vietnam that shot the 152 round with a combustible cartridge. The Sheridan tank was basically an aluminum tank. So you can airdrop it and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
So they shoot the 152 artillery round, and they also can shoot the Shillelagh missile too.
Shillelagh missile.
Yes, they can fire the Shillelagh. The tank can fire the Shillelagh missile.
What is a Shillelagh missile? Is that like a guided missile? Or anything?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is it guided with wires or?
I think it's wire guided. I'd have to look up the shade. We didn't have any in Vietnam, but the tank was capable of firing the missile.
Okay, I've never heard of that. I know what a shillelagh is. It's that Scottish walking stick that they used to beat people with.
Well, like the claymore is the Scottish sword.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a large double-edged sword.
Yeah.
And it was named because, of course, it has a danger area in the rear of the claymore. So if you're in the danger area when you fire a claymore, even though you're behind it, so it's like a double-edged sword. So it's interesting how all these things get named, like a Bangalore torpedo, named after Bangalore, India. The Brits had back when the Brits were in India and they had problems and stuff. They did an attack on this fortified thing. And one of the British engineers took a pipe and put dynamite in a pipe and to breach the barrier that they had set up.
Yeah.
And that's the origin story of a Bangalore torpedo is named after Bangalore in India. It's kind of neat how all these names, I'm interested in how things are named.
Yeah. Well, because there's a lot of background and there's history to it.
Right.
I've always found that interesting too.
So, so normally the tanks carry the flechette round because if in an ambush, what you need to fire is the flechette round.
Yeah, because you're going to be
little
getting
tiny
attacked.
like nail-like things with fins on them.
Yeah, and that would be good, especially for the jungle where there's a lot of trees and foliage. And this way, it's just firing out basically a shotgun blast of flechette.
So this Sheridan tank had one of those flechette rounds. Supposedly, they're supposed to fire those rounds every so often, and put a new round in.
Really?
And this one had been in a defensive perimeter and didn't have a muzzle cap on it, and it got rainwater down into it. And when they went to fire it, it would not fire. So they called us in to get it out. They couldn't even open the breech block because water and rust. So they called us in. So we tried to fire it with our blasting machine. You know, it's electrically fired.
Yeah.
And we couldn't do it. So we tried to, but they had to call somebody in. They had to some civilian tech come in and had to disassemble the breech block to get the round out.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Because it was so badly like rusted in there.
Yeah, that they had not had the weather cap, the muzzle cap on the tank, and every so often you're just supposed to fire it and put a new round in it.
Well, I imagine that's a whole nother thing that you have to be aware of too, because it's like, okay, it's raining now, put the cap back on. But you're in a defensive posture, so you're like, well, what if we get attacked while it's raining?
Right.
You know, I want to be able to fire.
You can. You just shoot through the cap.
I guess you shoot through the cap. But how many caps you got, like spare caps laying around, you know?
Yeah, well, you could use anything to cover it, you know, like a rain jacket, I guess.
I guess you could. You could ruin your poncho liner if you accidentally shoot.
So that's Vietnam. So kind of probably should move on, I think.
Yeah.
There's more stories, but like you say, I got out after Vietnam. I didn't plan on making a career out of the military.
But 1971 is when you got out, right?
Yeah, in January of 71.
Yeah.
And then I went back in October 73, and I was assigned to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri from 73 to 78.
And what did you do at Fort Leonard Wood?
Well, we supported the training area because it was a basic training engineer base. And we supported all the ranges. You know, if they had a dud hand grenade, the grenade range would go out and blow the dud hand grenade out.
Rocket ranges.
And we supported the police departments for the whole state of
Missouri.
Yeah. You know, St. Louis had their own law enforcement bomb disposal team, but any county sheriff that needed it, whether it would be a dynamite call. You know, we got calls like Whiteman Air Force Base there with all the missiles and stuff like that they had there.
Yeah.
We got a call one night that somebody planted a large cardboard box by one of the openings of one of the missiles there, like the Minuteman missile.
Okay.
And it said that this is a real bomb. It wrote on the cardboard box, "This is a real bomb. Don't blank with me," or
don't F with me or whatever.
Yeah, written on this cardboard box. So we got called in. It's right by the door that shoots open and then the missile fires out. So middle of the night, got a helicopter, went out there and asked the Air Force security people that were there, and some missile man. I says, if this box was full of explosives, what damage would it do to the site? He said it wouldn't do no damage to the site. I said, well, you just made my job easier.
Oh, because you just like, okay.
Yeah, because so we used a 50 cal device that we have that shoots water, and also shoots fine. You can also shoot this fine grain steel, fine grain like powdered steel.
Yeah.
So we blew it open with the 50 cal. We had a 50 cal de-armor.
Yeah.
And just blew it apart, and it was empty.
Of course.
But, you know, we would get calls like some guy had some old dynamite, and he worked in a bread bakery in Joplin, Missouri.
And he just happened to have dynamite just
He had
laying around his house?
Yeah, he has some old... I can tell you, I would buy dynamite myself.
Would you?
Yeah. When I had to break in the service, I did a lot of blowing up tree stumps and making duck ponds and stuff.
I love it.
So
there's some utility to it.
Yeah, so I went to the state police and got a permit to buy dynamite. It only cost me, I don't know, maybe $10.
$10 for a dynamite
permit. And I would sign a paper saying that I had never been convicted of a felony, or I had never been judged insane, or you know. And you sign this paper, and you do some fingerprinting, and you get a dynamite license. And then I would call up the hardware store. There was a hardware store that's 60 miles from where we lived. I would call them up and I'd say, I'd like to come in this afternoon and pick up a case of dynamite.
The hardware store had
hardware
dynamite.
store and time fuse and blasting caps and stuff like that. And I would then go drive to the hardware store and pick it up.
What state?
That's Michigan.
In Michigan, you could just buy dynamite.
Yeah.
And this is just post-service, like when you had your break-in service.
Yeah, I would do that. I still did that. And I kept the dynamite in my house and in the basement.
That's where you want to keep it because it's
cool and stuff
cool.
like that.
Yeah.
And this is nitroglycerin-based dynamite.
Nitroglycerin-based dynamite, which if it gets really old, it starts to sweat, right?
Yeah, you got to turn it. Depending on the temperature, storage temperature, how often you turn it, because it will settle out of the dynamite. So I would, if I wanted more dynamite than a case, he was only allowed to have a case of dynamite in town in the hardware store.
It's still so crazy to think that this was ever a thing. It's so funny. The government barely trusts us to drive cars at this point, let alone owning a case of dynamite at the house.
I didn't have to prove anything. I just had to be not convicted of any felonies or been judgmentally insane,
That is a really cool story. I didn't realize that. I never knew you could buy dynamite from a hardware store.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure most people watching this will not have known that.
Yeah.
I promise.
But he had a bunker outside the town where he had all the other dynamite stored. And, if you wanted more in the case, then you had to go out to the bunker.
And you'd go pick some more up.
Yeah.
And so how much dynamite would you keep in your house at a time?
Just a case.
Just a case?
Yeah. And then I would buy ammonium nitrate, fertilizer, and would like to dig in the ponds. I would then add diesel fuel to the ammonium nitrate and use several sticks of dynamite to detonate the ammonium nitrate. That's what Tim McVeigh did, basically.
Oh, really?
At the federal,
Timothy McVeigh.
Yeah, the federal building in Oklahoma.
Yeah, the Oklahoma City bombing.
Right.
Yeah.
It was ammonium nitrate.
Wow. Okay. I didn't realize that was what that was. Yeah. Wasn't he in the service at one point?
Yeah, he was a Stryker commander on a Stryker vehicle.
He's an officer?
No, he was a sergeant.
Okay.
But he was a commander of that Stryker vehicle.
Yeah.
And Tim McVeigh, and he was part of the Michigan militia. Michigan has a militia that's right wing, a lot of wannabe soldiers, crazy group.
You see a lot of stuff like that a lot of places.
So Tim McVeigh and Terry Nichols were part of the Michigan militia.
Okay.
So Tim McVeigh, this is what I was told. Of course, Tim McVeigh got a Bronze Star for valor.
Did he really?
Yeah, he killed several Iraqis. I was told that those Iraqis were surrendering to him. They were unarmed, and they had their hands up, and he just massacred them, and he got a Bronze Star for a V. That's what I have been told.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the story to be able to have an opinion on it. I didn't even know that I wasn't even 100% certain that he had served, but I remembered hearing something about it in the past. I didn't know that he was given a Bronze Star with V. There's a lot of stuff that happened in Desert Storm that I feel like didn't get documented very well.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I'm sure the same. You could probably say the same for World War II and Vietnam as well. But anyway, back to this. So back to going to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
We did Secret Service support during the 1976. During the Eisenhower administration, Secret Service got bomb disposal support from the Metropolitan Police of Washington, D.C.
Okay, and that was while you were still stationed in Fort Leonard Wood?
No, that was during the Eisenhower administration.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that was in the 50s.
Okay.
But they said they couldn't support Secret Service. So Secret Service wrote a letter to the Army, to Fort McNair there at Washington, D.C., because there was EOD units there at 67th EOD Ordnance Detachment at Fort McNair, requesting the Army to support Secret Service for all their bomb disposal searches and protection and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's how we got involved in Secret Service. And in the beginning, it was only Army that was doing Secret Service support. The Navy would get involved if it was someplace near a Navy base,
Okay.
you know, like San Clemente for Nixon, you know.
Yeah.
But today we have a joint service VIP support at Fort McNair
For the Secret Service.
for the Secret
Okay,
Service.
so anytime the vice president or the president or the Speaker of the House
Right.
are going somewhere, then they need to do a search.
Once any candidate meets matching funds for federal money
Yeah.
to support their campaign, then they can get Secret Service support.
Okay.
So we support all the candidates, you know, and then we support the people like Senator Bob Dole. Was he wounded in Italy? He was he was with the 10th Mountain Division
In World War II.
in World War II.
Yeah.
He has a Purple Heart. He was a senator, and he was going to Quincy, Illinois, to speak a one-night thing at the high school gymnasium. His wife Elizabeth was with him, so the four of us drove up from Fort Leonard Wood to support the Secret Service at Quincy, Illinois.
Yeah.
So we do the search. We have the magnetometers. We physically search all the anything entering. We physically search. We search the whole gymnasium. You know, we search any contract vehicles, rental vehicles. We search them. We get in and search them and do test drives. Any hotel rooms, we search the complete hotel room. You know, turning on all the light switches, the TVs, and all that other kind of stuff.
God,
so
that's a
we
lot.
search, do all that stuff. Well, after he got done speaking, he went to the hotel. So we had a two-man EOD team at the hotel, and Sergeant Major Foster and I went out to eat. We were working together, went out to a restaurant to eat. And while we were at the restaurant, we heard 4 loud explosions. So there was 1 explosion at a bridge and 3 at a Colt compressor factory. 3 explosions. So the EOD team, Secret Service, they went out to the explosion sites and, to check it all out.
What year was this?
This was September 1976.
Okay, 1976.
And Senator Dole was running as Ford's vice president. So that's why he was, and of course, Gerald Ford was running for re-election.
Yeah.
And against Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
So the next morning, we're at the airport. He has a charter airplane. We check all the luggage. We check the airport. We check the plane. And the bomb threat came in on Senator Dole. And Secret Service says, what do we do? And we said, we checked everything. Luggage, plane, it's good. We felt confident. So Senator Dole got off. And then they asked us, the county sheriff, so we were technically off Secret Service support as soon as he left. But, you're not done with the mission until you return back to base.
Yeah.
County sheriff asked us to go out at the sites of the bombing just for our opinion of what took place. So when we went out to the Colt compressor factory, when we were met at the fence at the gate, they said they found another device that hadn't gone off. So the fire department was searching the area and found another device that hadn't gone off. So it was planted in a tractor trailer. And the whole trailer is an 18-wheeler, and there's all these trucks. They're parked right next to each other pretty tight. You open up one of the sliding doors, and in this compressor was several sticks of dynamite, a clock, and a 6-volt battery. So the fire department took a picture of it, a Polaroid, and then they closed the door. Instead of leaving the door open, they closed the door. So we get there. So I'm setting up. So Sergeant Major Foster was going to go down to do a recon to see how we were going to handle it. I was stayed back to set up all the equipment, lay the tools out, and get the tools ready. The other 2 guys, Jim Smith and George Sledge, were on a hill overlooking down into where he was going to go. the state arson inspector from Illinois was there. So he was going to go down but stay back a ways. And so Sergeant Major Foster was just going to do a recon. When he went down there, there was a large explosion. He had to open up the door that they had closed. There was a large explosion. Pieces of the trailer were flying through the air and stuff like.
Sergeant Major Foster, you said?
Well, yeah, he was down there when
and he opened the door, and that's when that thing exploded?
Not, in my opinion, not yet. So he had to open that door, and when the blew, the arson inspector was blinded. He couldn't, temporarily blinded. His eardrums were blown out. So the two guys, George and JP Smith, helped the arson inspector out. I went immediately down to Ken Foster, and he was killed immediately.
Ken was killed immediately.
Yeah, and so I could figure out what happened by what his body, the blast in his body. So his right arm was missing, and he took all the blast in his chest and up. There was nothing anybody could do to save him. He was killed very immediately.
And this is because he opened up the door to the trailer.
I think when it was an alarm clock, one of those mechanical alarm clocks. And I believe what happened is this bomb was supposed to go off the same time as the other ones, but the hand was touching a screw that they had put in the face of it, but it wasn't making good electrical contact. Because, these alarm clocks, the hands are either painted or have enamel on them. Unless you take the alarm clock apart, I'm not going to tell people how to build stuff. But anyway, It wasn't making good electrical contact. And I believe that he thought he had to do something right then. And I believe so now you got, instead of a time delay device, you have an anti-disturbance device.
Oh, okay.
Because then I believe he tried to pull the blasting cap out of the dynamite. And that movement caused to make final good electrical connection, and it detonated before he could pull the blasting cap out. Because his right arm was missing. He had to be really close to the explosive.
So you think he was right up on it, working on it?
Yeah,
actively?
that his hand. Yeah.
Jeez.
So
okay, where were you when this thing went off? How far away?
I was a little ways away. I had all the equipment laid out. He was just supposed to go down to a recon, and then we would tackle it with equipment. But I think he thought he had what we call an immediate action.
Okay.
So then a bomb threat came into the high school. Well, first of all,
this is all after Senator Dole had left.
Yeah. Well, first of all, once they found the bomb that didn't go off, we had to clear the area to bring the coroner in. We had to make sure the area was safe.
Yeah.
Brought the coroner in, put Ken in a body bag, and then a bomb threat came into the high school. So we went over to the high school, three of us, and they evacuated the high school. So we went and told the janitorial staff and some of the teachers to search the high school. If you see anything unusual or out of place, do not touch it, call us. So they did, because three of us can't go and search a high school, and so much stuff in there, we don't know what's supposed to be there, not what's not supposed to be there. So you have the people that work there search.
Because they know what an anomaly in the baseline would look like.
So anyway, there was nothing at the high school. So then the three of us, after we were all done, went to the coroner, picked up the personal effects and stuff like that. Four of us drove to Quincy. Three of us drove back to Fort Leonard Wood.
And what about Ken? Where Sergeant Major?
He laid there for a while. His body. So he was buried in Salisbury, North Carolina.
Okay.
And so we went for his funeral. We were pallbearers at his funeral.
But that was the last time you saw him before the funeral, was when you were up there,
right,
for the event. So
we had to go down to North Carolina for the burial. He now his wife died. She stayed there at Fort Leonard Wood. So he's buried at the National Veterans Cemetery at Fort Leonard Wood.
How close were you with him prior to that event?
Worked together, 10-man detachment, worked together for probably when he came in there, he came in after I did, I would say we probably worked together 4 or 5 years.
So you knew him pretty well.
Oh, yeah, we knew everybody. We would have family things together, picnics, and everybody would, like a potluck type thing at the unit. We're all really close. I'm still in contact with his daughter.
Are you?
The bomber, I'll tell you about the bomber.
Yeah.
He had nothing to do with Senator Dole's visit.
At all?
Now, his estranged wife worked at the bomb at the bridge was a test bomb. His estranged wife, they were in the process of getting divorced, worked at the Colt compressor factory. He wanted to shut the compressor factory down for a period of time so that she would be out of work and would come back to him because she had no money.
Wow.
That was the bomber's.
It was a purely selfish reason.
So he went to jail.
As
he
should.
And he died in jail. But several years ago, he had an estranged wife and he had a baby daughter. Several years ago, his daughter contacted me, emailed me.
Really?
Yeah. And his daughter wanted to know what her father did. She was an infant. Wanted to know, she heard stories about what her father did, but wanted to know from me what was the true story. So I told her, I gave her copies, PDF copies of the newspaper articles, and I gave her a copy. I write everything up. I got a detailed report. So I gave her a copy of my report of what happened.
And you wrote a full report on that?
Yeah. And of course, she apologized for what her father did, but she was a baby.
Yeah, she had been,
But to it was when she contacted me.
That's wild that she reached out to you.
Yeah, she did. But she heard stories. She wanted to know what was true.
Maybe she felt guilty for something that he did. Maybe she felt guilty for it because there might have not felt like there was any reconciliation for it.
Right.
Or retribution for it,
Yeah. So I'm Ken's foster, one of his daughters. We're still in contact.
That's good.
And they have a thing that they raise money at Fort Leonard Wood every year. They do a rucksack run. It goes to the EOD Warrior Foundation.
Okay. I had no idea that event happened.
There's a lot of stuff.
No, but this is why this is so important, because that is a sergeant major in the EOD community died conducting that.
Right.
That's pretty significant if you ask me.
Right.
So it's I have never heard of this story.
And that was his last job. He had orders for Germany.
Yeah.
He's going to Germany to an EOD control detachment, take over a control detachment in Germany. And that was going to be his final retirement assignment.
His twilight tour. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's unfortunate.
So
man.
With Ken's death, I decided that staying in EOD, I needed to know more medical training.
Yeah.
So I enrolled into a college EMT course. So I became...
Right after that 1976 deployment up there?
I enrolled to be an EMT. So I was registered state of Missouri, and I was nationally registered as an EMT.
Okay.
And at that point, I decided that I was going to get out of EOD. I wanted something more. So, and not because of what happened to Ken, but I just wanted some more experience. So I put in to be a Special Forces medic.
To go to become a Green Beret.
Yep. I put paperwork in. I had a class date to go to 91. At that time, it was MOS was 91B. To go to medic school at Fort Sam Houston, and my goal was to be a Special Forces medic. So I was just waiting for that to happen.
Yeah.
When my sergeant major from our control detachment calls me up, Ken had just made sergeant major, and that's why he was going to Germany.
Yeah.
But my control sergeant major called me up. And he said, Mike, they're forming a new unit at Fort Bragg. They're looking for 6 EOD NCOs. And if they, preferably have combat experience. And he gave me a telephone number.
He gave you a phone number.
He gave me a phone number. So I called that phone number and talked to somebody there. And they said, and I told them a little bit about myself and my background. And they said, can you come to Fort Bragg in 2 days?
Can you come to Fort Bragg in 2 days?
Yeah. So I said, sure. So flew to Fort Bragg. Went to the old stockade on Butner Road because that's where the unit was located in the old post stockade.
Yeah.
There was like 3 or 4 prisoners in the stockade, so they sent them to the Cumberland County Jail, and so we took over the old stockade. That was our.
And that's where you went to basically conduct your first interview to become for
Delta.
Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta.
Right. So I did the interview there, Country Grimes, Command Sergeant Major Country Grimes, and did all the interview stuff. And so I was accepted. So about 2 weeks later, I PCS to Fort, and they were starting OTC 1. The first operator training course. Now,
the very first one.
Yeah, so they had already done selection and assessment, and so they were people that had passed selection and assessment that were enrolled in that. But there was 5 of us EOD guys in OTC 1, and we had not gone through selection and assessment, and it was told that we still had to do that. We still had to pass selection and assessment.
Yeah.
So we started off, 5 of us started off in OTC 1, 5 EOD NCOs, and only 2 of us made it through to the end, to OTC. It was Dennis Wolf and myself.
Oh, wow.
Then they started OTC 2 right immediately, and there was 5 EOD techs in OTC 2, and only 2 of them made it through OTC 2. Now,
what does OTC stand for?
Operator Training Course.
Okay, so an operator training course is like the pipeline school that everybody that was going to Delta had to go
It's
through.
5-month-long school. And
Wow.
you do a lot of shooting, close quarter combat shooting. You learn you do demo training, you do breaching training. You learn all kinds of skills. You learn back then we learned how to take pictures and develop film, and we go to a hotel and set up a dark room and a bathroom and develop film, black and white. We developed we could also develop echochrome slide film. So
Wow.
we learned how to take pictures and develop. We learned how to pick locks, go through lock picking training, locksmiths training, and
When was this when Delta Force was first stood up? Was
Right.
this time?
Yep.
So they had everybody I know in special operations community, like whether it be JSOC, SEAL team guys, Green Berets, MARSOC guys, everybody I know looks at Delta Force as being like the absolute pinnacle of special operations, of every special operations. Like that is the tip top of every single one of them. Like if there's a pyramid, that's the very last block right on the top.
Yep, it's called Tier 1.
Yeah, Tier 1, exactly. And you were part of the original stand-up of that.
Right.
See, this is something I'm learning for the first time, which is a pretty profound thing for me to learn. Because I knew you were like a very well-known guy, but I didn't realize that you were part of the original crew who stood up Delta originally.
Yeah.
That is pretty incredible. And you guys did the first operator training course.
Right.
You went through, and only 2 of you guys made it. You
Right.
and one other guy. What was the other guy's name?
Dennis Wolf.
Dennis Wolf.
He retired as a sergeant major, EOD sergeant major.
As well.
Yeah. And then the other one was Irvin Bana and Bob Daly. Irvin retired as a EOD sergeant major. So when we went through in the fall of '78, all 4 of us went through selection and assessment.
Okay, was it much different, I'm assuming, back then than it is now? Probably.
It's all the same. So selection and assessment is that they use land nav, cross-country navigation, carrying weight, and you're all by yourself, and it's all timed. So each day, you start out with a pack that weighs 45 pounds. Mm-hmm. And it can't fall below 45 pounds. So water and food is above 45 pounds. And each day you're given a point to go. It's all by yourself. You're not allowed to use any roads or trails. So my selection assessment was in Uwharrie National Forest in North Carolina.
Wow.
And that was the last Uwharrie selection assessment. Today, selection assessment is in West Virginia.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
And so we went through the selection and assessment, and only 3 of us made it through. So you're told where your next point is, RV point is, and then you go there, and then
You have a map?
Yeah, you got a map and a compass, and you have a weapon. You have to hand carry the weapon. And at this time, we were carrying the M3 grease gun.
You were carrying M3 grease guns with
That
you?
was our assault weapon in Delta. In the very
Really?
beginning was the M3 grease gun.
That's freaking cool.
And also, of course, the M3 grease gun is a open bolt, fires from an open bolt.
Yeah.
And the only safety is the cover off the grease gun. Once you remove the cover, it fires. Well, one of our guys invented a trigger in the grip stock, a trigger safety, so that we could have and he patented it too. I don't think he's got rich off a trigger.
He patented a trigger.
The unit helped him patent it so that nobody else would get it.
That's hilarious. So that's also pretty profound information that your friend that you served with in Delta invented this patent technology for the grease
Terry
gun.
Hall did that.
Terry Hall.
It's the Hall safety.
The Hall
on
safety.
the M3 grease gun. But the
history.
And then we also had suppressed M3 grease guns too.
Did you really?
Yeah. So and I tell you, the M3 grease gun as a suppressed weapon is fantastic.
Have you ever shot the MP5 or anything?
Oh yeah, that we went to that next, and I can tell you MP5 stories. But
you
from
prefer
the grease gun,
gun?
and what Beckwith had all of our sights cut off our grease guns because we had to shoot instinctively. We couldn't use sights, so we had our sights removed.
Wow.
And the suppressed M3 grease gun, the only noise it makes is the clank of the bolt going forward, and we put a little leather strip in there, and that deadened the bolt noise. So shoots a 45 caliber ACP round.
It's like a Tommy gun.
Yeah. So we
like a
carried
Thompson.
2 M1911s, and we carried the M3
2 M1911s.
match grade.
Wow.
So there wasn't the regular M3, and we could have our M1911s modified for everything set up to our own way.
No kidding.
Yeah, I would get blisters and callus on my palm of my hand for shooting the 1911 so much. So I had the hammer cut down, and you could set the safety. You could have our armor set the safety for the trigger pull, and the sights that you wanted on it. And
No kidding.
yeah, so that was our first assault weapons. So I carried that M3 through selection and assessment.
Did you have the 1911s through a section?
No, we just had the
just
M3.
the grease gun.
And we had to hand carry we couldn't sling it. The only time you could sling it was water crossings. You could put it on a sling to do river crossings.
Which they did not probably provide. You probably had to make one out of something.
Yeah, so so each day you don't know how many RV points you got to go. You don't know how many kilometers you have to go. It's all unknown, but it's all time. They have time standards, and you have to go as fast as you can. And then your pack goes up to 50 pounds, and then your pack will go to 55 pounds. So my pack actually weighed 58 pounds. Because if you fall below, if you go to an RV point and they got a scale there and they weigh your pack and it's below the limit, they give you a big rock with a number that you got to carry all day.
Oh, great. Yeah. I'm sure
So,
that would make it so much more fun, too.
Yeah. So you're not allowed to use any roads or trails.
Okay.
Last day of selection is the 40-miler. You do 40 miles. Last day of selection.
40 miles.
Uh-huh. I did it in 15 hours and 15 minutes.
15 hours.
15 hours, 15. So I started at 3:15 in the morning, and I finished at 6:30 in the evening.
Jesus.
40 miles.
So you ran essentially with a 50-pound pack, pretty much.
58.
58. Okay, yeah, that 8 pounds counts. That 8 pounds
Because I
counts.
didn't want to fall under the 50-pound limit. I didn't
Yeah.
want to carry a big rock with a number on it.
I don't blame you. So you ran 40 miles, at a 22.5-minute pace for
Yeah.
14 hours.
Cross country.
For 15 hours.
Land nav, cross country, no roads and trails.
Yeah, that's exhausting. Carrying a 58-pound pack.
Yeah.
So that's moving.
Yeah, and a pocket full of caramels.
Full of caramels?
Caramels, yeah.
Because the sugar would keep you
Yeah,
going?
that's what I just ate lots of caramels.
And you loaded on sugar?
Yes, I did. I did.
But that probably helped keep you in the fight, though. You know, like because that's a lot of that's a lot of calories you're burning.
Yeah.
With you're holding a grease gun, you know, you've got all this gear on you, like 58 pounds of gear, and you got to move 15 miles. Is that right? 15 miles?
Oh, what's that?
You moved 15 miles that day, right?
No, 40.
Oh, 40. Sorry, 40 miles
in 15 hours and
That's
15
what I meant.
minutes.
15 hours.
Because I kept track.
Did you?
Yeah, well, my start time and my finish time.
Okay.
And I used my breathing to regulate. You know, anytime I started breathing out of my nose, I knew I was moving too slow. You just had to go. And so you have several different RV points that you had to hit that day.
And what is an RV point exactly?
It's a rendezvous point.
It's a rendezvous point. Okay.
And so, you know, you go to an RV point and it's manned. There's somebody there. There's some water. Some 5-gallon jugs that you can fill up with water. You go there, and then that person tells you, he reports in that you got a color and a number. He says, Red 8 just showed up at my location. So somebody's recording that on the radio. And then everything is recorded, you know, how long you spent in the RV point before you left it, and your attitude, what kind of mental state the person was in. Everything you do is recorded
and documented.
And documented for the psychological part of the assessment.
Oh, wow. Well, let's get to that part. So you got through this 40-mile movement with this ruck. After that 40-mile movement, what was next?
The commander's board.
What was the commander's board?
So you meet with the senior officers of Delta and the senior NCOs of Delta, and you're asked, they just want to know more about you.
And these senior officers, did they all come from like the Green Berets or something?
Most of them did. You know, in the very beginning, Delta was based Rangers and Special Forces that had served in Vietnam, like MACV SOG and
MACV SOG dudes.
Yeah, and all that kind of stuff. We had 2 guys that were on the Sante mission. You know,
what was the Sante mission?
The prison rescue in North Vietnam that took place in November of 1970.
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, okay, the Sante was a prison, and there's many books written about it, and there's documentaries and stuff like that. So it was Sante was southeast of Hanoi. It was a prison a prison with American prisoners. And we said we were going to rescue them. So they trained up a team in Fort Bragg to rescue these guys. When they went in to rescue them in North Vietnam, it was empty. The prison was empty. And then they were attacked from a school building, a schoolhouse, by some 300 this is the thing that gets me. They were either 300 Chinese or 300 Soviet soldiers attacked the Sante Raiders.
And the Sante Raiders were the guys that were trained in Fort Bragg to break these folks out of prison.
Right, and nobody was there. It was always speculated that the prisoners were moved because of the monsoons and the flood.
Oh.
That was one of the speculations, but I know the true story, and I've told a few people why the prisoners. I have lots of contacts. I have a guy who is a Vietnamese refugee from South Vietnam, that his family, he was a child when he left South Vietnam, and his family settled in Atlanta, Georgia, and he worked for Coca-Cola in Atlanta, Georgia. And when they opened up Vietnam, Coca-Cola did, and then he went to Vietnam, and he was the Coca-Cola, the representative in Vietnam.
Wow.
And he got to know a lot of the old generals and stuff, North Vietnamese generals, and all the, the political thing,
Yeah.
And so he told me the real reason why the prison was empty. Because about 12 miles from Sante prison, the Soviet engineers were digging a new command and control bunker. Around Hanoi, Hanoi has all these underground bunkers.
Yeah.
Because of the bombing and stuff like that. So this bunker was called K9 that they were building. So the Soviets were monitoring all the air traffic over North Vietnam, over Hanoi, noticed an uptake in SR-71s and in U-2 aircraft.
Okay.
What they were worried about is they thought that the Sante prison was getting a lot of attention from the surveillance act. They were worried that the surveillance aircraft would find a secret bunker that they were building.
Oh, okay.
And so they moved the prisoners, not because of the floods, and not because they knew there was an impending rescue attempt. They didn't want us to discover this bunker that they were building, this new command and control bunker.
Yeah.
So that's why they moved the prisoners. And the Soviet engineers were being housed at that schoolhouse.
Okay.
They were the ones that attacked the raiders, the Soviets were.
Now, were they Russian Soviets?
Uh-huh. Was when they still had the Soviet Union was still Soviet Union.
So there were Russian soldiers attacking American troops in Vietnam.
Right. Now K9, I got all the information on it.
I've never heard of that. I didn't know there were ever any like Russian, actual communist Soviet soldiers in Vietnam.
There's always been reports of Russian advisors with the North Vietnamese. There's always been things like they would see a white person, Caucasian, with the Vietnamese. So K9 is where, after Ho Chi Minh died, his body laid in state in K9.
Okay.
Ho Chi Minh. And Ho Chi Minh also worked for us, too, during World War II. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, he went to school in America, didn't he?
Yeah. He was a OSS agent during World War II.
Oh, like the precursor to the CIA.
Yeah. So the British SOE and the OSS had agents in Vietnam when it was occupied by the Japanese.
Yeah.
The French Indochina. So, and they were part of the organization called the Viet Minh.
Yeah.
So Ho Chi Minh worked, he had a code name. He worked for the U.S., the OSS. He was an OSS agent.
Where did he go to school?
I don't know.
I think he went to school in America.
I know he went to school in the Soviet Union, but I don't know that kind of history.
I can't remember. I think he. Hold on. I need to look this up because now I'm curious.
But the Viet Minh, after they fought the Japanese, what the Viet Minh and Vietnam wanted to do, they did not want to be a French colony. They wanted their independence. That's what they were. They were fighting the Japanese for their independence. And of course, there was an agreement between Roosevelt and Churchill at one of their summit meetings with de Gaulle that they would reinstate French Indochina. That was the biggest, of course. That was the biggest mistake. We should have, in hindsight, we should have supported
the Viet Minh.
I think we wouldn't have not had a Vietnam War.
You were right. He went to school at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East in Moscow, which was an institution established by the Soviet Union in 1921.
What date was that?
He enrolled there in 1923 under the alias Wen Ai Kwok, later adopting other pseudonyms.
Yeah.
He studied for about a year, attended Lenin's funeral. Jeez, he attended Lenin's funeral in 1924. You see, he went on to do other revolutionary work in China and elsewhere, and then later in 1934 to 1938, he also studied and taught at Moscow's Lenin Institute. Wow. Okay. Well, I was wrong. I thought he went to school in America.
They just wanted their. So the Vietnamese, when the French reoccupied French Indochina, then they started. The Viet Minh started fighting the French. They were just fighting for their independence.
Yeah, which is why they start. That's when you see or you see a lot of these films that start off with or documentaries where they're talking about the Vietnam War. It starts off with the Vietnamese soldiers ambushing the French.
At Dien Bien Phu?
Yeah.
The big thing.
Yeah, big deal. And then that's kind of what eventually would pull us into it, you know? Yeah. Anyway, so I think that's kind of a backstory still interesting to hear about. I didn't realize there was a big prison break up there, or that they were trying to do a prison break mission.
I have a friend who's writing a new book on the Son-Tay prison thing. So I'm helping him with some background information on it through my Vietnamese contact.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Because I've shared this with a few Special Forces people, that nobody knows about K9.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. Never heard of K9.
Yeah.
That's the elementary school or the school, right?
If you go to Hanoi, some of those bunkers today are open for tours.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And K9's the name of the school.
K9 was the name of that bunker. There was other bunkers.
Gotcha, okay.
There was other bunkers with K numbers too.
Okay.
And but that's why the Americans were moved. They did not want the Americans their surveillance aircraft to find this bunker complex.
Do you know where they brought those prisoners to, or where they got moved to?
Probably, I don't know. Maybe they're up to Hanoi, the Hanoi Hilton.
Oh, the Hanoi Hilton. Yeah, that's right. I remember hearing stories about that, which was like hell on earth for a lot of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they moved him out. But yeah, Son-Tay prison. There's a village called Son-Tay.
Yeah.
So that's where the camp was.
Well, so let's go back to
after selection, OTC.
Well, after OTC, you had your board with the commanders, right?
Yeah.
And what was that like?
Well, they would ask you. They give you hypothetical questions, and what would you do in this situation? And so there was a lot of that type of questions. They just wanted to know, and also. When they would have people watching you, make sure you didn't use roads or trails. They would have people out there with cameras.
Yeah.
And
they were recording you.
Yeah, so to make sure. And if so they'll ask you, did you walk on any roads or trails? And if you said no, and then they hand you a photograph. Do you recognize the person in this photograph? So
they would get you.
I didn't walk on any. They didn't have any photographs. I didn't walk on any roads and trails.
Yeah.
But some people did.
And they got caught.
And the worst thing you can do is to lie.
Yep.
You can lie to everybody else, but you don't lie to the team.
Yeah.
And so. Yeah, then they have the psych exam and like a 300 question thing that you had to answer. And
who came up with that? Right when they were standing Delta up?
We had a psychologist and stuff, and the psychologist. I don't know his background. Basically he was an academic.
Yeah.
And he said that I had a death wish. This psychologist said I had a death wish.
Well, you did build explosives in your house.
Well,
So.
and he based it on several things. I was in the EOD, Explosive Ordnance Disposal.
Yeah.
I did rock climbing and mountain climbing, and I did caving too. I was a spelunker.
You were a spelunker?
Yeah.
A cave diver?
Well, no, I didn't dive, but I explored caves.
Okay.
So when I was in Missouri from 73 to 78, there's some rocks to climb, but there's caves. There's more, and at that time there were more known caves in Missouri than any other state in the United States.
Really?
Yeah. And Pulaski County, where Fort Leonard Wood is, had the third most known caves in in Missouri.
How did you find out all of this obscure information that
Well-
people wouldn't normally know?
Well, when I got there, I went to the university at Rolla, which is it's the Missouri School of Mines.
Okay.
I joined a rock climbing, even though I wasn't enrolled in the university. I joined a rock climbing club and a caving club. This
While you were at Fort Leonard
active
Wood.
duty at Fort Leonard Wood.
And they were cool with that.
Oh yeah.
That's cool.
So I joined the university caving and rock climbing club.
Yeah.
Well, as I worked my way up into caving, I then belonged to the Missouri Speleological Survey, and then I belonged to the National Speleological Society. So I was in charge of eventually I was in charge of all organized caving in Pulaski County.
While also being full-time EOD at Fort
Right.
Leonard Wood.
Yeah. So I would go after work at night, go caving, because it doesn't matter, in the cave if it's at night because it's all
Dark in there anyway, yeah.
So sometimes even after work, I'd go caving. I turned into the state of Missouri 6 new caves that had never been reported. And I explored them, mapped them, and I was on 2 cave rescues in my county.
No kidding.
So I rock climber, mountaineer, caver. I rode a motorcycle. I had a Kawasaki 750 H2. It was if you don't know motorcycles at that time, this Kawasaki 750 H2 is the fastest off the shelf motorcycle that you could buy.
At the time?
Yeah, at the time. It could go, well, the speedometer went up to 160.
Okay. It's pretty fast.
Yeah, I think the most I ever did was 150.
God, you were a madman back then.
So,
Jeez.
so in all this stuff, he assumed that I had a death wish. And I explained to him, no, I have a life wish,
Yeah.
You're honest, you got one chance at this life, just to experience everything you can experience. And that's what I was trying to do. But caving, rock climbing, mountaineering was my escape. When I did it in Delta, when I was in Delta, every chance I got on weekends, I'd be somewhere climbing.
Yeah.
I would take leave and I'd be somewhere climbing. So not only I was EOD and I became a breacher in Delta, I was also the climbing instructor for rock climbing, mountaineering.
Yeah.
So I also belonged to the American Mountain Guides Association, and I also was a professional member, the American Alpine Association. I belonged to the American Alpine, and I was a professional member of the American Guides Association.
Wow.
So I did all the guiding on all the climbing trips and instruction and stuff. And sometimes we would hire also civilian instructors when we would go, but I would augment the civilian instructors. And like when we went to Poland, I took the team went to Poland to do in the high Tartus Mountains in Poland, where we climbed several of the peaks in Poland and skied several of the peaks in Poland. We climbed Mount Rysy, the highest point in Poland. Mount Rysy, the Polish name means scar.
Yeah.
And then we did some caving in Poland too. And the caves in Poland are mostly vertical caves where you have to rappel down in the cave and do ascending up and stuff like that. So the caves in Poland are very technical. So I was one of the cave instructors, and we had a Polish cave instructor.
That's awesome. What did you have to, before you got to that point, where did you do after you had your psychological assessment and all this stuff, and you talked to the psychologist? Like what came after that?
Well, then I was assigned to B Squadron.
Okay, and what is B Squadron?
Well, at that time in Delta, we had 2 operational squadrons, A Squadron and B Squadron.
Okay.
So I was assigned to B Squadron.
What is a squadron like is in manpower wise? Like,
I would say a squadron was about maybe at the most 25 to 30 people, platoon size.
So they were referring to a platoon size element as a squadron?
Yeah. So yeah, when we went through we're based on the 22 SAS, the British 22S. Colonel Beckwith went over to the British 22 SAS as a Special Forces liaison person. Spent time with the British 22 SAS.
One of the founding commanding officer, basically.
Yeah, spent time with it. So when we in OTC 1, our shooting instructors were British.
No kidding.
From the 22 SAS.
So you guys learned how to shoot from the SAS guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
So our shooting style is based on the British SAS.
That's awesome. The British SAS, everybody I know that's an SF that's worked with other nations' SF guys have said nothing but amazing things about the SAS guys.
Yeah. Our selection and assessment is modeled on the SAS.
Oh, okay.
And today's Q course, Special Forces Q course, is modeled under our selection and assessment. It's not as intense as our selection and assessment, but today's Q course is modeled on that.
It's modeled on the Delta
right.
selection and assessment.
And we're modeled on the British.
Okay, so
the British do that in the Beacon Hills in Wales.
Which is probably miserable.
Yeah.
It's probably miserable.
So, I've worked a lot with the British 22 SAS. The first time I climbed Denali in Alaska, I climbed with 9 British SAS climbers.
What did you think about the SAS guys? Like, how were your interactions with them?
Really good. Like on Denali, I was the only American. I was the token American.
The token American.
And had 9 from their mountain troop. Had 9 guys from them. They're very experienced. So we did it on skis. We climbed the mountain on skis. Normally, people only on Denali will only ski up to 11,200 on skis. And then you will cache the skis there because this terrain gets so steep. We went all the way up to 14,200 on skis. They were
14,000 feet.
Yeah, that's the final base camp to go to the summit on Denali.
Okay.
Everything in Denali is set to practically where you fly into Kahilton Glacier is at 7,200 feet. Then you go to your next camp's at 7,800. Then your next camp is 10.2, next camp is 11.2, then you have a 14.2 camp, then you go up to 16.2 and have a camp there. Then your last camp is at 17.2. And then you do the summit from 17,200. So it's a long day. Can be, 10, 14, 16-hour day.
Jeez.
To do the summit of Denali. So all 10 of us made the summit at the same time, and they were really experienced mountain soldiers.
Yeah.
And 2 of the guys were Bergfjords. They went through the German Bergfjord school.
Yeah.
And it's a 4-season, it's a intense 4-season school to get a Bergfjord's guide license.
Wow.
So 2 of the guys had attended that. And it was like, I have the Austrian High Alpine Police badge. So I went through their similar course, the Austrian similar course, their ski mountaineering course.
Yeah.
And so I was awarded the Austrian by the he was the Secretary of Department, he was Secretary of Interior for Austria.
Yeah.
He actually presented me the badge.
No kidding.
Yeah, because I was working with the Austrian GEK, which is their counter-terrorist team at the time. They changed their name. They're called Cobra. So there's their national police. So I was working with them, and the guy that was guiding us on this course, Ernst Kroll, he was a Olympic gold medalist for ski jumping.
Jeez.
What an amazing skier he was. So,
dang.
So I went through that course. That's a winter ski mountaineering course. So I was awarded that badge.
That's freaking awesome.
And so, so when you're ever awarded a foreign badge, you have to put in paperwork to accept it, especially a non-standard foreign badge like that.
Yeah, especially if you're going to wear it in uniform
Right.
in America. Yeah.
Well, just to accept it, I had to put paperwork, but I put the paperwork in. Not only did it come back that I could accept the award, I could also wear it on my.
That's cool.
And so I had this gold badge with a wreath of Edelweiss and a Alpen staff on it.
That's cool.
Ice axe.
That was definitely something people were like, "What the hell are
Yeah,
you wearing?"
I wear it on my uniform. My uniform now is in a museum.
Is it really?
Yeah. So
In Fayetteville or
no, in Fort Lee, Virginia.
Okay.
So I got contacted by the Ordnance Museum. It's called the U.S. Army Ordnance Support and Training Facility, but it's actually another name for a museum. It's
Yeah.
at Fort Lee, Virginia. They asked me if I would donate my Class A uniform for the museum. So I asked my kids, and they said fine. And so my uniform is in a big dummy, or and my uniform's on a dummy, and it's in a big plexiglass box and on display there at the training facility at Fort Lee Ordnance Training Facility.
Well, if you ever get a chance to go out there, you should go to Fort Lee, the training center out there.
Yeah, it's not open to the public.
Oh, it's not?
No.
But if you got a military ID, you can go in there, right?
Yeah, and then you got to contact the curator, which anybody I want to go into the museum, all I have to do is talk to him, and he'll let them in the museum.
Okay.
But
Cool. Well, let's get back to I don't want to forget or skip something here. Let's go back to you get done with the psychologist, you graduate, everything, you become part of Delta, like the first SFOD Delta.
Right.
What was the first thing that you did once you graduated and you got selected? You've completed all the schools and the training for it.
Well, you're assigned to a team, and I was B Squadron, and I was on, and we had environmental teams, so I was put on the mountain team.
Okay.
And
because of some of your experiences
Right,
that you had, and
right.
they figured this would be a good fit for you.
I was the only really experienced person on the mountain team.
Yeah.
But so that was my background. So that we have a mobility team, we have a Halo team,
Okay.
we have a water team, in different environments like, desert, and
Different specialties
jungle.
for different things.
Yeah.
Different missions. Right?
Yeah. So the unit was actually formed because of the failed Sante mission.
Really?
Yeah. So that's there was also a lot of aircraft hijacking going on at the time.
In the late 70s?
Yeah.
Or, sorry, in the 70s?
Yeah. Yeah. The PLO hijacking aircraft and all that other kind of stuff. Entebbe, with the Israeli, the aircraft with the Israelis on it,
Yeah.
and of course you had the Olympics, the '74 Olympics, where the PLO, Black September, killed all the Israeli athletes in the Olympics. But our unclassified mission, we had one unclassified mission in Delta, and it was POW rescue. So
That was a classified mission?
Unclassified.
Oh, unclassified, gotcha.
So if there was a Sante type situation, we would already have a force that's been pre-trained up to go in and rescue POWs. Okay. We still believed at the time there were POWs being held in North Vietnam, in Laos. We still felt that we still had POWs being held.
Like SV SOG guys?
Yeah. And the thing is, according to Geneva Convention, you're a POW, but if you commit a crime as a POW, you can be tried under their legal system. Say you killed a prison guard, in an attempted escape, then you can be tried in their civil court and be sentenced. Get a sentence for killing a guard.
Even if you're trying to escape.
Right.
Because you were captured as a
That's
combatant.
separate from being a POW.
Wow.
So, you're not...
Who made that decision?
Well,
that sounds a little sketchy.
That is the rule of law. We got the Geneva Convention, in the POW, but it doesn't allow you to commit a crime. You know, you're allowed to escape and everything.
But is murdering a guard in order to escape considered a crime?
It is.
Damn.
So, in other words, when they released POWs, technically they might not release all of them because this person committed what in their country, in their view of their country, a crime while they were in country.
Oh, see, that's where it gets real gray though, because like, what if escaping from a prison is considered a crime to them? Then it's like, well, I was a POW.
Well, we're told that we should try to escape. That's in the code of conduct.
Yeah.
And of course, they changed the code of conduct after Vietnam too.
Yeah. Because
you could only give your name, rank, and serial number during Vietnam.
Yeah.
Now it's more lenient because, that just ain't going to work. It's just going to be tortured,
Yeah.
And when I went through in Delta, I went through SEER training too in Delta, and the guy who ran SEER training was Colonel Nick Rowe. Have you ever heard of his name?
No, it sounds like somebody I should probably know though.
Yeah, Colonel Nick Rowe spent 5 years as a POW, not by the North Vietnamese, by the Viet Cong.
By the Viet Cong.
Yes, he was held in. He never got north. They never moved him north. He was held in South Vietnam, and he one of those what they call tiger cages that he was held into, and stuff. He was 5 years as a POW by the Viet Cong.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. So
in the jungle, probably.
In the jungle.
Yeah. Eating whatever slop.
He finally escaped. He did finally escape.
He escaped.
Yes, he did.
So that's how he got out, was escaping.
Right. So
Jesus.
He became the SEER instructor in charge of SEER training, and that's survival, escape, resistance, and evasion training. So he ran the SEER course when I went through it. Amazing person. He was killed in the Philippines by a communist guerrilla group.
No kidding. All of that.
He was assassinaed by them. They had been tracking him for a long time.
He was assassinated.
He was assassinated in the Philippines.
While like on active orders over there?
Yep.
Jeez. And was this dude, was he a part of Delta?
No,
eventually?
No.
Was he a Green Beret?
He was Special Forces.
Okay, so he was a Green Beret Special Forces. He got captured as...
He was Green Beret Special Forces when he was captured, but he gave him a cover story that he was, I don't know, an engineer or something like that.
He made something up,
Yeah, he had a cover story.
Yeah.
That covered, so he did not want them to know exactly who he was and what he did.
Yeah. But he eventually escaped. He got back to American troops somehow, got back to the United States, became a SEER instructor. He was a commissioned officer?
Yep.
He was a colonel?
Colonel at the time
of his death. What was he in the Philippines for?
They were having all these terrorist problems going on, this guerrilla communist terrorist group in the Philippines. So
and they tracked him.
Yeah. He was assassinated.
What was he killed by?
I think they shot him.
Like a sniper?
Yeah, I think somebody came up and shot him.
Or just walked up to him broad daylight and pulled out a sidearm or something?
I don't know exactly, but yeah.
That's crazy. What was his name? Name one more time.
Nick Rowe.
Nick Rowe.
He has a book too, 5 years and whatever.
I'd like to do some more research on Nick Rowe.
That's
a fascinating story.
Right.
And also tragic, the fact that he was tracked and assassinated. Has there been anybody that's done a deep dive into figuring out what exactly happened with that?
I'm sure. You can search the internet.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'd never heard of that story. But he was your SEER instructor.
Yeah, he was my instructor.
Did he beat you up real bad, or what?
No. But he had a real good course set up, and it was, I learned a lot, about, you go through survival training, you go through, escape, different ways to escape and stuff. One of the instructors went around to all the different prisons in the United States and interviewed inmates who were successful for a while, escapees, inmates that have done several prison escapes.
Yeah.
And learn techniques from them.
No kidding.
So they interviewed those people. Then you'll have resistance training where how you can handle interrogations and stuff like that. And if you have a cover story, to stay within your story or stay within your circle. And evasion, how to keep from getting caught and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We did an exercise in England at a prison camp. It was, some of our guys were playing prisoner up in the northern part of England, right near Scotland, where the Hadrian Wall is in Scotland.
Yeah.
So our mission was to go in and do a prison rescue there in England with our guys, and the Op 4 was the 23 SAS. The 23 SAS is their like reserve SAS.
Okay.
And so they were our Op 4. And
Wow.
so when we went in there to the prison camp and rescued our guys that were being held in the prison camp, helicopters were supposed to come in and pick us up. But we knew, we had a feeling no helicopters would show up. And of course, no helicopters showed up. So we had to get, like, our team had a couple of the American POWs and stuff like that. And to go, we had to escape across the border into Scotland over Hadrian's Wall, and we would be safe once we evaded. And so they were looking for us with dogs, and had dogs looking for us. And
How many people did you like pull out?
Well, our team, we had a 4 or 5 man team, and we had 2 of the POWs.
Okay.
Each team had a couple POWs. I don't know how many were in there. It was a small number.
Yeah.
And
you just smuggled them across the wall back in.
Yeah. So what we did, instead of going north to Scotland, we went south and spent the day. We held up for the day because a lot of the guys went north, and that's where they were looking for them, in the north. So we decided we would go south and then let everybody get ahead of us, and then we go in behind everybody and get across the border, which we did.
That's crazy. What year was that?
When did we do that training? It had to be in the mid-'80s.
Mid-'80s?
Yeah.
What a hell of a training mission.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
But, and they had teams of dogs trying to search for us, too.
Yeah.
So.
That's just going to add another level of difficulty for the evasion piece.
Yeah.
So anyway, you went to SEER school. After SEER school, which how long was SEER school for you then?
It was just a few weeks, so it wasn't very long.
How difficult?
It was at Camp McCall.
Camp McCall. Okay, so I think they do a lot. I think they still hold it at Camp McCall now.
Yeah.
How difficult do you think that was going through that course at the time?
I don't. It was a good learning experience. I didn't think it was difficult. I think it was a good learn. I think I learned a lot.
Yeah.
And when we would get interrogated and stuff like that, there'd be one of our psychologists would be there monitoring our interrogation.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Did you know that was your psychologist?
It was through. They had a window, one-way window.
Oh, but you didn't know they were present.
Right. You're not supposed to know anything.
But they were there watching.
Yeah.
And Big Brother's watching the whole time.
We did several of the. Once they go into one time we had a group of guys in the prison camp at Camp McCall.
Yeah.
And then we came in and flew in and rescued them out of Camp McCall.
You conducted a training rescue mission.
Right, while they were going through SEER training. One time we did it.
No kidding.
No,
Where they didn't know you were coming.
No, because you're students,
Yeah.
So one time we did one out in Washington State, Eastern Washington State. The Air Force runs their SEER training there.
Okay.
So we were going to rescue them, the Air Force guys going through SEER training, because that's one of our missions is POW rescue.
Yeah.
So when we flew into that, went into that camp to rescue the Air Force guys, and they were held in these bunkers, like where you used to store ammunition and stuff like that, igloos and stuff. They were in there. You had different reactions from them. Some of them were very timid and frightened when you went in there. Some were, elated that you were in there. And so...
What about the prison guards? Did they know you were coming?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was part of the deal.
Yeah, it was just, they knew that we would be coming in there to rescue them. The sad part was we left them, they weren't done with their training. And so we left them there in the prison.
Oh, no. So they thought they were getting rescued probably. And then you left and they're like, sorry.
They still had to complete their training.
Oh, jeez.
That was a terrible thing to do.
Oh, that's the worst.
That is the worst.
And then they went through the rest. How many more weeks did they have left?
I think just, it's only a few days that you spend in that thing, like 3 days or something.
Oh, but you got their hopes up.
Yeah, you did. They thought we were going to take them out of there, but we left them behind.
Oh, man.
The Air Force guys.
Oh, that's brutal.
But yeah, so our first mission, of course, after we became validated, we came validated in 79.
Okay.
So
that's the same year the Iranian hostage situation was
on
happening.
November 4th, 1979. Shortly, I think it was in October that we became validated.
Okay.
And the embassy takeover took place. The American embassy in Tehran was on 4 November 79.
4 November.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So, and of course, the Shah had already left, and one of the things is that they wanted the Shah back.
Yeah, because they wanted to kill him is what they wanted to do.
Yeah. And so that was our first mission. But A Squadron was on alert, which we call Aztec, and we were off for the next 3 months. So as a treat, we went out to Breckenridge, Colorado to do winter training.
Okay.
So we did winter training, but we also did a lot of downhill skiing, and stuff.
After you got validated.
Yeah, after we got validated.
It's like, congratulations, you guys are Delta Force
That was
now.
one of our diamonds that we got. Beckwith had diamonds, and that was one of our diamonds was to go and do winter training. So we did ski at the ski resorts, but we also did, we had to make shelters out in the snow, and all that kind of stuff, like a snow cave or snow trench. And,
ways to survive out there.
And do a biathlon type events out there, where we on skis and shooting targets and stuff like that.
Shooting targets while skiing.
Yeah, like a biathlon.
Wow.
So, but we also, but then we were called back. We were told to go back to Colorado Springs.
Okay.
And there was a charter plane at Colorado Springs. So we bussed back to Colorado Springs, got on a charter plane, and we flew to Camp McCall.
What month was this?
This was November, just shortly
November
after.
1979.
79, just shortly after. So we were in isolation at Camp McCall, and then we went into isolation at Camp Perry, Virginia.
Okay.
Which is known as the Farm. It has the nickname Farm.
Why is it called the Farm?
That's where the CIA trains at Camp Perry.
Okay. That's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that people called like the CIA headquarters the Farm, but
Camp Perry
is called the Farm.
Also known as the Farm. And this is all open source. You can Wikipedia this thing.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So we're at the Farm. This is where a lot of people went into isolation before missions. Like when we went into Tibet in Tibet, we trained the people in the 50s, early 50s. We trained the Tibetans there.
Because they were being like persecuted by the Chinese.
Right.
And
still also
are.
The Bay of Pigs was there, people from the Bay of Pigs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So these were all, and none of those missions went well either.
No, especially Bay of Pigs, which a lot of the OSS guys, I think, built up a significant level of resentment towards Kennedy because of that Bay of Pigs.
But it wasn't Kennedy's fault. It was a poor plan to begin with.
Was it?
Yeah, the Bay of Pigs thing was, and then we did not offer them any support.
Yeah, that was the problem. Is like, well,
and
people blamed Kennedy for not offering.
He was
support.
handed that from his predecessor.
His predecessor?
Yeah.
Okay, so his predecessor had made all the planning for it.
Yeah.
But didn't pass that information to him.
Right.
And so he basically was like, we need to provide air support for these guys while they're doing this mission. And he's like, No.
He was blind. I think Kennedy was blindsided
Yeah.
by the Bay of Pigs.
Yeah, I think the OSS guys developed a significant level of resentment towards him after that, just because they felt like he had abandoned them,
Right.
basically. Even if he got blindsided and was like, "I didn't even know this was happening. Why didn't anybody tell me about this major operation that's happening down there in the Caribbean right now?"
Right.
But anyway, that's kind of that's a super
So-
tangent, but
So we went into isolation there. My wife had no clue. My first wife, she had no clue.
she thought you were still skiing in Breckenridge.
Yeah, still out skiing in Breckenridge, having
couldn't
a fun
tell her?
time. No, we had no contact with family.
Jeez.
So we were in training there, and then we went out to Yuma, proving grounds in Arizona.
I've been to Yuma.
Went out to this hangar out in the middle of nowhere.
Really?
And that's where we did all of our training. We got brought in the helicopters, the CH-53s, and started working with the Navy and stuff. So our helicopters that they gave us for the mission was the RH-53D model helicopters. The RH-53D model is a Navy helicopter that's used for counter mining. So what they do is they do grid patterns in daylight,
Yeah.
and they have a thing that detects the mines and can set off mines, and they trail that out of the helicopter and do grid patterns looking for mines.
Yeah.
And so the Navy guys were not used to flying at night. In desert flying and all in night vision goggles, this was all new to them. So then we got in Marine crew. We replaced them with Marines.
Okay.
But the Marines, although they operate CH-53s, they were not 100% familiar. That's an RH-53 is a little bit different. And the reason we had RH-53Ds is because they could carry the amount of people that we wanted to bring in to take in the rescue force and the hostages to get out. But they could fold up and be stored in a hangar deck of an aircraft carrier.
Okay.
So that was the key selling point for the RH-53D models that we had.
Because you wanted to take a ship a little bit closer over there, and then you could take off from the ship.
We didn't want all these gray, brown painted, desert painted helicopters on flight decks of an aircraft carrier to be seen by the Soviets or anybody. That like, what are they doing with all?
Yeah.
Here we are off the coast of Iran, and here we got all these desert-colored 53s painted on the flight deck. They could put two and two together and figure out what we were planning on doing. So
this was Operation Eagle Claw,
right.
Yeah, that just for context, just so that people know, Operation Eagle Claw, when you were trying to get the Iranian hostages.
Yeah. The American hostages.
The American hostages.
Yeah. Initially, there were 66 American hostages taken,
including the embassy, like MSG Marines.
Right. Yes, all the guards. One of the guards I just met a few days ago, Billy Gallegos in Colorado Springs.
They were trying to figure out who was going to pilot these 53s.
Right.
But they're not CH-53s.
They're RH-53.
RH-53s.
Right.
Was it because they had the heavy lift capacity where they could fit enough people inside, be able to pick everybody up and leave?
Right. So, and so anyway, we had 8 helicopters. We needed 6 to do the mission. So we had 2 more helicopters than we needed to do the mission.
Okay.
So we trained in Yuma, and then we were allowed to go home for Christmas. They let us go back. So we went back to the farm. They let us go home for Christmas.
Wow.
My wife and my 2 daughters had already traveled to Michigan to be with her family in Michigan. Oh. So, but they called my wife up and told her that we would be allowed to be back for Christmas. But they weren't not going to let anybody go back if no family was there. So my wife then had to drive from Michigan back down to North Carolina. I was kind of mad about that. I wanted her to stay in Michigan. I would have been fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, she was up in Michigan, so she had to drive back. That wasn't a true thing. She was told, somebody in our admin section told her that.
Somebody in the admin section jacked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what that ended up causing is stress on your marriage and stress on her having to leave the kids and drive across this country to get back.
She brought the kids back, you know, and you're talking about winter from Michigan, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, but,
That's
and then we
frustrating.
had to go back into isolation again. So.
And she couldn't know where you were going.
No, she didn't know anything about what we were doing.
You couldn't talk to her about it.
No. So, you know, her contact was a representative from the unit. And if I had to get a message to her, I had to go through that representative from the unit.
And so that was like the one point of contact between
Right.
the two. And it was done. Was that done through phone or letter, or
It was all verbal,
it's all verbal? So over phone usually, probably.
you know. So let's see. So anyway,
So you went home for Christmas,
yeah, and then we went back into isolation and training.
back on the farm.
And then we went to, when we got approval from Jimmy Carter to do the mission.
Yeah.
See, they were trying to negotiate, and they were changing characters over there. They would talk to somebody, you know, the Department of State people would talk to somebody and trying to work out a deal to release. So there was initially 66 hostages. They released 13 of them. So that was down to 53. So when we executed the mission on the night of 25 April 1980, there were 53 Americans being held there, including the Marine security guards.
Yeah.
3 people were held in the ministry, which one? The MFA building, Ministry of Affairs, yeah, some ministry building.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs or something?
Foreign Affairs. 3 people were there, and 50 of them were at the embassy compound.
Oh, they were just keeping 50 of them at the embassy compound.
Yeah. Well, the 3 were at the military foreign affairs office when the takedown occurred.
Oh.
So they were under house arrest at the MFA building.
Okay.
Another team, the Detachment A from Berlin, was given the mission. They were attached to us, but they were given the mission to rescue those 3 people out of that building.
Okay.
And we were the 50 there. So we were going to rescue 53. Now, if you Google the Iran hostage rescue mission, Operation Eagle Claw, you see documentaries, they all say we're going to rescue 52. I was down in USOCOM. They had a big banner saying that we were going to rescue 52 hostages. We were going to rescue 53. We weren't going to leave one behind.
Who's that one that they didn't account for?
Well, when they were finally released after 444 days of captivity, there were 52. So this was in April of 1980, our mission, April 24th, 25th.
Yeah.
In
6 months after the revolution.
In July, one of the foreign affairs officer, his name was Queen, got really sick. So this was April, will be May, June, July, about 3 months after our mission. He got really sick, and the Iranians did not want him to die under their control. So he was released, and so there was 52 at the end. So Wikipedia is wrong, and I can tell you all the mistakes in Wikipedia.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Well, because I have first person experience. Yeah, I've tried to contact them and contact.
Well, if anybody out there knows anyone at Wikipedia, make sure you correct that number to 52. Or sorry, to 53.
Yeah.
To 53. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the confusion, because 52 were finally released. Yeah. Of course, there were some Americans that were in the city at the time of the takedown, and they went to the Canadian embassy.
Yeah.
So
I remember hearing about that.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
Argos.
Yeah, they made a film about that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they made a film about that, which is very intense.
Yeah. So
your mission, you're out there, it's April. Where were you guys?
Okay, we flew in. Our forward staging base was in Watakinya, Egypt.
Wadakinya.
Wadakinya is a airfield out in the middle of nowhere that was the Russians used when Egypt and Russia were on friendly terms. So there were Meg hangars and all that other kind of stuff. It's in the middle of nowhere in Egypt, Wadakinya.
Yeah.
I have satellite photographs of Wadakinya.
No kidding.
Yeah. So
I still have satellite photos. That's awesome.
yeah. And so anyway, we went to Wadakinya, and that's where we, got our final prep and everything. Then we flew to an island off Oman, Masseria. And that, that island, there's a British air base on that island.
Yeah. And
so then that's where we finally loaded up on our aircraft. So we had 3 MC-130E models, and we had, what I say, 3 MC-130E models. We had 3 EC-130E models.
And
so
what do those models mean? What's the differences?
Okay, the MC is the Talon. Is the Talon aircraft. Those are the the 3 MCs are special operations aircraft. They have all the high-tech gear in them.
Okay.
And they have all that's their.
Are they
stealth.
fixed wing?
They're fixed wing. They're the 130s.
Oh, okay. So they're basically like C-130s, but they're special operations capable.
The MC Talons.
Was that was the same time frame and the same mission where they were trying to put like retrofit rocket engines onto these things?
That's the follow-up mission.
After
that's
this one.
Operation Honeybird Badger.
Okay.
That was the second train up to try to rescue the hostages, Honey Badger.
Yeah, but this one you just had the prop versions of the MC-130s.
And the EC-130s are electronic command posts, and they put electronic pod in them.
Yeah.
But the pod was taken out, and each EC-130 had 5,000 gallons of aviation fluid bladder in the bed of the aircraft. So it was like a giant water bed of aviation fluid.
What do you mean by aviation fluid?
I mean, fuel.
Oh, fuel. Okay.
For the helicopters.
Okay, I was like, what is aviation fluid?
I mean,
that makes sense. It's fuel, yeah, aviation fluid.
So the plan was then to fly the 6 aircraft to Desert One. And it was a site that was all set out. Colonel John Carney, flying in with the CIA, had gone in earlier and planted the lights, the infrared lights that would be remotely activated on Desert One.
Which is like a remote area that was in Iran?
Yeah, it was the Dashkafir Desert.
Okay.
And there was a road that ran by the desert. And so he flew in there and he set up the light system with the CIA. And he also did soil compaction test to make sure that soil would hold the fixed wing, firm enough surface that we could land fixed wing aircraft there.
Okay.
So he did all that. So I was on the first MC-130 to fly into Desert One.
Wow.
So Beckwith was on it. John Carney was on it. And so as we flew in at night to Desert One, there was this road that's supposed to be a remote road that's hardly ever used. There were lights on it at night. The CIA said that it's hardly ever used. So we had to do a couple orbits until the road was clear, and then we came in and we landed. When we opened up the ramp, next thing we knew, there was headlights coming down that road, and so
you landed in Iran.
Yeah.
Wow.
At Desert One. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. So here's this vehicle coming down the road. Beckwith hollers, stop that vehicle. So also on our aircraft, we had 2 Jeeps, Ranger Jeeps. They were a part of our road blocking team, where they would go out and they were going to just block both ends of the road.
Yeah.
So, like my weapon, I had all wrapped up in plastic. So I started unwrapping my weapon, and the Rangers got out and they fired a 40 millimeter round in front of that school bus.
It was a school bus?
It was a bus, yeah. Well, it was some bus, and they stopped the bus. And then we boarded there was 44 Iranians on that bus. So now we took custody of 44 Iranian civilians that were on that bus.
Oh,
and I went on
God.
the bus to search it, to make sure and search the Iranians, make sure that they didn't have anything. So we put them in the ditch, the Iranians. And so now we got
Turned off the bus, turned off the headlights, probably turned
yeah.
everything
So
off.
we got 44 Iranian
basically hostages,
we
like
called
detainees.
them we call them detainees because Americans we don't capture hostages.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so they were detainees. You're temporarily detaining
We
them.
were. And the plan would be that we would fly them back to Oman or Egypt, and there later release them.
Yeah, you could repatriate them
Right.
after because you didn't want them to compromise the safety of the mission.
So there was that happening.
That's crazy. I'd never heard of this.
And then the Ranger roadblock teams are going out, and here's another vehicle coming down the road. Actually, two vehicles now coming down. One of them is a fuel truck full of fuel. So the Ranger fires a M72 Law 66 millimeter at the fuel
They
truck.
fired a light anti-armor weapon at
the fuel truck.
A rocket.
At the fuel truck. It didn't hit the fuel truck, but it detonated underneath the fuel truck. But it did catch the fuel truck on fire, and it was burning.
Oh, jeez.
So the drivers of the fuel truck jump out and get into this other vehicle that's behind it, and they take off.
And they're gone.
They're gone.
That's it.
Yeah. So now we got this fuel truck. We got a bus with 44
On
Iranian,
fire.
and then we got the fuel truck that's on fire, and then we have no helicopters. So all of a sudden, all these aircraft are now landing, and we're moving. We got carrying out camouflage netting and all this other kind of stuff, and people are walking by these Iranians. The truck's on fire. I don't know what's going. All those
God.
Iranians, I found out later, were related to each other. It was like a big family group, and they were going to the next town over to a family reunion.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's a bummer for them. Sorry, guys. You're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, man.
So, and then it was weighted.
So everything was just going to hell in a handbasket, basically.
At Desert One. So what happened, they launched the 8 helicopters. One of them was starting to overheat. So he turned back and landed back at the aircraft carrier. Now there's only 7 helicopters going in.
Yeah.
So one of the helicopters over Iran had a BIM light that came on. It's a blade indicator malfunction light, BIM.
Okay.
So what happens, the rotor blades of the helicopters are filled pressurized with nitrogen gas. So if there's a crack in the rotor blades, the nitrogen gas leaks out, a light comes on, so it tells you that you have a crack in your rotor blade and you could have a catastrophic failure.
The rotor blades have gas in them?
Nitrogen gas, inert nitrogen gas. They have that in
Is that normal?
Yeah.
Inside of rotor blades?
Inside rotor blades.
Why?
To detect any crack in the blade.
Oh, to detect cracks in it.
Right.
Okay.
So if the pressure escapes, then a light comes on. Well, these BIM lights come on all the time. They just want to come on.
Yeah. I didn't know that was the thing. So that's like a way for them to just be able to, it's like a sensor.
Right. And if you're in a CH-53 and a BIM light comes on, you got to land your helicopter immediately.
Yeah.
Not so with the RH-53. I don't know the two. I've just been told this. RH-53s, you can still fly them with a BIM light, but you need to, as soon as possible, have an inspection of your blades.
Yeah.
But the Marines didn't know that. So a BIM light comes on, they land the helicopter.
And this is before the 160th. So you guys had Marine pilots at this
Right.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, the reason Delta was formed, one of the reasons Delta was formed because of Sante.
Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons JSOC was formed was because it came out of Eagle Claw. The Halloway Commission did a study, so we had developed our own Army aircraft. Also, we developed our own intelligence thing so that we didn't have to rely on the CIA.
Man, this is so much information that I've never heard before. God, dude.
So the helicopter, the 7th helicopter went down and
Because
landed.
of that leaking.
The BIM light coming on. The
BIM light
blade
coming on.
indicator malfunction light. So then they cross-load from that they abandoned that helicopter, cross-loaded into another helicopter, the crew did.
One of the other 6 that remained.
So now there's 6 flying in.
Where did that 7th one get abandoned? In Iran?
Yeah.
So they just left it.
Left it.
Did they ever recover it?
The Iranians did.
Oh, the Iranians
I got
did.
pictures of it
Oh, wow.
from the Iranians.
Oh, man.
But so they so anyway, now only 6 helicopters are flying in. So they came across a habu, which is a dust storm. Dust storms in this time of year are kind of common in Iran.
Yeah.
They're caused by thunderstorms, just like the ones you get in Arizona and Phoenix and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Kick up all that dust, or Texas. So they got caught in this habu. Now they're flying low on Earth, above the ground, to avoid radar. Now, Iran is equipped with everything American. I mean, under the Shah, we got American jets, you got American radar, you got, we supplied the Shah with
everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
So they were flying low. Nobody told the Marines, I guess, about sandstorms and what to do with sandstorms, that you could then just, instead of trying to fly through them, just get on top, just go above them. The sandstorms block out radar.
Oh.
Radar cannot penetrate through sandstorms.
Interesting.
So now when we in the fixed wings encountered the sandstorms, the fixed wings went on top above them.
Yeah.
So, and we kept flying. Now, we did not have secure comms with the helicopters. Now,
On the ground.
Yeah. Now, we had satellite radio back then, and we had satellite radio in the fixed wing, and they had a hatch in the cockpit. They had a radar antenna on the hatch.
Yeah.
So the fixed wings, we could talk to people secure.
Okay.
The SATCOM radios that the Marines were carrying were big SATCOM radios with a big antenna, and they carried those SATCOM radios, but they would have to land the helicopter, set the antenna up to talk to us.
Oh, they couldn't just talk to you while they're flying.
While they're flying, no secure comm. So we were, blacked out comm-wise. Nobody could tell them that they needed to get above the habu, so they flew in through the habu. And then it cleared. Then the next habu that they flew into was bigger and longer. So when they got to Desert One, and one of the things they did when they flew into Desert One, they could see our burning truck still burning. At one point, the truck just blew up, and there was this big fireball that went up into the sky.
Jesus, this is like the worst case scenario, because you're trying to be low vis.
Yeah.
And there's a burning truck and it explodes.
It explodes like a giant fireball going up into the sky.
Oh my God.
And of course, these Iranians, they were wailing, woo, woo.
Yeah.
And
40 detainees.
like
right
World
there.
War III or something. So we had 44 of them. And
44.
And then they came in, and you could see when they got off the helicopters, they were exhausted. They had been through a lot. You could just see the wear on their faces. So 6 helicopters, we could still do the mission. So we refilled the 6 helicopters, and then all of a sudden, one of the 6 helicopters develops a major hydraulic problem.
Oh no! Was it because of going through the sandstorms?
I don't know if a filter got plugged up, or I don't know how their hydraulic system works, but it had serious enough hydraulic that now we only had 5 helicopters. So Colonel Beckwith was asked if we could reduce the force and go and do it with 5. We had, the embassy compound was like, I'm trying to think how big, 13 or 14 acres. You know, we had 100.
Pretty big.
Yeah, 127 people, rescue force. So we had to search, you know, all those places for hostages.
Yeah.
And then we had to get everybody out, you know, the rescue force and the 53 hostages. So it was, we met the threshold. We could not do the mission.
Yeah.
So we had mission, told President Carter that the mission was aborted. And so they told us that, and some of the fixed wing had already flew back.
Really?
Yeah. So
how many were left by that point?
Well, all the EC-130s were left there. And I don't know if any MCs were left there. But all the time we were there, I know that the MCs landed first, and they were getting low on fuel because we were running the props, and it was, you know, we didn't shut the planes off.
While you were up in the air waiting for that one?
Well, even on the ground, we kept the planes were always running. They were never shut off.
Really?
Yeah.
Why'd you leave them on?
Well, I guess because if you shut them off, maybe it won't start. I don't know.
Maybe they were worried or something?
Yeah, so we kept them running the whole time. And so the EC-130s with the fuel, the aviation came in last, so they had more fuel. And then, so the plan now was, our team, B Squadron, was to get into this one EC-130 Bladderbird and go back to Oman. And the helicopters, we have destruct charges. I had built these destruct charges for the helicopters. So I gave the destruct charges to the crew and told them how to use it to blow up the helicopters if we had to blow them up.
Yeah.
So we built these air helicopter destruct charges and gave each helicopter one, crew one. So the plan was that they would then fly back, minus the one that couldn't fly. They would fly back to the aircraft carrier Nimitz. We'd fly out. We would, the hostages, I think we were going to take them with us.
You mean the detainees?
Detainees,
Sorry.
Excuse me.
I made the same mistake too.
I know, detainees.
Yeah,
we were going to take them with us. And but then what happened is, okay, we had 2 helicopters that were behind us that had just been topped off. We were running low on fuel, the fixed wing. So the CCT guys wanted to get our fixed wings out of there first, and then the helicopters fly to the aircraft carrier Nimitz. So, but these 2 helicopters that are behind us were getting sandblasted from our props. So this one helicopter was in our left rear. When it landed at the desert, it landed hard in silage of our thing. We don't know what's going on. And then the next thing I do, inside of the helicopter, the RH-53, there is in the cargo compartment is an extra internal fuel tank.
Inside the cargo compartment?
Of the RH-53D helicopter.
Okay.
There's an external tank for them to fly because they had to fly. And that must have blew up. And so...
How do you know it? Why do you say it must have blew up, though?
Well, we were completely covered in a fireball. Those people that were on the ground that watched us, our whole aircraft completely disappeared in a fireball. They thought
when that aircraft crashed into you guys?
Us, yeah,
because it penetrated that fuel?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The fuel blew up in the helicopter.
And all of you and all your team was in there.
Yeah, B Squadron and 30 some of us. And
oh my God.
And then the next thing happened is the left front cockpit door blows in. It just blows in, and nothing but a wall of flames come in. And so then, we got all this flame coming in, and we try to open the left rear paratrooper door, not knowing what's going on. As soon as that door was cracked, there was nothing but flame. The only door we had to escape out of was the right rear. And our props are still going.
The whole inside of the plane is on fire.
Yeah. And we're on a giant fuel bladder of aviation fuel. A giant waterbed of aviation. It's just like bouncy. So they open up the right rear paratrooper door, and there's times when there's flames there, and there's times when there are not flames there. And now our small arms is starting to cook off that we have.
Oh my God.
And I'm up near the front of the fixed wing, and then we started going out. There was actually
jumping out
of the aircraft.
Yeah.
There was no panic. It was really an orderly evacuation.
Everybody was everyone covered in fuel?
No.
Okay, but there was just flames inside of the aircraft, but not on you.
Not on us.
Okay.
So anyway, I did not even think that I would be able to exit. I thought I was going to die. I said to myself, "Oh God, is how my life's going to end." I thought in any second I would be dead.
Yeah.
And this is the second. One time in Vietnam, I thought I was dead until I felt pain, but that's another story.
Well, I might ask you about that, but yeah. So you guys managed to get doors open and one door.
Yeah, the 5 crewmen in the EC-130 perished up front.
The 5 crewmen up front
died
because that's where the flames were.
Yeah, the front door came in. The door came in. They were trapped.
Oh, jeez.
And they died. The 3 Marine crewmen back of the RH-53D, the enlisted crewmen, they died.
Oh my God.
8 people died. The pilot and co-pilot of the helicopter were able to escape out of their cockpit window.
Even after crashing.
Right. They were badly burned. They had even 3rd-degree burns on them. They had inhaled the hot gases and stuff like that in their lungs. People saw them and helped them into one of the other EC-130s. So when I got to the door, I just jumped out and rolled to, did a roll out of the aircraft. There was hot metal on the ground, got burned on some hot metal, and got to my feet, and I could hear hand grenades. Our hand grenades were cooking off.
Oh God!
In the
inside of the aircraft.
Inside the aircraft.
So there's explosions now happening.
And we had 6 red-eye missiles in the aircraft.
Oh my
And
God.
so they ignited, the red-eye missiles ignited, and now they're shooting out into the desert, the red-eye missiles.
Oh, great. Just giving away more position.
Yeah, so, and then because of all this things is blowing up and everything, all the other aircraft are moving away.
Yeah, to get the hell away from it.
Away. So the first aircraft I went to, I was waved away and couldn't get on it. Like, okay. And then immediately when the accident happened, the helicopter crew abandoned the helicopters.
All of them?
Yeah, they abandoned them and hopped on our fixed wing.
On yours?
On a different
one of the other ones. Okay.
Yeah. Different
fixed. Like, I'm getting the hell out of here.
We have 3 fixed wing on the ground.
Did they mount those charges?
No, they did not set off those destruct charges that we gave them. They just, with rotors running, they left them.
They left them with the rotors running?
Yep.
They're like, I'm out.
They're done. They were done. They were exhausted.
Yeah.
And so when I finally get on this EC-130, near the ramp, the pilot and co-pilot of the helicopter is on the aircraft I'm getting on.
Oh, the 2 burned ones.
Yeah, the co-pilot's near the front. The pilot is in the back. It was Major Schaefer was his name. And so I get on the aircraft. He's badly burned. His hands are burned. He had a cord around his neck, a nylon cord that was melted into. I removed that.
Oh, Jesus.
So I I worked on him to keep him comfortable and keep his airway open.
And you were, I mean, because you had medical training.
I had EMT training.
Yes.
And a friend, Glenn Nickel, who was an operator, but he was a Special Forces medic, worked on the co-pilot. So we did not have any medical packages. You know, on a normal Air Force aircraft, you have these first aid kits that are really nothing in them, you know, bandages or whatever.
Yeah.
One of my after action reports was that each aircraft needs to have a medical package on board it. We need IVs, we need morphine, we need ways that we can intubate somebody. We need a good medical package. And that was one of my after action reports of the mission, was we lacked that. These guys were in shock. They needed IVs, just trying to keep the guy comfortable. One of the Air Force guys told me that take off his gloves. And I said, no, we're not taking off his gloves, because I knew if we took off his gloves, we would take skin with him.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything that could go wrong in this mission seems like it went wrong.
It did.
And just like you can prepare for a lot of things going wrong, but not like that much stacked on top of each other.
So it was a 4-hour flight back to Oman.
What happened with the 44 detainees? They just left?
We left them. We released them. We let them go.
Okay.
We fixed their bus so it wouldn't go. So they were stuck until daylight, until somebody came along.
Oh man, they were probably so pissed.
So, but we left them behind.
But they saw all that stuff happening too.
Yes, they did.
They saw that the Americans looked like didn't know what the hell we were doing, maybe.
Well,
but it was mainly all that stuff stemmed from that one helicopter doing a hard landing and then blowing out their tires and then crashing into the other.
Right. Got
because
vertigo.
then you had to get the hell out of there immediately, because at that point you've got trauma victims.
So we stayed there a little bit longer to recover everything, and we just abandoned things. We abandoned those Jeeps that we had, those blocking force Jeeps. Motorcycles that we had there. We just left them in the desert. I got pictures of all that stuff.
Do you really?
That the Iranians took.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. Did you guys manage to set you couldn't set the charges? You didn't have time.
We were getting out of there. So when we took off, our aircraft hit the berm on the road. There's a berm, and we hit that really hard. And we went up in the air, and we came back down, and then finally we got airborne. And they were flying back, and they come over on the speaker saying that, our landing, we don't know what shape our landing gear is going to be in when we land.
No.
So like that. Then they come over the radio and the intercom and tell us that we don't know if we have enough fuel to make it back to Oman, that we may have to ditch at sea. So,
great.
Yeah. I'm
good.
Like, this is all in one day, you know?
You can't ask for a worse
scenario. We made. I need to find out how much fuel we made it to Oman. We landed.
Did you?
But I don't think we had very much fuel left.
Probably just barely.
So it was not until we landed at Oman that we actually took a head count of who was there and what did we leave anybody behind.
Yeah.
But we left the 8 that died.
Because there's no way you could have landed in Iraq at that time, because we didn't have really a presence there.
No,
you couldn't land in Kuwait at that time because we didn't have a presence there. So Oman was the closest you could have gone.
Now, a lot of times people compare Eagle Claw to the Israeli mission at Entebbe in Uganda. But our mission was way more complicated than the Israeli Uganda mission. Yeah. They had a shorter distance to go. You were talking about Uganda, not Iran.
Yeah, totally different. Yeah. Iran had like a bunch of our technology.
Yeah, our aircraft, our F-4 Phantoms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So our aircraft were specially painted to fix on their aircraft carriers. They had red striping on the wings and stuff to make so that if they got called up for a dogfight, that they would know which is our aircraft and which is the enemy's Iranian aircraft.
Okay.
So
Because we had
we had
Tomcats too.
yeah, F-14. That's right.
Yeah. Which what a legendary plane that is. That's a shame we had to leave all that there.
So that's when we got back to Oman. Did we take a head count? And we had two C-141s there, and we had one set up as a medevac because we figured if hostages and stuff and maybe some of the rescue force were injured, so they had all the the beds and the stretchers and the docks were all there at Oman in case we had casualties.
What happened to the remains of all the crew that died in the plane in the burn?
They were actually they're buried in Arlington.
Are they really?
Yeah.
How did we get their remains?
Probably, I don't know if it was through a neutral government like Switzerland or something, but we got all the remains back.
That's good.
And they're buried in Arlington. We had our 30th reunion at Arlington.
No kidding.
So some of the American hostages were there in Arlington, and the stuff. And Colonel Schaefer, he was a colonel at the time. I met up with him, and because I kept him comfortable and stuff. The Dead A guys had morphine, so I was able to give him morphine.
Okay, so you was able to kind of put him in a more comfortable state
Right.
than he probably was.
Yeah. So.
And he was the pilot of the helicopter that had a hard landing that burst the tires. Is he still alive?
I don't know if he's still alive, but at our 30th reunion he was, and we talked, and he called me his hero.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Do you think that you made the aid that you did potentially saved his life?
No, I don't think I did, but I just would talk to him, make comfortable, be able to give him a little bit of water because he wet his lips and stuff like that. It was just helpless, because both of them needed IVs.
Yeah, they
were in
needed real
shock.
bad fluids. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was, and so the next mission they moved the hostages after our attempt, and they put to different prisons. We never got a good fix on where the hostages were, but Honey Badger was the follow-up mission to rescue them, and we put these rocket motors. It wasn't J2s. They were actually. I'm trying to think of what type of missile rocket motors they were on this one C-130, and when they torched it off, it just the C-130 disintegrated.
Really?
Yeah.
It just disintegrated the C-130 because it's not built for
that. So it wasn't. It was several of them. I do have that report too.
Yeah.
Honey Badger report, and what the rockets say. It put a whole bunch of rockets, so it would be able to take off in a short space.
Because they were trying to. Where were they trying to take off from? Remember?
I don't remember,
Yeah,
but we never got a good fix on where after that where all the hostages they were moved, but they moved them to different Iranian prisons.
Which I can't imagine being in one of those.
Yeah.
Going from the embassy to an Iranian prison? No thanks, dude.
So that was our mission. There was Admiral Holloway was in charge of the Holloway Commission to investigate all the things that went wrong in Eagle Claw.
Yeah.
And out of that recommendation was Joint Special Operation Command, JSOC. JSOC was created. The 160th Special Operation Aviation Regiment Airborne, 160th of the Night Stalkers, were created out of that.
In the aftermath of that
Of
Operation
Eagle Claw. That we had our own aviation element, and then we got helicopters in like the CH-47s, and then eventually we went to the Black Hawks, and all these helicopters are air refuelable.
Yeah, now they are.
But before they weren't, we didn't have any air refuelable.
Man.
So, yeah. And so that was developed out of that. So
A lot of stuff changed after that.
right. And then, of course, Operation Urgent Fury Grenada happened.
Yeah. When did they actually get the hostages out of there? What year was that? Do you remember?
That was January 20th, 1981.
1981. So they were
400
hostages for
444 days.
what did we trade for them? Was it like
I think it was just Ronald Reagan threatened he just threatened to, I don't know, Nix to declare war.
yeah?
He wasn't going to fool with this.
You're gonna release our people, or we're gonna come after you hard.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, he was a very stern. People believed him too.
Yeah.
I remember my mom saying stories about how like everyone in America was convinced that he was ready to launch the nukes if the Russians or anybody else were trying to do anything.
Yeah.
Which that was, that's an intimidation factor. But either way, I'm glad that they finally got them out of there. But
Right.
yeah, you're saying after the Iranian hostage rescue attempt, you came back to the States. How long were you in the States for before Operation Urgent Fury kicked off?
That was in October 25, 1983.
Okay, so basically a year after the hostages were released from Iran,
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah, year and a half.
Year and a half, yeah. And where were you stationed at that point?
Well, I was still in B Squadron,
Okay.
but I was out with the mountain team, two mountain teams, doing rock climbing out in Washington State. We were climbing.
Back in Washington?
I was back in Washington again.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't be allowed to go to Washington. So we were climbing at, Castle Rock, Index, different places around the town of Leavenworth, Washington.
Yeah.
So we're doing rock climbing there. And then we got the call not to go out that day, to stay at the hotel. And then they says, get on commercial aircraft and come back.
To the farm?
Yeah, well, we went to Camp McCall.
Okay.
And landed Camp McCall. And then we went and got our equipment. And I think we had 3 to 4 days of planning before we went into Grenada. Now, a lot of people didn't even know about Grenada in the unit. I'd never heard of Grenada.
My grandmother on my dad's side died in the water off the coast of Grenada.
When?
She had a heart attack and drowned while they were on vacation, because it used to be a vacation spot. My grandfather brought her there when my dad was, I think, 18 years old. He was born in, let me see, so that was probably 1960. I think she died in 1960 or 61.
Okay.
So it was during like the Vietnam stuff, but they were on vacation in Grenada, and she had a heart attack and drowned out there in Grenada, which is just the weirdest thing to think of, because like when I think of Grenada, I don't think of a vacation spot necessarily, although maybe now it is.
It is nice, and I'm told that if you go there, they believe our rescue is their Independence Day. They celebrate our rescue in Grenada.
Really?
And if you were on the Grenada mission, Urgent Fury, and they found out about it, you'd be treated really well.
No kidding.
Yeah, so...
But you only had 4 days to prepare for that?
Yeah, so we had tourist maps that they made copies of these tourist maps of Grenada.
Okay.
And they made a grid pattern on the tourist map so we could call in if we needed fire support, what grid it would be. Unfortunately, I was told there was 2 different grid patterns that they had set up, which led to some confusion.
Oh, no.
And of course, so our mission, I wanted to say my mission, and I'll go back a little bit to Iran.
Yeah.
My team's mission was the ambassador's residence. 4-man team, we would go over the wall, the embassy wall. We would go to the outside kitchen door.
For the Iranian hostage rescue
Yeah, the
mission.
ambassador's residence.
Okay.
Then we would go up the stairs from the kitchen to the second floor, and there was hostages up there. Then team leader and I'd go to the top of the roof, and we put a rope down, and we would collect all these law missiles, anti-tank rockets that people were carrying, haul them up to the roof, and my team leader and I would stay on the roof and overwatch the front gate of the ambassador's residence if anybody tried to come through there.
That was your task, your mission.
That was my mission in Iran.
Damn, I wish you guys could have had the opportunity to do that. It would have been an interesting,
right.
Interesting
So our task then for Grenada, of course, it was told to the American public that we had medical students there. They had a coup.
Yeah.
And now they have a Marxist government with ties with Cuba. Cuba engineers are in there. They're making the runway longer for tourism, is what they said.
Yeah.
But it's for Meg aircraft, and they were making Meg hangars and stuff. They were going to put Megs
in Grenada.
In Grenada. And so we were going to rescue the American medical students.
Okay, that was the whole point of the mission.
That was not that the American medical students were not a priority for the mission. The American medical students were never in any danger.
Yeah.
That medical college there on Grenada provided a lot of their money. That it was a money maker for the Grenadians. It was a major money source, the medical school there.
Yeah.
And they were not going to compromise that school and training foreign medical students, even Americans.
Yeah.
So our mission, Delta's mission, number one mission, was the Richmond Hill prison to rescue the political prisoners.
Okay. Were there any Americans in there?
No. They were all Grenadians from the previous government that were being held there.
Okay.
So our mission was to rescue them, and so that to reform a new government in Grenada. That was Delta's mission. SEAL Team 6's mission was two parts. One was the Governor General's residence, the British Governor General, because Grenada, it was a British Commonwealth country.
When did this coup happen?
The coup happened, I don't know how earlier it happened. I do not know. On the top of my head.
I want to know, just for context, it helps me kind of for a frame of reference.
The guy that was president of Grenada, they took out, his name was Bishop. They took out and murdered him. They took him out and just murdered him, and nobody knows where his body is.
Really?
The Grenadians, I was even asked a few years ago if I knew where they buried him, because they wanted to find his body.
Yeah.
So
give him a proper burial, maybe.
Did you find out when?
So it says the Grenada experienced two major coups in its modern history. The first one occurred on March 13th of 1979 when the New Jewel movement, led by Maurice Bishop, overthrew Prime Minister Eric Gary's government in a relatively bloodless operation. And that's when they established the People's Revolutionary Government. The second one took place on October 13 to 14, 1983. As the internal power struggle within the ruling party escalated. Deputy Prime Minister Bernard Cord and hardline Marxists placed Bishop under house arrest, seized control, and executed Bishop and several associates on October 19th, leading to the formation of a Revolutionary Military Council under Hudson Austin.
We spun up pretty quick for that.
Yeah. Yeah, you said you got the call when?
Well, I don't remember, but we only had 3 or 4 days to get ready.
Yeah. Okay. So I was also mistaken earlier when I said my grandmother died in 1960 there. I think it was 1970. So probably about 9 years before this first coup occurred, because my dad was 18 years old. So
when we went into Grenada, we had 8 Black Hawk helicopters. The 160th was flying.
So you already had the 160th supporting you guys at this point.
Right. This is the first combat use of helicopters, the Black Hawk helicopters. So we had
Black Hawks.
Yeah, we had the first use of Black Hawks. So had we had Hueys, we all been shot down. We took a lot of hits.
Really?
So
you're taking a bunch of small arms?
Up 23 millimeter.
23 millimeter.
CSU 23s, they were shooting at us, plus 12.7s.
Oh my God.
So
You're getting just filled with like Swiss cheese.
yes, we were. So okay, so we go into Grenada. So our mission was the Richmond Hill Prison and political prisoners. The SEAL Team 6 had two missions. The Governor General Schoons was under house arrest in his residence, and the SEALs were to secure his security. And then they were to take over the Grenada radio station so that they could not communicate to the people by radio. So that's what that was the two SEAL Team 6 missions. Now, 4 SEAL Team 6 guys died in a airdrop boating thing.
Really?
Yeah. So prior to the mission, they were supposed to do, the SEAL Team 6 was supposed to do recon on the airfield, which is located right by the water. So they did a boat drop. They dropped 2 boats out of C-130s, and SEAL Team 6 at this time had never done a nighttime boat drop. The air crews that did the boat drop had never done a boat drop at all. And the sea state was, I forget what it was, but it was way too high sea state. And so anyway, when they dropped these boats in, I think 1 boat overturned, and 4 SEAL Team 6 guys died. Bodies never recovered by drowning.
Jeez.
And it was, they were supposed to go on the boats to another ship for the planning of, the invasion. So
That's awful.
I knew one of the SEAL Team 6 guys that died. His name, I didn't know his real name. I mean, I knew we just called him Kodiak. I had worked with him before on another mission. The 4 SEAL Team guys that died, 2 of them were EODs, Navy cross-chain, Navy SEAL EOD that died. Yeah, and but I didn't know them. God. So anyway, when we're supposed to go in before first light to the prison.
Yeah.
Well,
how did you get so you were inserting on Blackhawks?
Right. And I was in, so the first 6 helicopters was Delta. The last 2, number 7 and 8, were SEAL Team 6.
Where were you guys planning on landing?
Well, our helicopter we're going to fast rope because we just got the fast ropes. I helped develop the fast rope technology. We got them from the Brits.
Really?
Yeah. So when we got the fast ropes, I was tasked because of my climbing experience to adapt them to work with 1/60th, to adapt the fast ropes, and to develop a fast rope SOP. So I wrote up the fast rope SOP.
No kidding.
Yeah. So, and so we were going to fast rope outside of the prison, my team, Helicopter 5. There was a guard barracks, and our mission was to prevent the guards from reinforcing the prison.
Right.
But some of the first few helicopters were going to fast rope inside the prison.
Okay, so you were going to hover over, and they were going to go into the courtyard.
Right. So
did you guys have an idea of like what kind of like enemy opposition was looking like in there?
No, we had no idea. We knew these were Cuban engineers. We knew that they had combat experience. They had served previously in Angola.
Angola.
Yeah,
okay.
They were in Angola when Angola had their civil war,
which feels like every other day.
Yeah.
Out there, you know?
So these guys had been in Angola. They were combat engineers.
Yeah.
The Cubans were. So we were supposed to go in before first light. I found out later we had an AC-130 gun support that was going to support us when we went in. But they changed our time schedule because the Marines were going to land on the north side of the island at Pearl's and take over Pearl's airfield.
They're planning on like doing an amphibious
assault. The Marines do not do any nighttime amphibious assaults. They do daytime.
Yeah.
And so they changed our time because they didn't want to alert the Grenadians of our invasion.
So they delayed when they were coming in.
They delayed not our insertion into the prison, so it was full daylight.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
you know,
Which is why you were taking so much heat when you're up in the sky.
yeah, and why we didn't have an AC-130 gunship is because they were in orbit when they were supposed to be in orbit and had to pull off to get fuel. So we had no air cover when we went in. Nobody told the AC-130.
Because they changed plans last minute?
Yes, it was a mess.
Oh, no.
I think it was Admiral Metcalf that was in charge of it, and then General Schwarzkopf was the advisor to Admiral Metcalf.
Yeah.
You know,
So you had an AC-130 gunship in the air at night, ready to support, and you were planning on doing your landing in the evening.
just before first light.
Just before first light. And because they knew that the Marines were coming in for an amphibious landing during the day, they didn't want to alert them to that happening, so they delayed you guys.
We would have been the perfect diversion for the Marines.
100%.
You know, yeah. I just don't know. It was a mess. So the medical students were not in any harm.
Sounds like
and the Rangers were given the mission to recover the medical students. That was a Ranger mission.
Oh, okay.
So
it sounds to me
that was
like
a tier 2. That was a tier 2 mission instead of a tier 1 mission.
Yeah. It sounds to me like somebody high level was.
Well, Schwarzkopf was not. He was not a special operations. He was not a fan. I'm not a fan of Schwarzkopf.
Yeah.
And he was not a fan of special operations.
Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously, like retrospectively looking back at that, obviously a poor choice, because like if you're using a tier 1 unit that you're inserting for some, essentially.
We had the high priority targets.
Yeah. Well, and you were trying to do some clandestine operation essentially, because you're trying to get the Cuban engineers, right? That's who you're trying to get.
No, the Grenadians that were the political party that they had incarcerated in the prison.
Okay, but there were engineers there.
Yeah, well, yes. So as we're over the water in daylight, we're monitoring Radio Grenada. We're still over the water. The American invasion of Grenada has begun. Grab your rifles and go to the beaches and meet the American on the beaches.
You're hearing this over the radio.
Over the radio.
While you're in your helicopter.
While we're in the helicopter.
Oh my God.
So as we get to the beaches, there are people lined up on the beaches. They're waving at us, as we're going in. They knew we were coming.
They knew you were coming before you even got there?
Now, I'm going to tell you this. I was told this. I've tried and tried to confirm this. I was told that somebody from the U.S. State Department, this is what I was told. I cannot validate it or anything, but I was told this. Somebody from the U.S. State Department contacted the Cuban embassy in Mexico and alerted them to that we were going to invade Grenada, and that the Grenadians that were on Grenada should not resist the invasion. Now, I believe this is true because it sounds like something that would happen.
Yeah, sounds like somebody wasn't thinking.
Yeah. Now,
yeah, good.
If anybody knows that can do research and say that this is true, they knew we were coming. Yeah. They were prepared. So there was some people shooting at us over the beaches. And then when we get there at the prison, the prison is on this piece of ground, and a high ridge above the prison is Fort Frederick, which is higher than the prison. So they had some had a couple of ZSU 23s, twin 23s, manually fired. They didn't have radar. There's manually fired ZSU 23s at Fort Frederick, and they also had set up some 12.7s. So when we went in there, flew in there, they opened up on us. The door gunner, the 160th door gunner we had, was shot. And then he on the left side, that's where the fire was coming from. So he could not give fire back. He was shot right off the bat, and we were.
Where did he get shot? Did you see? He
was just wounded. He did not. He didn't die.
Okay.
And we were just packed in there, And so we're there hovering, and they're just shooting at us.
Oh my God.
And we're just wanting to get the fast ropes out and get out of this helicopter so we can fight.
So that they can leave too, like,
Yeah.
you know.
So anyway, we pull off. So I'm in helicopter 5. The pilot on helicopter 4, his name's Lucas, was mortally shot. The pilot was.
He's mortally wounded?
Yeah, mortally wounded. And helicopter 4 crashed. And so then we go back around. We do a big old thing. Now we're going in for the second time. You know, this so much reminded me of in 1854, the charge of the Light Brigade, the British Lancers in the Crimean in 1854. The charge of the Light Brigade. Have you ever heard that story?
I've not.
Well,
you said Crimean?
Crimean,
the
Crimean War.
Like Crimea?
Crimea, yes, Crimea War.
What were the British doing over there?
They were fighting the Turks and the Russians.
No kidding.
Yeah. So they had 2 hills set up with artillery, and they had the Russians manned the artillery, and they had the Turk force in the valley, and it was the Lancers, the 9th Lancers, I believe, the British 9th Lancers. Somehow there was a miscommunication, and they launched the charge on horses they had all set up a front and stuff like that, and the British charged through the Turkish and Russian forces and artillery. People were shot on the horses, but still in stirrup. So they charged completely through the Turkish Russian defense. They did. Then they turned around and charged back through it. You know, there was people on horses. One guy I told that he was missing his head. He was still on a horse.
He was still on the horse.
Yeah, so that was the charge of the famous charge of the Light Brigade. And I compared what we did in my head, because I know military history, the charge of the Light Brigade, because we went back in the second time.
Yeah.
And it was intense. Not only were they shooting at us from Fort Frederick, they were shooting at us from below, from the prison.
Because the guards there were starting to shoot at you now.
Yeah. So there was a toolbox there. So I sat on that toolbox to be prevented to being shot in the butt. Because bullets were going through the bottom of the helicopter.
And going up through the top.
So we had the one crewman that was finally was mortally wounded. We had, I think there were 1/60th crew people that were wounded. We had 19 of our guys that were wounded. So some of the helicopters went out to the Navy ships that were out there. Like there was the USS Mossbrugger, which was a frigate, and we dropped our wounded off on the Navy ship.
Okay. Now,
so my helicopter, we just had the one guy wounded. We landed at Point Salinas, and they were inspecting the helicopters. And then we were going to do a ground assault on the prison. But then we were told that after we left, they opened up the doors and left all the prisoners out. Let them go.
They just let them all out.
Yep. So
why do you think they did that?
I don't know.
They just the new, like, the people that took over the government just released all the prisoners.
Yeah, they released all the prisoners, so we didn't have to do a ground assault. And
this is during the daytime, right?
This is daytime.
So,
and all of our helicopters, we only had, of the Black Hawk helicopters that we had there at Point Salinas, a hill overlooking the airfield, one was determined to be flyable. So my team and another team got into that helicopter, and we went to the crash site of the other helicopter and secured that until medevac helicopter came in to medevac.
Were there any survivors?
Yes. Only one of our task force that died was one, the pilot.
Just the one pilot's the only one that died.
Right.
So everyone else in that helicopter that went down survived.
Yep. And we had some severely badly wounded. We had one guy that Don Breer was shot in the stomach. He would have died under normal circumstances, but we were able to get him out to the Navy ship that was out there.
And they were able to keep him alive.
like Jerry Boykin, he had a SATCOM radio on his back. He was hit. His SATCOM radio was hit with one of those 23 millimeter rounds.
Jeez.
And it took out, part of the muscle in his arm. He lost a little bit of muscle
23 millimeter.
in a SATCOM radio.
That is a big round.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
So
That's crazy to think about. When you guys were at the prison the first time or the second time, was the Marines already conducting their amphibious assault?
Yeah.
So this was happening simultaneously while that was happening.
Right.
Okay.
So
They determined you went back. You recovered the remaining folks from the one crashed helicopter. Where did you bring them?
we flew them out to. They were flown out to the Mossberger, the ship.
Okay, and you dropped them off there, and then did you go back to conduct any other mission after that?
No, we were done. Now the Rangers were jumping in, parachuting in at Point Salinas. So I always have my camera with me.
Yeah.
I took pictures of the Rangers jumping in Grenada. I think I'm the only one that has photographs of the Rangers jumping in at Point Salinas Airfield.
Wow.
So
Did you so you didn't go in anywhere on foot after that?
No, we were. That was we were done. Rangers were coming in. 82nd was coming in. Now
was that frustrating for you?
Yeah, well, the brigade commander of the 82nd coming in, I think it was Jesse Johnson. He was a former Delta guy, and he knew we were there, and he requested we had, there was 2 EOD guys, myself and, there was 3 EOD guys. So it was Frank McKenna, Dennis Wolf, and myself on the ground in Grenada, EOD guys. And 82nd didn't have any EOD guys. So he requested that, we support, made a request to Delta that the EOD guys stay there. And we all 3 of us agreed that we'd stay there.
Yeah.
But the commanding officer disapproved us staying there, so we flew back out.
Oh, that's a bummer.
And then eventually a regular EOD unit from Fort Bragg came there.
Yeah, I feel like that must have been super frustrating for you because you were like ready to get it on, you know what I mean? And like you couldn't even land because you were getting shot at so much, and then the one helicopter crashing. And
so out of Taden came Delta, out of Eagle Claw came JSOC, and out of Urgent Fury Grenada came US SOCOM.
Oh, that's where SOCOM was founded.
SOCOM, again, there was another investigation with, we couldn't communicate with the Marines, and, all those things was also disjointed. So out of the investigation for Grenada, which the American public thought went like clockwork.
But you being there, you're like, this is a complete,
it was a mess.
Show.
It was a mess. It was a mess. And so a 4-star command, USOCOM, was created to prevent that. So at least at every one of these things, we looked at it, analyzed it, and good came out of it. We had created this force. And so this is the force that we had when we entered, Desert Storm.
Yeah.
We still had problems with Desert Storm.
Sure.
Schwarzkopf was in charge.
Yeah. And you were not a fan of him.
No, he's not a fan of us either. So he was reluctant to give us special operations any mission in Desert Storm.
Really? He didn't want to give you any mission?
No, but we got the Scud hunting mission. So between the British 22 SAS and us, we got the mission. We divided the western part of Iraq up, and the Brits got one area, we got one area, and our job was to Scud hunt, to find the Scuds, call in jets and stuff to destroy the Scuds. We did not want to escalate any of these Scuds being fired into Israel to get Israel involved in the first desert.
Yeah. Before you get to desert though, there was
they had the prison before that.
The prison happened before that. That's what I wanted to ask you about. So that story I think is super valuable. So what was the whole situation with the prison? It was in Atlanta, correct?
When President Carter he got after all these countries for their human rights violation. He was after Cuba, for example, for its human rights violations.
Yeah.
So Castro says, okay, he opened up his prisons, his criminal, insane prisons, he gave them boats and says, go to America.
Fidel Castro sent all of his criminals to America.
And those that were judged criminally insane, sent them to America, gave them boats. And
you know what that sounds a lot like? Sounds a lot like what was happening with Venezuela and all these other countries in South America with a lot of people that came in through the border over the past 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but anyway, so yeah.
So they were called the Mariana Boat People. Do you remember any of this in history?
I've never heard of Mariana. Nobody ever taught us about the Mariana Boat People.
There's a lot of history. In history, especially through elementary and to high school, history is sanitized in the American school system.
Yes, it is.
They only tell you about the good parts of American history or stuff. We talk about the bad parts of the other parts of the world, but American history is sanitized.
Yeah.
And you do not learn about the stuff. So anyway, the Mariana Boat People came here and they were arrested and put in our different federal prisons.
Oh, they were arrested. So we did apprehend them.
Yes.
Okay.
So they were in our prisons. They were in Oakdale Prison. They were in Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. There was a couple prisons that they were in. So that was under the Carter administration.
So they were arrested when Carter was still president.
Right.
But Operation Pocket Planner didn't actually happen until Reagan was president.
Yes. So Reagan was sending them all back to Cuba. You guys,
Did he publicly announce that?
You guys are going back to Cuba. Well,
we're sending you back. You're getting deported.
So they did not want to go back to a Cuban prison.
I imagine not.
So the American prisons are a lot better than Cuban prisons.
Yeah, because we give free food and medical
care. They rioted at all the prisons.
How many prisons in total were they?
Three.
Rioting?
I think there was 3.
3 prison riots.
Yeah, that they held the Cubans, the people. Now they were not in. They were in prison, federal penitentiary. They weren't in a hard lockup.
Yeah.
So they rioted, and they took, and the one at Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, this is 1987.
Yeah.
Around Thanksgiving time. I
was 1 year old.
Huh?
I was 1 year old.
1 year old. So that's why you didn't hear him. So anyway, they took over. They captured a bunch of guards as hostages. They took over the medical clinic. And then what the Cubans did is they opened up all the prison cells in the prison and let everybody out. They let all the people out of E-cell block. E-cell block in Atlanta prison was where all the hardened criminals were.
The violent offenders. And
violent
stuff like
offenders.
That. So these Cuban criminals that were arrested and apprehended when they came here illegally, that were purposefully released into the country. They get arrested, they go to prison, then they start rioting when they find out they're getting deported.
Right.
And then in doing so, part of that riot, they unleashed all of the other violent offenders from the most violent block in the prison to help them.
Yeah, one of the people was an Aryan Nation guy named Silverstein, excuse me. He had killed people, and that's why he was in prison. He even, while he was in prison, killed a prison guard.
Wow.
And all he does is work out in his cell. I was told that he would do push-ups as a headstand, up his feet against the wall.
Handstand push-ups.
Handstand push-ups and stuff. And we were told that his hands were considered lethal weapons. And we were told that if he did not obey any of our commands, we could use lethal force on him.
I love that Delta was being briefed that these hands are considered lethal weapons.
Right. So he's a big guy, I guess. I never met him, but these guys, the Cubans took over the medical clinic, and they had all the drugs and stuff in the medical clinic, and they were actually making their own alcohol too. They were having a party in there.
Oh,
They
wow.
also took over the shop, the machine shop too. So they had torches, and they were welding they were welding doors shut. And
oh God, they're getting real crafty with
they
it.
were making knives and spears and all the stuff.
Shields, probably.
I don't know about shields, but they were making weapons at the machine shop.
Bunch of Mad Max.
So they were doing all this kind of stuff in there. And so President Reagan, they requested Delta support. So President Reagan waived posse comitatus.
Yeah.
And we're having discussions on posse comitatus today.
Yeah, it's the
That was set up. Posse comitatus was a law set by Congress following the American Civil War. Because sheriffs were down in the South during the Reconstruction, sheriffs were going to military posts and deputizing federal troops as deputies to do whatever they needed to do. Some of the stuff that sheriffs were wanting the federal troops to do were plain illegal. Doing the sheriff's bidding.
Yeah.
So posse comitatus was set up that. So Reagan signed an executive order waiving posse comitatus. Now, active duty military can support, humanitarian missions, like, when you have, a hurricane and, things where you need people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But to do law enforcement work, he waived posse comitatus.
Yeah. The other person I've read up on recently that did that was Eisenhower, when he sent the 101st Airborne to a high school, because they just got rid of, what's it called? They were integrating schools.
Integrating schools.
Yeah, they were integrating schools, and I believe he sent 101st Airborne soldiers. He was on vacation. Apparently, he came back from vacation and signed an order to do the same thing and send the 101st Airborne to a school to basically ensure, because it was a southern state, that they were like basically not allowing, Black Americans to go attend high school. And so he sent the 101st Airborne to go basically protect and ensure that stayed orderly. Very, very interesting use of that particular thing.
Well, it was called Operation Pocket Planner.
Yeah, for the Atlanta prison. Yeah,
Atlanta prison, and what they requested, what the FBI and Bureau of Prison requested, was our medical team. They wanted our medical team. They wanted our commo operators.
Okay.
And they wanted our breachers. And they wanted our sniper observers, not to be snipers, but to be observers.
Okay.
So set up observation posts to report. Our observers have a really good system, a reporting system that they use to report how they color code a building and and describe different things that they're seeing and reporting and logging in.
Yeah.
So they wanted them to record what's going on inside the prison. So that's what's requested. So I was put on a FBI SWAT team that was from Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville?
Yep, Louisville, Kentucky. I was put on that team as a breacher. In the FBI, the only team that is allowed to use explosive breaching, is the FBI HRT. SWAT teams, and I don't know if this has changed, but back then, SWAT teams were not allowed to use explosive breaching.
Okay.
So our breachers supported the different FBI SWAT teams. When the FBI HRT got done with their mission at Oakdale, then they came to the Atlanta prison, and that was settled. And so I was put on a FBI HRT team with the Medal of Honor recipient Tommy Norris.
Tommy Norris.
Yeah, Tommy Norris.
Tommy Norris, a Navy SEAL.
Navy SEAL. They got the Medal of Honor in Vietnam. So he was the team leader of the team I was put on.
Yeah, real quick, so Tommy Norris saved another Medal of Honor recipient.
No,
correct?
that was Mike Thornton. Mike Thornton saved Tommy Norris. So Tommy Norris got the Medal of Honor for going behind enemy lines disguised as a Vietnamese civilian in a boat going up North Vietnamese occupied DMZ to rescue one of our downed pilots and then get out through NVA lines. So he received the Medal of Honor for that.
Okay.
And he was with a bunch of Vietnamese SEALs also dressed up as civilians.
Yeah.
So then a later mission in that they were inserted with the Vietnamese SEALs, Mike Thornton and Tommy Norris. Tommy was a lieutenant, Navy lieutenant. They were inserted in a wrong spot. They weren't inserted where they were supposed to be in North Vietnam. They were supposed to do a recon thing, and they were in the middle of the enemy. They got compromised. He was shot in the head. They lost an eye. Tommy was lost an eye. When they went back to the beach where Mike Thornton was, the Vietnamese told Tommy that Mike Thornton was dead, but Tommy, no, I got this confused. The Vietnamese went to Mike Thornton on the beach. He was a Navy NCO chief. They told him that Tommy was shot and he's dead. So Mike Thornton wasn't going to leave Tommy behind, so he went back, retrieved his body, and swam. Tommy was alive. He was shot in the eye, lost an eye, and then they went out into the ocean and they were rescued by a boat out in the ocean.
So Tommy was alive when he got back there, but the Vietnamese SEALs told him that he was dead.
Right.
But he went back to check on him anyway to recover the body.
Right.
But when he got there, he found that he was alive.
So Mike Thornton was awarded the Medal of Honor for saving a Medal of Honor recipient's life.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's a cool story, and I think a lot of people should know that.
Yeah.
So Tommy, anyway, you ran into Tommy at this Atlanta prison.
Silverstein,
this white supremacist Aryan Nation dude.
Yeah.
He was known for being a violent offender.
Very violent. Killed some people before, and that's why he was in prison. He even killed the prison guard while he was in prison.
Yeah.
So he was an E-block thing. We were worried that he would maybe have a grudge against one of the guards,
Okay.
that he would kill the guard.
Yeah.
And we told the Cubans that if any hostages were harmed, that the negotiations were off. We're going to assault the prison, take the prison down.
Like with force, just go in with force.
Just go in, force, and just take it down. So the Cubans then had a party because they had access to the medical clinic, they had alcohol, they had drugs, they had a party. Invited Silverstein to attend the party. They got him drunk. I think they probably spiked his drink. And then they all jumped on him, tied him up in a rope, and brought him to the front gate of the prison and said, "Here, you can have him.
Here, take this guy."
So, yeah.
That's got to be one of the most demoralizing things as a prisoner. Like, you just got delivered by prisoners outside of a prison to law enforcement.
Yeah, Silverstein then went to one of those supermax prisons, and I think I haven't looked him up, but I think he's since passed away. But
yeah, I would imagine, because that was how long? That was like 40 years ago, and he's probably like 40s, 50 something by that point.
So So anyway,
how did this place? What was the resolution point? Like,
it was negotiated.
Was it really?
Yeah, we did not have to take over the prison. There was a negotiated settlement. I don't remember what the.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out right now.
Yeah, so that was it. Now that's where I got one of my humanitarian service medals. Was
for that humanitarian, because that was considered a humanitarian mission,
right? And we also got it for Iran, the Iran Operation Eagle Claw. We got
really
Iran.
You got a humanitarian medal for that one. Mm-hmm. Did anybody get Purple Hearts for that?
No.
Even the ones that got injured?
Yeah, but none of the injuries were combat. It was all an accident.
True. It was all accident.
There was we were never engaged with any Iranian forces.
What about the pilot who was shot in Grenada? Did he receive a Purple Heart?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Now, his name was Lucas, his last name, a captain. I happened to go to Branson, Missouri. We had a national convention, National EOD Association convention at Branson, Missouri, and they have a real good military museum in Branson, which I highly recommend.
Branson, where's that?
Southwest Missouri, down by Springfield.
Okay.
And they have a real good military museum there.
Okay.
And they have a case with Lucas's uniform and all the stuff. They have a whole thing. I took a picture of it when I was there.
There's a whole entire exhibit set up for him with his uniform and stuff. Mm-hmm. That's cool.
At Branson, Missouri.
You said he's from there?
I do not know where he's from. I'd have to look it up. But now the co-pilot that got shot down, we rescued him many months earlier in Panama.
Really?
Yeah. They were flying a Black Hawk, over the top of the water, and it got too close to the water, and we were down in Panama doing training, and the Black Hawk went in. He was the co-pilot then, of the one in Grenada. He was in Panama. He was actually thrown out. And I don't know if he was unconscious or anything, but when he came to in the water, there was a raft or something floating in the water, and he was able to grab onto it. But all the other crew member died in that.
Geez, so he survived, but the rest of the crew died.
Yeah.
And then he ended up getting shot.
Yeah. Well, he didn't
Grenada.
get shot, but he was in the aircraft that crashed.
He was in it, but he didn't get shot. Okay.
Yeah, he had some bad luck.
Yeah, that's horrible luck. Here's the
resolution.
Talk about the resolution. So it was an 11-day standoff that ended through negotiations led by the FBI and Bureau of Prison officials with input from mediators like Atlanta Legal Aid Society attorney Gary LaShaw and auxiliary Bishop Augustin A. Roman of Miami. Initial talks were disorganized due to fragmented inmate leadership, not surprising, but a coalition of 6 Cuban representatives formed, leading to a 2-hour session on December 3rd of 1987. The inmates voted to approve the deal that evening, with Bishop Roman witnessing the signing around midnight. Let's see here. Cuba agreed to resume. Okay. 3,800 Cuban detainees nationwide to assess deportation eligibility. And then immunity for charges for riot-related actions. No prosecution for it. Mm-hmm. That was based. So the key settlements were with case reviews. They're going to review their cases to see if they were even eligible for deportation. And then they were going to be provided immunity for riot charges. In exchange, inmates surrendered control, released all 89 remaining hostages unharmed, and allowed authorities to re-enter the facility. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. It does refer to Delta Force. It says this nonviolent resolution highlighted negotiations' role over force through Delta Force provided tactical support like snipers and communications. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, peaceful resolutions.
But our snipers were, they were just there as observers.
Yeah, and probably helping law enforcement, providing them with information, intelligence, and things like that. And
we were there. We had our medical team that was there, and our breachers were there. Yeah. And I was, of course, one of the breachers.
Yeah. And you were.
Did
you do any breaching?
No.
You were prepped.
Well,
for it,
we practiced. We blew the prison locks. We did some practice charges on some of the prison doors.
Did you?
Yeah. The Folger Lock Company makes prison door locks. Folger.
Almost like the coffee company?
Yeah, like the coffee company, but they're Folger locks.
Okay.
And so we developed a charge that we call the Folger lock charge to breach Folger locks.
Who coined it that?
Huh?
Who coined it that?
Well, we did.
The
myself and a guy named Bill Wilderman.
Okay.
He was one of the breachers down there.
Bill Welderman.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And yeah, so that was that.
And
then
that
the
took
next,
place in 1987, and then
Right.
the next thing you did was Desert Storm, correct?
Right. Now, Desert Storm, there was stuff that went on the internet saying that I was part of Schwarzkopf's bodyguard team.
Oh,
security.
the pictures?
Yeah, the pictures.
Were you out there? Were there pictures of you?
No. That guy that was misidentified on the internet as me was
Big, thick glasses.
is Bill Cronin.
Bill Cronin?
Right, Bill Cronin. Now, we did have 4 of our guys at guarding Schwarzkopf. We had
Bill K-R-O,
K-R-O Cronin.
or maybe it's a C-R.
C-R-O-N-I-N was William Cronin III.
Let me see. William Cronin III.
Yeah,
Let's see this.
he's with a company called Quicksilver today.
Oh, this picture. Yeah, that's William Cronin.
Yeah, that's Bill Cronin. Now, Bill and I were in B Squadron together.
Where you? I think it's the glasses. They
Yeah.
saw the glasses, and they're
And
like,
Bill's a little taller than me.
yeah.
He has maybe darker hair.
He's a very sharp dressed man. In
Yeah.
that, you know what I mean. So
yeah. So
that picture gets passed around.
So
much.
so 4 guys from TEOR, former operators that are in TEOR stands for Training, Evaluation, and Operational Research. So these 4 former operators were in TOR, were assigned to Schwarzkopf's detail. Bill Cronin was one of the persons assigned to Schwarzkopf to protect Schwarzkopf during Desert Storm.
He's just like his personal bodyguard almost.
Yep.
A Delta Force dude.
Yeah, 4 of them.
That's interesting. Is that normal to be given that mission set as Delta Force?
I would say yes, and I could go. We do security, bodyguard security things.
Probably can't talk too much on that. Yeah.
So we
Makes sense.
do that in certain circumstances. I've did several. I didn't do it myself because I'm a demo guy. I'm an explosive guy, and so I've done evaluated the security of the president of Sudan in 1981. A guy named Numari.
Okay.
So they requested a team to go there and to evaluate President Numari's security. And I went over to Sudan and I evaluated, part of a team evaluated security. I got with the Sudanese EOD counterparts. They were trained by the Brits. They went through school with the Brits. And so I first went there to evaluate their capability. At the same time in Sudan, there were Chad terrorists setting off IEDs in Khartoum, Sudan.
Oh, wow.
They were very sophisticated.
From Chad?
From Chad.
Oh, wow.
They were very sophisticated. They were using electronic timers,
Oh.
Very
So they're
sophisticated.
using some pretty sophisticated
They
methods.
were very sophisticated. So my job initially was to go there and to evaluate this Sudanese EOD team and their capability. And I went on several things with them. One of the things I went on, I know I'm deviating, but I went to the airport. The Sudanese have the greatest intelligence. I was really impressed with their intelligence capability. So we go to the airport in Khartoum, and they get these 2 suitcases, and we take it into a back room in the airport. They open up these 2 suitcases, set like big Samsonite type suitcases. Open them up. They are filled with Semtex explosive.
Filled with
Semtex.
Semtex.
Semtex explosives.
That's I would say that's pretty. What's the word for it?
It's a plastic.
It's not very stable.
Well, it's a Warsaw Block produced plastic explosive.
And it was ignited from electricity from a charge.
No, you have to had a blasting cap.
Okay.
But it was filled, full of Semtex H. And I'm looking, and I told the Sudanese, I says, if you intercept many more of these shipments, the next time you go click, and open one of these, it's going to blow up.
In your face, yeah.
Yeah. So I went in there and I did that. And once they kind of found out my background, they had me do other things in Sudan. There was 2 ammunition depots, and I went to the 2 ammunition, looked at the safety of the ammunition depot, how the compatibility groups that they had separated. They would get stuff in, a lot of it was junk. They would get in from like Russia and India, and different countries would send their junk, their military munitions, and get rid of it and send it to these third world nations. So it was coming in ships loaded at Port Sudan, and it's by train they would come into Khartoum. They would not know what was on that train car until they opened it up. And I looked at a bunch of Russian blasting caps, that electric blasting caps. They weren't shunted at all. They had no shunts on them at all, the electric blasting caps.
What does that mean, not having a shunt?
Shunt protects electric blasting caps from RF energy. Electric blasting cap has 2 wires coming out of it that can act like antennas. Okay. And if you have a strong enough RF signal, it'll energize those wires and you could set off electric blast. All of our blasting caps are shunted, have shunts on them.
Yeah.
These Russian blasting caps were unshunted.
Jeez.
And so then I went to their small arms factory. They made 9mm and 12 gauge shotgun ammunition. And so I looked at that, and I went out to the magazine where they store the powder, the smokeless powder for the 9mm and 12 gauge ammunition. I go in the bunker, open up that bunker door out in the middle of nowhere. And first thing, the fumes were just tremendous. The thing was not properly vented. The fumes were, and then I look in there, and there is these drums of these containers of smokeless powder sitting on steel pallets, and then there's loose powder on the floor, and there's no grounding thing. You know, normally when you enter a powder magazine, you got to be grounded.
Yeah.
So you wear a belt. And then there's a copper strips along the side, and you connect to the copper strips with your belt
to stay grounded.
Yeah, so you don't create any static electricity to set that, ignite that powder. They had none of that protection. Had no lightning protection.
This is in Sudan?
Sudan, yeah.
So it's just basically like waiting to accidentally blow up.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense why I've seen so many freaking ammunition explosions of these ASPs in Syria recently. Over the past couple of years, there's been numerous occasions I've seen just all of a sudden an ammunition supply point just blows up and there's a freaking mushroom cloud.
Here's several tons of smokeless powder I'm looking at, and I'm just seeing it could just flash at any moment.
Yeah.
So anyways, then I went back into Sudan later on, and I brought in equipment, X-rays and different other things, and I taught them the Sudanese techniques of how to do remote opening of like suitcases and other things. And
to be safer.
I worked with the Sudanese, and so the other time I went into Saudi Arabia, this was in early '80s, and I was part of another team that evaluated the security of His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah.
Okay.
At that time, he later became king of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
But he was a prince at the time.
King Abdullah.
Abdullah, yeah. So I went in with a team to evaluate his security. He was the commander of SANG. SANG is Saudi Arabia National Guard. Their main military force is the SANG.
Okay.
So I went in there with a team, and I looked at his motorcades, his security. He had mansions, looked at the security of his mansions. He had mansion in Riyadh, Taif, and Jeddah. And then he had 2 other mansions in Medina and Mecca. But we could not, none of us were Muslims, so you can't enter Medina and Mecca unless you are a Muslim.
You're not even allowed to enter the city.
No. So
wow.
So I attended a SANG, like a West Point graduation in Saudi Arabia when they graduated their West Point like
Oh,
academy.
okay, their version of West Point.
Of their version of West
Gotcha.
Point.
That's weird. I didn't realize that you would not, if you're not a Muslim, you're not allowed to go into Mecca or
Medina.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That must be some historical
So
significance.
yeah, Riyadh is a very strict. It's the capital of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And it's very strict with what is it called? The Muslim law. The
Sharia law?
yes,
Yeah.
that's it. And they go by that. So you have to be properly covered and stuff like that. All the embassies are on Jeddah. Jeddah's more relaxed. That's where the American embassy is in Jeddah and stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway,
More liberal.
So my mission in Saudi Arabia was Taji number 2.
What year was this?
That was 1991.
Okay, so
1990 when it started, the build up, and then the invasion took place in 91.
during Desert Storm.
Desert Storm.
Okay, so you were in Saudi Arabia during Desert Storm.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
But my mission was not Schwarzkopf security. My mission was the destruction of Taji number 2 command and control facility.
And what's Taji number 2?
Taji number 2 outside of Baghdad was their main control command post. It was a 2-story cut and cover facility. So they dug a big hole in the desert, built a 2-story structure, and covered it up with dirt. Then they put on a burster slab, thick concrete burster slab on top of the dirt, and then they added more dirt. So during the air campaign in Desert Storm, the Air Force dropped 60 Blue 109 bombs on Taji number 2. Blue 109 is a 2,000-pound special hardened steel bomb. That was the Air Force bunker buster bomb.
That was like the premier one back
Right. But with a 2,000-pound bomb, you only have so much kinetic energy.
then? Yeah.
So the bombs would just blow. The guy did Blue 109s would just blow up on the bomb blister slab, and they didn't do any. 60 of them did not do any damage to the facility.
Jeez.
So
That's what they're thinking. I mean, yeah, that's where there's like a lot of speculation from people when they're talking about the bunker busters.
I can address that too. They did very little damage.
Yeah.
I know the GBU 57AB.
The GBU 57, that's what they use?
Mm-hmm. I know that.
That's what a lot of people, I've heard a lot of like professional explosive experts talking about that, and they have concerns that
It didn't.
the damage.
Yeah, it doesn't carry a bit large, it's a heavy to penetrate because you need kinetic energy.
Yeah.
But it didn't carry a large amount of explosives, and they were targeting the ventilation shafts, and they moved everything. Before, I got satellite pictures of the convoys moving stuff out, and then they covered the entrance doors up with dirt with bulldozers out front.
Oh, wow.
So everything was moved.
Okay.
I got I'm involved in all that stuff. Whether it's the Nord Stream, I get contacted, like the Nord Stream thing.
Yeah.
I got with
the Nord Stream pipeline?
I got involved in that with a lot of investigative journalists contacting me for my opinion on what and how big charges and what they did. Also, the Israeli thing with Hezbollah with the pagers and the thing.
Oh, really? The pager?
Asking my opinion on that. It's a good operation. It took 10 years. It was a 10-year
op.
Yeah, it was a 10-year op.
That was a massive undertaking.
Right.
The way they managed that. And I remember doing a piece on that. I think it was probably did like a 15-minute video on that at one point where I tried to go in as much detail as I could find on it. But I mean, like the fact that it's just so detailed. 10 years of planning,
right,
and sourcing it from the right place.
Using only 5 grams of PETN.
Yeah,
not very much charge.
It's just so crazy. It's so crazy. But
anyway, so Taji number 2.
Yeah, Taji number 2.
So it was going to be a Ranger Battalion assault.
Okay.
And myself and another breacher were going to be the breachers for the Rangers. So we were going to go in on the ground. I would take one of the bomb blast doors. my coworker Keith Lamb would take the other one, and I would train a couple Rangers to be my breaching support, and then we would breach the doors, and let the Rangers go in. And
What
then
were you just going to breach with?
Well, we were using explosive cutting tape,
Okay.
and so we just cut through the doors with the cutting tape.
So you did get to actually execute that mission?
No.
Oh, no.
Well, so that was my mission.
Yeah.
But General Steiner came. So we have satellite photographs of it being built. We know everything about it.
Yeah.
So General Steiner, 4-star general, U.S. SOCOM commander, came to Fort Bragg, and I briefed him on the mission, how we were going to breach it and stuff. I started my briefing out to General Steiner. I says, if you roll back time, today is not 1991, but 1945. In 1945, we could have destroyed that bunker, that complex in 1945, non-nuclear in 1945. And here today, 1991, we can't take it out because the Air Force went nuclear. The Air Force has a bomb called a B-61. A B-61 is a nuclear bunker buster.
It's a nuclear bunker buster.
Yes, we have a nuclear bunker buster. Now, everything I'm saying is in Wikipedia.
Okay.
So I'm not saying anything you can't Google.
Yeah, you can't Google.
That's open source.
Yeah.
I've not said anything that's not open source.
Yeah.
So we're not going to use a nuke on
Does it look like a mini nuke?
It's a good sized nuke. It has, you can set it to the yield. It has like 3 different types of yield.
Okay.
So how you can change the yield on nuclear weapons. You can boost or unboost, and how much you boost a nuclear weapon.
And how is that able to penetrate the ground more than what we were using?
Well, I don't know I'd have to look up. It's heavier.
Okay.
More kinetic energy, and of course the explosive yield is tremendous.
Yeah.
It's a nuclear yield.
Yeah.
So I told General Steiner, we roll back time. I says, in 1945, we had all these bombs. We had a 10,000 pound bomb, the M110 bomb. We had that one, the 10,000 pound bomb, and we used them up in Vietnam. We still had them during Vietnam, the 10,000 pound bomb. And the last ones were used up. And then we, of course, developed the 15,000 pound bomb, the Blue 82B. But that's a demolition bomb. That's wouldn't be suitable for that target. But we developed that in Vietnam.
Interesting.
But also in World War II, we had 2 other bombs. And they were British bombs, but they were forged here in the United States. We had the 12,000 pound tall boy, and we had the 22,000 pound Grand Slam bomb.
Grand Slam?
Yeah, the 22,000 Grand Slam. So these were British bombs that were mounted on a specially Lancaster bomber. And they were forged in the United States. We made the bombs here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I have photographs of them being made. And they were then shipped over by ship to England, and they were filled up in England. And they were dropped on submarine pens. Some of them had 10 meters of reinforced concrete.
Oh, wow.
They were dropped in submarine pens.
10 meters?
10 meters of reinforced concrete.
That is thick.
And some of the submarine pens that the Germans had.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And and aqueducts, railroad yards, tunnels, they were dropped, and dams, these were dropped. And
they could penetrate 30 meters.
Yeah.
That's 90 feet.
I mean, 10 meters, excuse me, 10 meters, 33 feet.
Okay, 33
Correction.
feet. I was going to say 90 feet
10 meters
crazy.
of reinforced concrete, that'd be 33 feet.
Okay.
These bombs would penetrate that.
Interesting. Okay.
And then I told him that we also had the T-12 bomb. The T-12 bomb is known as the super blockbuster or the cloud maker bomb. So we developed that bomb because we were thinking about using it in Japan.
Oh, okay. Before
So-
the nuclear bomb.
Yeah. So we had the T-12 bomb, and we dropped. That was going to be dropped by. Well, back then they had a B-29 that they fixed up to drop that bomb, the T-12, and but it was going to be used on the B-36s, the T-12. So I says to General Steiner, I know where two of them are. I says, one of them is at the Eglin Air Force Base at the Armament Museum, outside of their museum, laying in front of the museum, horizontally in front of the museum, one of those bombs. I says, the other one is at Aberdeen Proving Grounds in the middle of a traffic circle standing on its nose.
Aberdeen, over by Fort Bragg.
So Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Maryland. And I said, there's two of them there. But now I found the third one. The third T-12 bomb is at the chemical depot in Pueblo, Colorado.
Okay.
It's on display. So there's actually three. And the one at Aberdeen now is at Fort Lee. They moved that.
Oh, okay. Fort Lee, Virginia.
But I said you could fill them up with explosives and use them. So then I go into the plan. But I told them 1945 we could have taken it out.
Yeah.
The Air Force just went nuclear.
Yeah.
And we're not going to use nukes.
No, I hope not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, what happened, how I didn't, the mission, there was this officer, an ordnance officer up in Vervalet, New York, at an armory up there where we have stockpiles of 8-inch gun barrels.
Okay.
So this officer was looking at those 8-inch gun barrels, and he said, boy, you could take an 8-inch gun barrel and make a good bomb out of it. And so he suggested that, and that's exactly what they did. They took several of these 8-inch gun barrels, and they made a bomb out of it, which was called the GBU-28B.
Okay.
GBU stands for Guided Bomb Unit.
Yeah.
So they
Different than a joint direct attack munition.
Yeah.
Okay.
The bomb weighs 4,700 pounds. So more kinetic energy.
Oh, because it's heavier.
Yeah, it's made out of an 8-inch gun barrel. They just put, filled with explosives, put a fin system on it, put, fusing system, guided it. And they dropped one at Eglin Air Force Base to test it out. And they had two of them they sent over to England, mounted them on F-111s. Are we losing?
You good?
Yeah,
So-
we just had the sun pop out and it lit up everything.
oh.
so
Oh,
it's just-
you still got good time on here?
I'm down to 10 minutes.
10.
So F-111s, I can finish this one up.
Yeah, let's finish this. We'll have him finish this thought real
They
quick.
put one GBU-28B on one of the wings of the F-111 and put two 2,000-pound bombs on the other one just to balance it out.
Okay.
And they flew from England to Iraq. The first plane came around, and this is the last day of the war.
Last day.
Last day of the war.
Had we already neutralized any of their air defenses at this point?
I would say yes, I'd say yes. But so they went down. The first bomb missed the target. The second
good.
F-111 came in and went top dead center into the target and took it out. Now, I had a guy I know, a Marine Lieutenant Colonel. He's retired, but he was an intelligence officer. He was involved in the Scud hunting missions.
Yeah.
He went into Taji #2 after the war was over.
Went into it.
Yeah, and looked at it, and he said that from the video I saw, it was totally destroyed. It looked like it, just like it did in Iran with the attacks with the GBU-57s. But he said it was only partially destroyed by one of the GBU-28s.
Now,
and it had a name too. They named it the Sodomizer.
The Sodomizer?
That's the name of the bomb.
Very aptly named.
Yeah. so that took out my mission.
But when he says that it was partially destroyed, what does that even mean on the inside? Like, because what the facility was an ops center, right? Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be like a command and control center. So if it's partially destroyed, does that mean that it's recoverable?
I think so. I think so that they could get it up and running in no time. It's just video of this kind of stuff, the bomb damage videos and the interpretation of damages,
It's different going inside of the building.
yeah, it's different than on the ground.
Yeah.
And
I don't know.
It looks much greater. The film footage looks much greater than what the actual destruction is.
Yeah. But yeah, you really got, especially some of these places, you don't know how deep they are. You have to really oftentimes take a look on the inside to be able to get a good perspective.
Yeah, he's got interest. He's wrote 2 books. I got one book that he wrote. And he was part of the thing that went into Russia to part of the disarmament treaty, going into Russia and getting rid of their chemical agents and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And his next book is on the Scud hunting mission. And though there's been claims that we destroyed Scuds during Desert Storm missiles, my unit claimed to have destroyed a Scud,
Yeah.
and still claims today it destroyed a Scud. 160th claimed to have destroyed a Scud, and the Brits claim to have destroyed a Scud. Well, what my unit actually destroyed, and I tried to convince the people that were involved in that they did not destroy a Scud missile. They destroyed a Roland missile.
What's the difference?
A lot smaller. It's to shoot down aircraft. Now
It's a SAM?
yeah,
Okay.
a Roland. So they had called in support, and it destroyed a Roland missile. And the one that the 160th destroyed was actually a decoy.
Oh,
So this Marine, he went in there. He's part of the thing after the Desert Storm to make sure all their weapons of mass destruction was destroyed. And he had to count for every Scud launcher. And he did. And he assures me, and he sent me documentation and different things. And I totally believe, because that no Scuds were destroyed during Desert Storm.
And Scuds are used for delivering nerve agents and stuff.
They
chemical
could.
warfare.
They're capable of, besides high explosive, to carry chemical agents.
Yeah, I think that was the main reason why we were going after Scuds back then, because that
Right.
was like
And we
weapons of mass destruction. That's
we
how they
didn't
were-
want to get the Israelis. They didn't want them to shoot some Scuds into Israel and get Israel involved, make things messy, because we were in there with our Arab coalition partners.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they tested the nerve agents out on the Kurds, which a lot of my friends, saw some of the aftermath of during Operation Iraqi Freedom when they went in there after 2001.
Yeah.
Which,
That
that's
was
unfortunate.
that was my mission, and Taji number 2. And then of course my next one was Haiti, Uphold Democracy.
All right. So anyway, after Desert Storm, you went to be you were part of the senior enlisted advisor for the Joint Special Operations Task Force aboard aircraft carrier USS America off the coast of Haiti.
Right.
What was going on in Haiti at the time?
Haiti had a coup.
And that was 1994, September to October.
Yeah, that was yes. It was. I'm trying to look at the date in my head, but it was 1994, fall of 1994.
Okay.
Um,
During Operation Uphold Democracy.
right.
Okay.
And then the follow-up after we restored the government was Operation Restore Democracy.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
So there was a coup in Haiti. What's new in Haiti?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like.
So we were going to go in there and to restore the elected democratic government of Haiti.
Yeah.
And while we were doing this, former President Carter and a bunch of people were in Haiti trying to negotiate a peaceful transition.
President Carter?
Carter
He was just down there just on his own accord?
Yeah, he did a lot of. President Carter he did a lot of this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And when they had that accident at 3 Mile Island, with the release of the radioactive gases at 3 Mile Island, he was the one. President Carter was the one that they contacted to help, solve the problem at 3 Mile Island.
Wow. So he was down there in Haiti, helping negotiate.
Yeah, negotiate the transition. I forget what he had a team down there.
Okay.
And he was the former president of the United States. He did all that kind of stuff. And so what we did was we took over the aircraft carrier USS America. This is the first time Special Operations is operating from a float forward station base.
Interesting. So like you basically set up a SOTIF on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah. So we had all of we had a 160th Aviation Regiment on board the aircraft carrier.
Oh wow.
And so what we did is we had a whole battalion of Rangers on board, and I had 2 teams from SEAL Team 6 on board the aircraft carrier. I had some Special Forces guys, I had some Air Force guys, but we were like the aviation element on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
So I was in JSOC at this time. I was the JSOC exercise sergeant major.
Okay, so you were no longer. This was not with Delta.
No, all my time in Delta JSOC from 92 to 99 when I retired, I was still assigned to Delta.
Okay.
But I was for duty at JSOC.
Gotcha. So you were still assigned to Delta, but you were working with JSOC.
Right. So I became the JSOC exercise sergeant major, then later the JSOC J3 special plan sergeant major.
Okay, makes sense.
But I was still assigned to Delta for all that.
Yeah. So what was your mission during that operation for Uphold Democracy?
Well, it just so happened I happened to be the senior ranking NCO for the Joint Task Force. So I was the senior enlisted advisor on the aircraft carrier for the Joint Task Force.
Oh, wow.
So, and we had to work everything out. So what we left Virginia,
Yeah.
and we sailed down the coast of Georgia. And then it was when we're off the coast of Georgia, did they fly all the helicopters on board the aircraft carrier?
Oh, okay.
We didn't load them up in Virginia.
Yeah. They landed from Georgia.
From Georgia, we didn't, for operational security, we didn't load the aircraft. They just flew out to us.
Yeah.
And then we flew down to Haiti, and we were off station in Haiti, ready to go in if negotiations failed.
Okay.
So we were just out there sailing around off the coast of Haiti and stuff. And so, yeah, and I would have to have meetings with all the senior NCOs of all the different departments on the ship and the different units of the Joint Task Force twice a day. So we would iron out all the problems on life on aboard a Navy ship.
Yeah.
And it was a new experience for all of us. We had things like laundry.
Yeah.
We had to go. I had to go down and learn how to use the Navy laundry.
Yeah.
And then when we did laundry, show everybody how to do the laundry. You put everything in this mesh bag, and you have a one of those big, huge safety pin like things with a number on it, and,
Yep.
and put all your clothes in that, and operate the laundry facility. I had to provide 28 KPs for the ship's galleys.
Oh, wow.
So the Rangers said to me that if I tasked them with the KP duties, that if I didn't task them with any other duties on the ship, that they'd take the KP duties. So everybody else said, "Hey, that's great. Rangers, you can have it."
Yeah.
So the Rangers got that.
So they all took the entire KP duty, and that was the only thing they took care of.
Yeah, that
Okay.
on board. The only task I gave them, because then the 160th and the SEALs and did everything. When we did underway replenishments, the SEALs helped with the underway replenishments.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So yeah, I had E7s and E8s carrying stuff.
Everybody's helping, doing everything.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
one team,
Everybody
one fight
worked.
kind
It
of
was
mentality.
teamwork. I had the gym. The gym was terrible. I mean, I seen better gyms in prisons than I have, and I've been in a lot of prisons. Not as a prisoner, but I've been in a lot of prisons.
Yeah.
I've been into Angola, for example. But
Third world country prisons are probably a lot different
yeah.
than American prisons.
Anyway, was he saying the gym? Our guys were breaking. I had to work a schedule between the Navy and our guys working the gym, and our guys were breaking the gym equipment. And I told the chief in charge of it, I says, "You just tell me what you need to get fixed or replaced. Just let me know, and I'll get it fixed and replaced."
Yeah.
Then our guys wanted to use the ship. We were on the ship for I think I was on a ship for 44 days.
Wow.
So I got...
That's longer than a lot of people that serve in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And the Navy sometimes.
I got sea pay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good.
And I also got intimate duty pay, imminent danger pay.
For being on the ship?
On the ship. and the only thing I was in imminent danger of, I could tell people, was overeating. Because I ate at the chief's mess, on the ship. And the chief mess is the best mess on a ship. I mean, we had Alaskan king crab, the biggest Alaskan king crab's legs I've ever seen. We had steak, because the chief subsidized the galley, the mess.
Yeah.
And put it, and it was terrific. And like the library, the guy that runs the library wanted people to leave their ID cards at the library. And I said, look, if we can call up any minute to go do flight operations off the deck, I'm not having guys come down here getting their ID cards. I said, I will guarantee every book that's checked out, you will get back. I would guarantee it.
Yeah.
And then I went to the senior sergeant majors and chiefs and of the Joint Task Force and said, I guaranteed it, and now you guys,
you're going to guarantee it.
That all these books will be returned.
Yeah.
So, we had to work all that stuff out. The other thing was that the ship, the captain of the ship, he made it a no tobacco ship.
Oh, wow. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough.
With a battalion of Rangers that dip and chew.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah. So the first time we were we were free to roam the flight deck. The Rangers were spitting and dip and chew in the pad eyes on the flight deck. I guess I didn't. And so the first time we did flight operations, we had to do a FOD walk. So we had to get all up on the flight deck and clear the flight deck of foreign object damage.
Yep.
And you have to check the pad eyes, because that's a recess area where nuts and bolts and things can go.
Yeah.
And they're full of tobacco spit. And boy, the ship was not happy with that.
No, I bet not.
So I said, okay, we can't have the Rangers stop dipping and chewing. And so we got a place on the ship back in the rear of the ship, sponson number 6. I remember they could dip and chew to their heart's content. But I was always against that policy of allowing Rangers to use nicotine, dip and chew in Ranger school. They are not allowed to today. They're not allowed
in Ranger school.
In Rangers,
yeah,
they're not allowed any caffeine or nicotine.
Well, you probably don't want it in Ranger school, but post Ranger school, I can imagine different.
But they got so many of those young soldiers addicted to tobacco in dipping and chewing.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, it helps people stay awake on post and stuff like that.
Yeah, it did. They allowed them to do that. And, but anyway, so there was a few fights that broke out between the Rangers and some of the staff in the different galleys.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Being on a ship for 44 days, you're going to get in fights
there was
with
a few fights. Whenever my phone rang, it was never good news. I always got bad news.
That's unfortunate.
That some problem I had to solve. But I got really good with the captain of the ship. We would take walks on the flight deck and talk. We would eat. I would eat together with the captain. And at the end, when he held captain's mast on board the ship, and where he dealt with the disciplinary punishment and stuff. And so I got to sit on the captain's mast. And they still did put people in the brig and bread and water back then.
Yeah.
They don't do that today.
They did it up until only a few years ago.
Yeah.
They only stopped doing that a few years ago. So it's been pretty recent that they stopped.
So, this one sailor had a DUI prior to deployment.
Yeah.
So he had to dealt out punishment. So I sat on. It was really interesting sitting on the Navy, disciplinary board.
Yeah. Well, it's very different customs and courtesies and traditions than the Army.
In JSOC, I even sat on a Navy promotion board. So,
there you go.
Yeah, but it's all interesting. And
Yeah. Did you guys ever end up going into?
yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did finally. They negotiated a peaceful transition,
Okay.
and then we sent people in for Operation Restore Democracy.
Okay. And what was the mission when you went in there to restore democracy?
It was to keep control of the city,
Okay.
to maintain control so that there was no problems in the
Chaos,
city.
yeah. Because you saw a lot of that when the earthquakes happened and stuff like that.
There
This
was
really
another aircraft
gains.
carrier loaded with 10th Mountain Group.
Oh, 10th Mountain Division?
Yeah, 10th Mountain Division.
Yeah.
And so they also went in for security
Okay.
of Haiti. So, yeah, so
So that was a peaceful transition,
that
no
was,
fighting.
yeah, and I got it, yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. So that was Haiti. Then the other big thing I did after Haiti was they had the bombing, the truck bombing at Khobar Towers, Dhahran, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So Khobar Towers was a Bedouin condominium complex for Saudis, and we took it over because we took over the airfield. It was a cantonment area, barracks area for Air Force people, mostly Air Force.
Yeah.
And
When did we take this over? 1990 something?
so Khobar Towers took place, I think June
96?
June of 96. So this was part of the Southern Watch, no flies, supporting the no-fly zone.
Okay.
So the primary mission of the Air Force was the no-flies, to support the no-fly restriction zone. And the other thing that was priority by the Air Force was, and this is my opinion, was quality of life issues were second priority. And then force protection fell in third after quality of life. And so security was sacrificed I think, for quality of life.
What was the Air Force doing there again exactly?
The air mission to make sure that the Iraqis were not flying aircraft
Over Saudi Arabia.
Yes,
That was the focus.
Or any part, even where the Kurds were.
Okay.
So they were not to fly. They were not allowed to fly.
I
Period.
didn't realize that.
There was no fly zone.
Okay. Yeah, see, a lot of people probably wouldn't know that because a lot of people don't know a lot of the stipulations that came after Desert Storm.
Right.
Because right now everything's very different over there compared to with the way it was because, we work with the Iraqis now.
Right.
So it's very different than it was back then.
So anyway, there had been a pickup truck bombing in Riyadh at the Sang headquarters several months earlier than this bombing.
Okay.
And it killed some U.S., I don't know how many U.S. soldiers it killed, but and also some civilians. It was a pickup loaded with explosives and acetylene tanks. Drove it into the Sang building in Riyadh. A friend of mine, EOD friend of mine, was one of the wounded in that incident in the Sang building.
Jeez.
So they should have been on high alert. Then there was other things. They were under surveillance. They knew that there was different testing of their security posture and stuff like that. So these two buildings in the area, building 131 and 133, were 8-story buildings, and with a lot of glass front.
Yeah.
And it was not the safety tempered glass. It was just regular glass. It wasn't, and they were used as barracks, 2 people to a room. And the fence perimeter was only 54 feet from these 2 8-story buildings with glass. There was a big, huge parking lot out here, but the perimeter was only 54 feet.
Okay.
they should not have used those buildings as housing, for and stuff. So what happened is they had some Air Force police up on top of the 8-story building at an outpost up there. They saw a sewage truck come into right next to one of the buildings, I think 131, come right in it, parked right next to the barrier. 2 people get out and get into a vehicle behind it, and they take off.
They left.
They left. So the 2 Air Force security policemen then went down to the 8th floor, knocking on doors, telling everybody to get out. They were on the 7th floor, and it blew up.
Oh, wow.
So in that building, 18 airmen were killed in that building, and the 19th airman was killed in a far building. It was quite a ways away, but it was from broken glass. And all the deaths of everybody were the glass, the damage from glass was the major factor. Then the front of the building collapsed. So everybody had injuries from the glass breakage that would have, was mortal.
Yeah.
But then their deaths were, before they could bleed out, it was blunt trauma.
This is because of all the glass that was just all over the building in general.
The buildings did not have any smoke alarms. They did not have fire extinguishers, just in case. So they did not have any emergency lighting. They had no intercom system in the building. There were plans, there were previous inspections, and there was plans to put laminate on the glass.
Yeah.
But they had budgeted it to be done sometime in the future.
Okay.
To put the laminate on, laminate would protect the glass not to break up in these shards that they do. It would keep it as one whole piece in the shards. Yeah. Just basically like the windshield of your car.
Yeah. Who did they figure out who was responsible for that, or did anyone claim responsibility?
Yeah, they were executed.
Were they?
Yeah. So
what group were they affiliated with?
They were a group of Saudis that were against the royal family. So there's a group of Saudis that are not in favor of the royal family.
Okay.
Osama bin Laden was a Saudi,
and
not in favor of the royal family. Most of the 9/11 hijackers, I think, 14 out of them were Saudis, nationals.
That were not fans?
They were Saudi nationals.
They were Saudi nationals, but were they fans or not fans?
No. They wanted to. The reason they did, 9/11, the reason they did Khobar Towers is to make our relation with Saudi Arabia strain.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were trying to do.
Try to strain the relationship.
Strain our relationship with the Saudi royal family. So anyway, these buildings lacked a lot. They didn't tell them that if there was a emergency that where to go, like a safe area. So a safe area in those buildings would have been the stairwell, where there was no windows. So you would, if there was a declared emergency, you'd go to the stairwell, hunker down in the stairwell, and then when they would be all clear to go to assembly area. This stuff, none of that stuff was done. Force protection was not a priority. I am big on base defense and force protection, and I look at base and defense and force protection 2 different ways. Base defense is the actual defense of the base.
Yeah.
Force protection expands outside of the base, whether it be intelligence, to prevent an attack.
Yeah, to prevent this type of insider attack.
So over 300 airmen were injured in this attack.
Yeah. You said 19 were killed?
19 were killed. So
this is another event I was not aware of happening.
So General Downing, retired General Wayne Downing, I was also I was been good friends of a lot of different generals, and I worked with Wayne Downey. He was put in charge of the Downing Assessment Task Force.
Yeah.
And he picked me to be the Department of Defense explosive investigator to investigate what happened.
Oh, wow.
So I was the only military explosive investigator. Now the FBI went over there also, and they were doing the criminal investigation because 19 airmen were killed and over 300 were wounded.
Yeah.
So I worked jointly with the FBI. I've done a lot of stuff jointly with the FBI. I was even involved in TWA 800 when that went down off New York. The FBI asked me to come in and see if it was done in a matter of sabotage that they were not familiar with. So anyway, it wasn't. And I have my own theories of what happened at TWA 800. My theory differs from the National Transportation Safety Board.
Yeah.
But their theory is on Wikipedia. I believe it was a scavenger pump that was the ignition source. They believe it was wire chafing, high voltage crossed over into the low voltage fuel sensor. But anyway, so I worked with the FBI, and I worked with the FBI on this one jointly. We determined independently, that it was between 3,000, most likely 5,000 pounds of explosive, and it was U.S. composition C4 explosives.
Wow.
And
C4.
Yes, RC4 that somehow they got a hold of in Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
And you can tell different explosives how they're manufactured, and explosives like anything else has impurities in them. And one of the impurities in making C4, which is an RDX based explosives, is making the explosive HMX. So when you analyze explosive residue, you can actually, it's like fingerprints, you know.
You can actually tell what something is based
Where
on
it was manufactured, even down to where it was manufactured.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. That's that's a science.
It is. So I used a program called CONWEP, Conventional Explosive Effects, to look at everything, because you have an urban environment, you have blast reflective waves that are reflecting off things, and when two waves reflect off a building, they can merge and be stronger. Yeah. So you have that. It's really a complicated process. I look at trees overturned. I look at a Humvee that was overturned, how much glass was broke where, and so you kind of recalculate how much explosives was used. So we determined pretty much 5,000 pounds.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's probably why it was such a massive explosion.
Defense Special Weapons Agency, this is where Wikipedia's got it wrong.
Yeah.
Defense Special Weapons Agency came over. They did their calculation on crater size mainly. They came up with 20 to 30,000 pounds of explosives. So in Wikipedia, it says that the Downing Commission accepted that 30. Initially, we fought 5,000. We accepted the 30,000 figure. We did not accept it. I do not to this day accept it in my report. I have a copy of my report. It's 5,000 pounds. The difference is the Air Force liked the 20 to 30,000 pounds, because how can you protect a perimeter from 20 to 30,000 pounds? So...
Oh, so what you think happened is less, but because they're trying to justify with how can you protect a perimeter for
you would have
much explosives.
You would have to have a perimeter way out there.
Yeah.
Now, the Air Force claimed they asked the Saudis to extend the perimeter, and the Saudis refused. It's just a parking lot out there.
Yeah.
So we went to the Saudis and asked the Saudis, and the Saudis said no. The Air Force did not ever ask us to extend the perimeter. If they did, we would have had allowed it.
Yeah.
There's no documentation, anything, you know. So the Air Force says they asked, and the Saudis said they never asked. There's no proof that the Air Force asked or the Saudis denied.
Yeah.
And the other thing is the crater size. The tanker was loaded full of sewage. When it detonated, it smelled like a barn. That's what eyewitnesses said. And so the sewage acts as a tamper. Sewage was used to conceal the explosives.
Yeah.
Sewage acts as a tamper, and so the explosive force was actually directed downward to the pavement, the asphalt parking lot.
Wow.
So most of the force went down, and the water table was at 6 foot. So the water table forms a boundary layer. So when the bomb detonated, the crater was huge. I mean, it was a huge crater. And that's really what they based the crater size on. They did not take an effect with the tamping effect of the sewage, and they did not take into account of the water table as being a boundary label. And when I had discussions with the Defense Special Weapons Agency, at the same time, I'm also working with another part of the Defense Special Weapons Agency, which now is a Defense Threat Reduction Agency. I was doing balanced survivability assessments on hardened underground facilities here in the United States and overseas with a group. But this is a different group. And so when I explained to them the tamping effect of, they're good with nukes. They're not good with conventional stuff. And I explained to them the tamping effect of water or sewage, which is even denser than water. They dismissed it as not a factor. And then I mentioned the water table. Well, they did some tests later on, found out that it does have a tamping effect because we use water as an explosive tamper.
Yeah, that would make sense because, I mean, it does provide resistance.
Yeah, and it takes out the thermal effect, too.
Yeah.
The heat of the explosives.
We could go on forever. I've enjoyed this conversation immensely. I've learned so much just from this past few hours here.
A little bit of history that's not really known.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is there's so much stuff like you were talking about. A lot of history classes are sanitized in public education.
It does.
And people don't really get to hear about a lot of these things. There's a lot of these incidents and events that I did not know even took place. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that the Khobar towers were bombed. Nobody ever said, I've never heard a word about it. Not one time in my whole life. I know about obviously the bombing of the Beirut barracks, but that's maybe just because
I got
culturally.
information on all that too.
I believe it. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we just don't get education on. So it's been very insightful. I've learned an immense amount here. I'm sure a lot of other people out there will feel the same way when they watch this. Again, I appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule to come sit down with me for however many hours we've been sitting here for now. And this has been an absolute honor and a pleasure and a privilege to be able to sit down with an individual as legendary as yourself, who's accomplished such an immense amount of things throughout your life. I mean, you are one of the most type A, driven, intrinsically motivated human beings I think I might have ever encountered in my life. Just with doing all this stuff and mountain climbing and all this extracurricular stuff, it's pretty unbelievable. It's pretty tremendous I would encourage other people out there listening to this or who had an opportunity to watch this. If you can do this and you can have this much pursuing of things, I would always encourage people to pursue outside interests and do something. You said, one of the most important things I think you said is, you only have one life to live, and you want to get out there and live it. Because that guy thought you had a death wish, but you had a life wish because you wanted to get after it and you wanted to live life. You know? And I think that is something we could all learn from, because a lot of the time people are hesitant to get out there and do stuff, So again, sir, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. It's been an honor sitting down with you. I hope to come back again one day.
Okay.
And maybe we can continue this conversation again at some point. Sure. I will come back.
Okay.
I'll make a trip.
Okay.
So, but again, thank you so much for everything. Thank you for your stories. Thank you for the education, and thank you for your multiple decades of honorable service in defense of this nation.
You're welcome.
So,
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you for serving.
Thank you.